Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. We were obviously live for 16 hours yesterday, so I am a little bit tired. My voice is fine, but I am tired. So we are going to probably be live, though, for about 6 hours today or so. We got, again, significant severe weather coverage yet again today across the Ohio Valley with a large enhanced risk for severe weather, with strong tornadoes being a possibility yet again today across the Ohio Valley. So today is expected to be another busy day, sort of like yesterday, but overall the risk outlined is not nearly as high, but it is impacting a lot of people in the Ohio Valley, even parts of the Midwest, where we are already seeing thunderstorms out there right now that are producing some marginal hail and wind, but we are expecting an uptick in severe weather as we go later into the afternoon, with a few tornadoes being likely across parts of the Midwest and then eventually into the Ohio Valley. So if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below, like the stream. And also, today's live stream is going to be brought to you by Radar Omega. You can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. They have a bunch of features like the live radar, tons of customizability, and a bunch more. It's only $8.99 on iOS and Android. You can check it out with the top link in the description below. They also just had a massive update today, which I didn't even know they were going to have one, but they have a lot of new features on here, including the high-res storm relative velocity. So that's going to be a really helpful tool during coverages like this. We'll have more velocity views in terms of being able to see rotation on radar. So that's exciting there. Again, you can download it with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. All right, let's hop right into the severe weather threat for today. We do have a large enhanced risk, as I mentioned before. It almost includes all of Indiana. The only exclusion is a very small sliver of northwest and southwest Indiana. That's it. Everybody else is under an enhanced risk, which once again, this area in the enhanced risk is where we are going to be watching today for the potential for strong tornadoes. Now, the threat today should be lower than yesterday. I don't think we're going to have nearly as much of an environment here where we are going to see strong long track tornadoes, but there will be a chance at least for a couple of strong tornadoes later today as these discrete supercells and semi-discrete supercells get going throughout the afternoon hours, really beginning within the next couple of hours. And then once we get closer to like 5-6 o'clock Central Time, that's when I think the peak of the threat will be today. This threat goes into Ohio as well, where we could see strong tornadoes in addition to northern Kentucky. There's a chance, at least again, for a couple of strong tornadoes, but the majority of us will not see severe weather today. But those that do, damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, hail up to the size of 2 to maybe 2.5 inches in diameter will be a possibility, which is up to the size of tennis balls, by the way. And then maybe a couple of tornadoes that are strong, and then a few tornadoes overall are expected here across the Ohio Valley. So if you're anywhere in the Ohio Valley today, really anywhere in the risk outlined area, make sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts, have a tornado action plan in place, because today will be a busy day. And I do want to point out, this is a huge area. I mean, obviously, if you looked at the thumbnail, it's a massive area today. The good news overall is that the threat of severe weather is not going to be centered across areas like Oklahoma and Texas. There's just a marginal threat down that direction. But obviously, the greatest concern today is going to be in the Ohio Valley, where once again, strong tornadoes will be a possibility. So again, make sure that you have your tornado action plan in place and also multiple ways to receive alerts. Before I go into the timing, I do want to show you that we do have a tornado watch that is in effect until about 9 o'clock tonight across much of Illinois, as well as a very small sliver of southeast Wisconsin, which is mainly for the next hour or so, and then in southwestern Michigan, and as well as central, western, and northern Indiana. This runs again all the way until 11 o'clock tonight. Or sorry, 9 o'clock tonight. I don't know why I just said 11. 9 o'clock tonight in Eastern time, or 8 o'clock Central time. So if you're back over in Illinois, you basically got about 5 or 6 hours until you're definitely done with severe weather for today, but you do have to deal with that threat here for the next few hours, as storms will be capable of large hail, damaging winds, and perhaps even a few tornadoes. All right, let's jump into the timing and give you an idea of the timing throughout the day today. So right now, we already have a lot of storms out there, most of them not severe, but the ones that are producing marginal hail and wind. Once we get closer to 3 to 4 o'clock this afternoon, storms will continue to move eastbound. We are going to be watching for any sort of discrete supercell activity. This is pretty much all clustered what the HRRR model is showing, but anything that is discrete, like the storm near Chicago, for example, or even back over in like northern Indiana, those are going to be the ones that we need to watch for the closest for that elevated tornado risk, in addition to some large hail and potentially even very large hail out of a few storms. And then once we get closer to 5 to 6 o'clock Central Time, these storms continue to move across Indiana. And then by 7 o'clock Eastern Time, so we're going to be flipping time zones a little bit here later today. By 7 o'clock later tonight, those storms will be moving into parts of southwest Ohio, where that tornado threat will be, again, a possibility if you're near Dayton, Columbus, or Lima. Once again, it's not really a high threat today. It's like a medium risk overall. So again, not everybody's going to see tornadoes, but those, if you do see a tornado, it could be on the stronger side of things. So you want to make sure, again, that you have all weather alerts ready for today, a weather radio, and also have your tornado action plan in place if you're anywhere in the Ohio Valley. By around 7 o'clock Central and 8 o'clock Eastern, those storms continue to move throughout Ohio, northern Kentucky, and as well as throughout much of Indiana. There will be some storms back up in Michigan, but I think overall the majority of these will just be wind and hail producers. There will be a slightly more elevated tornado risk if you're on the southern side of Michigan.
A new tornado warning has been
Can't even
issued.
get through the forecast. We already have a tornado warning in Wisconsin. Alrighty, well, this is radar indicated rotation. That is unbelievable. We have a new tornado warning now in southern Wisconsin. This is going to be on the storm that is going to be approaching Delavan, Darien, and as well as the Walworth area. That is your rotation. It's actually in Illinois right now, but it's about to be crossing right into Wisconsin. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building and away from windows. Once again, this is already a tornado warning today that has just been issued here in Wisconsin. It's not a tornado warning right now in Illinois, but it is right now going for Wisconsin. Let's see if the CC showing anything. All right, so no confirmed tornado as of yet. This will be moving right into Sharon, Wisconsin, eventually going towards Walworth, Lake Geneva, Delavan, Darien, and just south of Elkhorn. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible and in an interior room of your home or building. Again, this is a brand new tornado warning. You need to seek shelter if you're in this area. I'll have another radar scan, I think, in just about a minute. And there's the new one in...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so now we have a tornado warning for the northern Illinois. It's not the same storm, but we have a new tornado warning now just south of Sharon. A very small sliver of Illinois. It's on the same exact storm. Once again, if you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. If you're in Delavan, Darien, Walworth, Sharon, or just east of Clinton in Wisconsin, again, this is a strong couplet that has developed, and it definitely could produce a tornado at any time as it continues to move northeast. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter. This is a strong couplet that could produce a tornado at any time as it does continue to move to the northeast over the next several minutes. I'll have another velocities update in a second. There's the latest scan. It's a little bit broader on the latest scan. That rotation, again, just north of Capron, Illinois, and approaching the south side of Sharon, Wisconsin. So it's a little bit broader on this latest scan. But that's the pocket rotation that we're watching for. Again, that's moving towards Walworth, Delavan, Darien, and Lake Geneva. So again, if you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible and in an interior room of your home or building as this continues to track to the northeast. It's unbelievable. We can never get through a forecast to start a stream. I tried getting through the timing and we couldn't. I'll try to get through the timing hopefully at some point after this, but that's just unfortunate timing. Also, we do have a hail core just south of Clinton, so there might be a little bit of hail there, maybe up to quarter size. Got a lot of lightning being detected on the Radar Omega lightning detection here near Bergen and as well as just southeast of Clinton, Wisconsin. So this is a very highly electrified storm right now. Let me take off the severe weather overlay here. And also, by the way, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning near Chicago. This is a storm that is just south of Chicago. There is a pretty large hail core on this. That hail core has been blown up for the last few minutes now. Probably got some pretty significant hail going right through Homer Glen and Orland Park. Right now it's warned for quarter-sized hail, but I would not be surprised if it was a little bit larger than that as that storm continues to move to the northeast and east-northeast over the next several minutes. So again, if you're near Chicago, stay vigilant. Definitely a pretty large hail core here, in addition to some damaging winds on the leading edge of this, upwards of 60 to 65 miles per hour. And let me see what the velocities look like here. Yeah, I'm not seeing any rotation on this storm, just for the record. So the one near Chicago looks like more of a hail and wind threat. I'm not seeing rotation right now. That could change at any time, but once again, we're not really looking at a whole lot of rotation on that storm. Mostly just wind up to 65 miles per hour, as well as hail. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Once again, not seeing anything too strong right now on that storm. Was a little bit stronger a couple of scans ago, about 5 minutes ago, but that rotation is a little bit broader now. Again, they'll be approaching Walworth, Delavan, Darien, and just south of Lake Geneva in Wisconsin. So, once again, if you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter if you've not already. That's an interior room of your home or building away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That is a bathroom, storm shelter, closet, or basement. Again, this is in very far northern Illinois, very small sliver of it just north of Capron, and again, near Sharon right now is where that rotation is. See if we have any reports on this. Yeah, the hail in Dixon is definitely a good amount of hail falling in Dixon, Illinois. It's from Chubby Clubby on Twitter. It's a good amount of hail falling there. Kind of see it falling on the windshield. Doesn't look super big. It looks like a lot of just smaller hailstones. You can see it on the road there. A lot of smaller hail falling there. I was in Dixon, Illinois that was about 45 minutes ago, but that was pretty much the same storm that we're talking about right now. It's probably larger than that. It's probably closer to $quarter to $half sized hail now. But yeah. Also in Lockport, Illinois, I'm seeing a photo there of hail. Again, looks like out of that storm about 15 minutes ago is producing some relatively smaller hailstones. So, but it obviously could be growing as that continues to move to the northeast. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Again, that is your couplet right here, just southeast of Sharon, approaching Walworth, and it will be eventually approaching Geneva Lake. But that is your couplet right there. It's, again, not strong, but it's definitely strong enough that it could produce a tornado at any time as this continues to move northeast towards Walworth, Fonta on Geneva Lake, and just south of Delavan in Wisconsin. But that rotation right now is right along the Illinois and Wisconsin border. So if you are in this warning, once again, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. By the way, Tucker, you forgot to put an image on that thing. Just an FYI. This is, by the way, rain wrapped rotation, so you're not going to see it. Just a FYI. You're not going to see this if you're trying to look outside. So obviously stay indoors. Do not try to look outside for this. It's definitely a rain wrapped circulation just to the southwest of Walworth. I'm not seeing, again, really anything here that you're going to be able to see in, person. This is all rain right here, right around this storm. So it's a completely rain-wrapped area of circulation right now near Sharon. It's approaching Highway 67, and in about 10 minutes or so, it should be approaching Interstate 43 in Delavan. So that is the pocket rotation. We'll stay zoomed out here for a second. When's the SPC update? Their next one is in about 45 minutes. And if you're just tuning in, this is right along the Illinois and Wisconsin border, just southeast of Janesville, Wisconsin, is where this tornado warning is currently located. The storm that's right now near Chicago is producing quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So that storm, again, not really rotating right now. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Again, if we have a tornado, it would be right here. It's right near T50, just south of Highway 67, approaching the Bigfoot Prairie. I didn't know that was a place. Approaching Zenda, Linton, and Walworth. And it'll eventually be going towards Williams Bay and Fonta on Geneva Lake. Again, we don't have anything confirmed with this right now. It is still radar-indicated rotation, but it definitely could produce a tornado at any time as it continues to move to the northeast over the next several minutes. Be approaching Williams Bay. It's moving northeast at approximately 45 miles per hour. So this should be approaching the Delavan area and as well as Lake Geneva probably in the next 15 minutes or so. If you are in Lake Geneva, you don't have to be in your safe place, but I'd be very vigilant unless you're on like the western side here of Lake Geneva. But if you're anywhere in the pink polygon, just continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That rotation, again, is right along the Illinois and Wisconsin border right now, just southeast of Janesville. They just updated the warning, so it still does include I mean, it doesn't really include very much of anywhere here in Illinois. It's just north of Lawrence, couple of homes, probably a few streets in here, so that's where we're at. Again, it's just north of Lawrence, Illinois, very rural parts of Illinois, north of Harvard. It'll be approaching the Bigfoot Prairie, Walworth, and then eventually going towards Williams Bay and Lake Geneva, probably in about 15 minutes or so. So Lake Geneva, have your tornado action plan ready, just in case the storm does impact your area here soon. How is South Central Ohio looking tonight? I think overall the main concern for South Central Ohio is probably going to be wind, but any storm that is able to be discrete or even semi-discrete will have an elevated tornado threat. That really goes for anywhere in western or southwestern Ohio. I'm not expecting a PDS tornado watch. No, this is not the same environment today. Honestly, I think that overall, I mean, we might have a few strong tornadoes, but I think it's not going to be it's definitely not as concerning as what in yesterday's environment was. We had that line of storms go through this morning. The wind shear is definitely there. It's just not nearly as high as what we had yesterday. So the environment's not the same, but there are some similarities. I mean, we have a lot of wind shear still, so there's definitely going to be some sort of tornado risk today for sure. But that really will be maximized, I think, in southern Indiana and also back into southwest Ohio. I think those are really the two areas where the highest tornado risk will actually be locally. But even northern Kentucky could get on that as well. But I think that greatest concern really will come probably around 5, 6, maybe 7 o'clock tonight for the peak of the tornado risk for today. Which again, I'll touch more on this here in a few minutes once we can actually go back to looking at that stuff. But again, we already have a tornado warning here in southern Wisconsin near Walworth and Delavon. Again, this is just southeast of Janesville. That couplet is now out of Illinois. It is now moving into the southern parts here of Wisconsin. There's a ground stop at O'Hare Airport already. You have a massive hailstorm here near Chicago. I'm not seeing a huge CC drop on this hail core, so that hail, I don't know if I think that's just mostly rain here, but there's definitely a chance here that we have some large hail near Orland Park. Is anybody right now near Burbank, Oaklawn, or Orland Park right now? Have you guys seen any hail? Just curious, because this is a pretty large hail core right now. I mean, if there's hail here, it's a pretty large area. It's a pretty thin stretch, but again, it would just be north of Orland Park. We definitely have high winds, by the way, near Blue Island, just for the record. Winds right now, estimated by radar, are near 70 miles per hour. So definitely some strong winds right now heading towards Blue Island, Harvey, Dalton, and near Oak Lawn as well. There's tons of hail. Okay. East of Orland Park. The hail core, I mean, if you're like down, down here, you might not be seeing much. The main hail core right now is right in here, which would be on the north and east side. If you guys do get any photos or videos, again, make sure to take them safely. But if you get any, you can feel free to send it in to me at MaxVelocityWX. And if you get any hail measurements, make sure to send that into the National Weather Service office, your local office there. That'll definitely help to kind of get that sorted out. We do have another couplet, by the way, near Darien. It's not really strong, but we do have another area of rotation there, so we kind of got two right now going. The one near Darien was a little bit stronger a scan ago or two. So we got two different areas of rotation right now. One just southwest of Delavon and the other one near Walworth, approaching Lake Geneva. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, it's the pink polygon. Seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Once again, this is in southern Wisconsin. Hail in Oaklawn now? Okay. The tornado warning in Illinois now is basically about to be done. The only rotation is just now north there near Walworth. The little circulation that we had trying to develop near Darien's a bit weaker. Still stay in your safe place if you're in Delavon or Darien. This is still the main couplet, though, that's going to be near Walworth. And we got like a little inflow notch going into this, so there's definitely a little bit more organization here heading towards Lake Geneva. I'm not seeing any. Let me see if there's any hail reports here. That storm right now near Oaklawn is producing some significant hail. There are a lot of hail reports coming out of that storm near Oaklawn. Most of them right now are around dime-sized or quarter-sized hail. So that storm, even though the white on the reflectivity is popping up, it doesn't necessarily mean, you know, significant hail's falling all the time. But looks like about quarter-sized hail is falling there right now. All right, here's the latest radar scan in, once again, southern Wisconsin. And that rotation right now is going to be located right back down near Walworth, Wisconsin, moving to the northeast, going towards Lake Geneva. And here's that latest scan. So again, that rotation right now is right over Walworth. Not seeing any sort of debris signature still, nothing confirmed. It's not super tight and confined, but that area of rotation, again, is going to be approaching Linton, Williams Bay, and eventually going towards Lake Geneva. So again, if you are in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. And this right now is moving to the northeast. I'm going to zoom back out a little bit here. Again, this is southeast of Janesville if you're just tuning in Wisconsin. So that's where this tornado warning is right now. Population, by the way, in this warning is about 40,000. So there's definitely a lot of people in this area of Wisconsin. All right. Let me real quickly zoom back out here. Let's go back down to the south. Just need to check out on the other warning again. You have a couple of storms beginning to fire up now in northwest Indiana, and any of these discrete cells will have a more elevated chance for tornadoes, so we're watching that pretty closely. Once again, the storms that are near Oaklawn and Chicago, mostly wind right now, do have a hail core that is going to be right over Oaklawn, so we do have at least around quarter-sized hail falling there. Do have some new reports coming out of this area from about 30 minutes ago of quarter-sized hail from the first storm that went through this area. I'm guessing right now we're probably in that same boat. The threat has also just increased, so the wind threat is now up to 70 miles per hour in Chicago. So this is a considerable threat if you are in the Chicago area near Burbank and Oaklawn and Blue Island. And that right there is a high area of wind that's going to be just south of Chicago. Any of that bright red area is where we're looking at for the potential now for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. So again, if you are in this warning, you should be staying away from windows just in case, you know, we have some, you know, flying debris from any sort of like loose line items or anything like that. So make sure to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. That's the main wind core that we have right now. Could even be a few flying trampolines, you never know. All right, let's go back down, or let's go back up, I should say, to Wisconsin. All right, here's that latest scan. And we still got a broad area of circulation. That's going to be back over here near the Delavon area. And then the other area is, again, just on the east side of Walworth. Again, not super strong, but if it does drop a tornado, it would be approaching Lake Geneva in Wisconsin. It's near Geneva Lake right now. And again, it's moving northeast. It'll eventually go towards Lyons, Burlington, Spring Prairie, and Elkhorn will be the next areas in the track of this of Wisconsin, if there's a new tornado warning issued on this down the road, which is very possible with this sort of storm. Yeah, we were live for 15 and a half hours yesterday, GD. We were live literally. I was live all the way until 4:30 Eastern time last night, so it was quite crazy. I'll have another radar scan in a second. Again, if you're just tuning in, the southeast of Janesville, going towards Lake Geneva, and eventually going towards Burlington, Wisconsin. This is right now moving to the northeast. All right, while we wait for the next scan here, I do want to remind you, if you are into the tornado watch today, which is a pretty large area, once again, we're going to probably have another watch down the road here pretty soon for areas like Ohio and Indiana once storms get closer to those areas, which might still be an hour or two out. But those areas, and even in the tornado watch, you need to make sure if you're anywhere in the tornado watch today, or if you're in a tornado watch at any point, that you need to make sure that you're staying weather aware, having multiple ways to receive alerts, have a tornado action plan in place as well. It's going to be a very active day. Probably it won't probably be nearly as busy as yesterday. I would say yesterday wasn't actually super busy compared to what was expected, but it probably will not be, at least, you know, we're probably gonna have some numerous storms out there, so there's gonna be plenty of storms out there. But I think overall, a general gist for today is that the main concern, again, will be damaging winds. Some storms could produce large to even very large hail at times, especially in those initial discrete supercells. And then also potential for even maybe an isolated strong tornado or two will exist across parts of Indiana, Ohio, and even northern Kentucky. I also want to remind you is that the other potential that we're watching for is just in general a few tornadoes, and that could happen anywhere from Illinois back into Michigan and even into Kentucky, Indiana, and Ohio. So make sure that you have your tornado action plan in place today. If you're in a mobile home today, you should be making sure that you have an alternate shelter spot, because you do not want to be in a mobile home if you're under a tornado warning. It is just not a safe place to be. And once again, this is the tornado warning that we have, with a little couplet right now just to the southwest of Lake Geneva. If they do issue a new warning on this particular area of rotation, it will be approaching Wheatland, eventually Burlington, Lyons, again, Lake Geneva, Twin Lakes not far from this. The couplet right now is going more in this direction right now, so a bit more east-northeast. The other couplet that we have right now near Delavon is much broader, but that will be the track of it. So it'll eventually be going towards Highway 50 and Route 12, eventually towards the south side of Burlington here pretty soon. Yeah, if you're in the Chicago area right now, we're looking at damaging winds up to 70. Let me go back down to that area. That's what we're looking at for that storm right now. So anywhere in Chicago right now, it's just all wind and hail. No tornado risk with this. It's going to be moving offshore here in a few minutes into the Great Lakes. But we do have a hail core that is going to be on the south side of Chicago, near Oak Lawn, where there's around quarter to maybe even up to $half sized hail moving to the east. And then also this storm is, in addition to that, producing the threat for damaging winds as high as 70 miles per hour, which once again is a considerable threat. So make sure if you're in the Oak Lawn area, near Hammond or Whiting or Dalton, or even near Harvey, you should be staying away from windows. Treat this as if it's a tornado warning, as there are some significant damaging winds right now moving to the east. And that hail core is about to cross right over Interstate 9094. That's near Becks Park, Greater Grand Crossing, Chatham, Wood Lawn, Hyde Park, as well as South Shore, just south of Chicago. Here's the latest velocity scan. It looks like that rotation's broadening again, and it has not been overly strong here. It's a little bit broader than before. Once again, that is right now moving to the northeast, or east-northeast. It's going to be approaching Lake Geneva, Lyons, Wheatland, and Twin Lakes. We'll see if they issue a new warning on this out in front of it, but if it is issued, again, it would probably be for the Lake Geneva area, Wheatland, Twin Parks, Paddock Lake, and as well as just near and just south of Burlington. And I'll answer questions once we have the chance. Probably after this warning is done. If it is done, we'll try to get to some questions. Sirens going off in Lake Geneva. Yeah, I mean, on the south side, like west and south side of Lake Geneva, I believe are in this warning. I think that like the center and northeast sides are not in it. The main town there in the center is not included in the warning. But if you're on like the south and west side, you are technically in the pink polygon, and you should be in your safe place just in case this tries to drop a tornado. They have gone ahead and issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for the northern side of the storm, which is for those in Elkhorn, Burlington, near Interstate 43, and near Highway 12, moving northeast. The main concern here, again, will be damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and the threat for a little bit of quarter-sized hail. And then we also have a new warning for areas near Gary, and that's for 60-mile-per-hour winds here in northwest Indiana, just north and west of Gary near Hammond. I'll have another velocity scan here in just a second. Hey, Austin, for the $5 super chat, did you know you can open multiple instances of Omega? You can? I had no clue. If you can actually do that, that'd be crazy. That'd be so useful if you can actually do that. I don't see a control for that, but that would be really crazy if you can. I don't think you can, though. I'm guessing you're trolling, but I could be wrong. I feel like I would have known that if you could. Hammond, thank you. All right, so Hammond is under the warning back over in Northwest Indiana for wind. Oh, quad view? Oh, I got you. Yeah, I knew about quad view. This is like the dual view here that you can do. All right, another velocity scan will be coming in here in just a second. And if we have a tornado, it would be near Lake Geneva, but the rotation's not super strong right now. Here's the latest scan. Looks a bit broader at this point. I'm not really seeing much rotation anymore near Lake Geneva, but again, if you're in the pink polygon, just continue to stay in your safe place, just in case something happens there. And this is in southern Wisconsin, southeast of Janesville. All right. By the way, thank you, Connie, Ghosty, and Timothy for all becoming Velocity members. I appreciate you, Timothy, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Do we know the status on the Barnesdale and Bartlesville tornado from yesterday? We do, or at least somewhat. The tornado that happened there has been at least rated as an EF3 tornado. The National Weather Service of Norman put something out about that earlier today. I retweeted it on Twitter. I think that's about it. By the way, this is Steve Fishes in Palos Heights, Indiana. This is all the hail falling. Ton of hail falling there. Look at all that hail. That's a lot of hail right there. So lots of hail falling in the Indiana, Illinois, Palos Heights, Illinois, back over near Chicago. A lot of hail falling there right now. Which that hail core, I believe, is now moving offshore. Let's go back down to that real quick. Yeah, that hail core right now is about to be moving into the Great Lakes. It's right just south of Chicago, east of Interstate 90 and 94. But yeah, what I was saying is, yeah, the Bartlesville and at least the Barnsdall tornado. So in Barnsdall, it was at least the damage is at least in the F3. From what I've heard, it's preliminary. And then again, they're still doing extensive surveys. They're still probably far from done rating that tornado. I don't think we're gonna know probably the exact rating, at least for a day or two. Do you know the timing for Southern Illinois tomorrow? We'll talk more about tomorrow probably later in the stream. I'm not going to talk much about it right now. If we had a chance and there's no tornado warnings in the next for 20 or 30 straight minutes, we probably will. We'll have time for it, but for now we're going to mostly focus on what's happening now and what's coming over the next few hours. But tomorrow looks like it's going to be another severe weather outbreak. Again, we'll be live again tomorrow, so if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Looks like we'll be live extensively yet again tomorrow here across the Ohio Valley and the Mississippi Valley. The Storm Prediction Center has mentioned that a moderate risk for severe weather is a possibility, but they just don't know where that would exactly be. The confidence is not there. It's not a guarantee, but it might be issued. Regardless of there being a moderate risk, you still want to make sure that you're staying vigilant tomorrow, because tomorrow is going to be yet again another big day for severe weather. Here's the latest radar scan. We'll see what the velocities look like here in just a second. Thank you, Anthony, and as well as Andrew, for becoming Velocity members. Thank you, Vicky, for the $9.99. Here's the latest scan. Yeah, it looks like this rotation is kind of fizzling out, so not seeing much anymore. But we'll keep a close eye on it as it continues to move northeast. It looks like more of a wind threat at this point. The tornado warning officially expires in 7 minutes. If you're like in Darien or Sharon, you're fine at this point. Delavon, I would just stay there for a few more minutes because there's a lot of lightning and some wind in the area. Same thing with Lake Geneva. If you're in the warning, the severe thunderstorm warning, you should at least be staying, away from windows, because the wind potential definitely exists here. There's also a lot of lightning, so you should also be indoors. And also the potential for some hail there as that continues to move northeast. Thank you, Gunpowder. Appreciate that. Thank you, Dom, for the $4.99. You shouldn't try to go get pictures during a tornado warning or anything like that. People do it all the time, but it's not recommended. Because, if there's a tornado and if it's a rain-wrapped tornado, like this rotation that we just had was rain-wrapped. You should not be trying to take photos, you know, for anybody. It's just, unless you're like a professional storm chaser or something like that. I would definitely not recommend doing that, at least. Prediction for Cincinnati. Again, I think the main concern, damaging winds, some isolated hail, and then maybe an isolated tornado in the area. I think the highest tornado risk today, I'll outline it real quick since this warning's kind of done already. I think the greatest risk for tornadoes, which if you go to the Storm Prediction Center, this is the risk that they have outlined, which I definitely agree with. But I do think the area to watch for later this evening, probably around like 5 to 7 o'clock, and give or take a couple hours on that time frame, would probably be in this area here, right in northern Kentucky, southern Indiana, and southwest Ohio. Now, with that said, I would be vigilant and weather aware anywhere today that's in the risk outlined. Even though that's where I think the greatest threat will be, we could see strong tornadoes anywhere in this yellow hatched area. That includes Indiana, southwest Ohio, western Ohio, even northwest Ohio, and as well as back into northern Kentucky. Also, we have a damage report from earlier of large tree and wires down near Ridgeland Place and Montgomery Road in Norwood, Ohio. So that is a new report there. But yeah, I mean, I would say vigilant no matter what. Doesn't matter where you are today. Anywhere in the green, blue, or green, brown, or yellow shaded areas, should definitely make sure that you're staying weather aware and vigilant, because any of these areas could see, again, the potential today for, you know, tornadoes. They could be strong, especially in that yellow shaded area, even though that threat does remain a bit lower. All right, tornado warning has officially been canceled, so we no longer have a tornado warning. I'll try to answer more questions here. I'll try to get back to the timing, too, in a minute. How are we looking for Aurora, Illinois? I think Aurora is almost done at this point. Any other storms from here on out would mostly be hail and wind. You still got probably an hour or two until you're officially done, but the main concern is hail and wind, maybe a brief tornado. Hey, Dylan, for the $4.99. Thank you so much for your hard work. Keep it up. I appreciate that. Yeah, again, if you're tuning in, you're new to the channel. We were live literally for about 16 hours yesterday. We went from 12 p.m. until about 4 a.m. last night. So my voice is definitely hurting a little bit. So I'll try to be live as long as I can today. But in addition to that, you know, it's just been a crazy last 24 hours. I mean, we were live the entire time yesterday, pretty much. We have a new warning for Belgium and the Saukville area near West Bend. This is north of Milwaukee. This is for a quarter-sized hail. It's a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. Thank you, Paul, and as well as Mopar, becoming Velocity members. Hope you get some sleep soon. I did get about 8 hours of sleep last night, so we actually didn't do bad on that end. I mean, I didn't go to bed until 5, and then we got up at 1 today, so just a crazy sleep schedule. Flying from Kansas City to Atlanta tomorrow from 6 to 9. Will flight travel between there have issues? I mean, there very easily could be issues because you're traveling right in the middle of that severe weather event. My guess is that they'll fly around it, but I mean, you might have a delay potentially. That's probably what you're going to see, though. I mean, Kansas City and Atlanta really aren't in the risk for tomorrow. It's at least, if you're in any of those two areas, it's relatively low risk. This is the current outline from the Storm Prediction Center. So Atlanta and Kansas City, right on the cusp of the marginal threat. I don't really expect much there anyway, but yeah, I mean, presumably if you do have a flight, they'll probably just fly around this area of storms, wherever the storms may be at that time of the flight. So, but yeah, tomorrow once again does look like it's going to be another big day. I think we're going to have another outbreak of severe weather. May not be a tornado outbreak, but at least some sort of severe weather outbreak is likely. Siv, I answered your question about Cincinnati. It's mainly wind and, again, maybe an isolated tornado risk in that area. I do think the tornado risk today, again, is a little bit lower. Just a little bit. I definitely think that, again, if we get any discrete cells, we kind of got a couple right now near South Bend and Maryville. But anything that's discrete today will have a more elevated tornado risk. I still think we're a good 2 hours out or so from really getting close to where the tornado threat really ramps up this afternoon. So, yeah, once again, that's kind of what we're looking at right now. Will be bad in Kalamazoo tonight. Again, it might be, it might not be. You're under the potential for severe weather. Obviously, you're in that tornado watch with that said, you do have this area of storms that is probably going to be coming towards you as it crosses the Great Lakes. It might not be as intense, though, once it gets to you. But again, the main concern, damaging winds and then maybe an isolated tornado risk. This is a live cam on Radar Omega right out of Kalamazoo, which will have a live cam view here once storms get closer to Kalamazoo, which there probably will be some storms in the area. Just, again, severe weather's, again, kind of one of those things. It's, I would say, more 50-50 here. You may see damaging winds, you might not. Low tornado risk, and then possibly some large hail as well. But definitely a layer of clouds here, which is keeping things mostly cloudy there in Kalamazoo for the time being. This is the satellite imagery currently across the entire Midwest and Ohio Valley. Do have some breaks in the sunshine right now across Ohio. Got some breaks in the sunshine back across parts of Illinois as well. But you know, a lot of these areas are kind of behind all of the storms at this point. Back here to the west, you're kind of already done anyway. But yeah, good amount of cloud cover out there. Just like yesterday, we had a lot of cloud cover, and pretty much the same boat today. We have a lot of cloud cover out there right now here across a large chunk of both Indiana, Ohio, and even back into Michigan. We actually had some golf ball sized hail reported over in Tinley Park, Illinois, by the way. So we had some significant hail in that area. Also, we do have some storms now developing here in southern Illinois. Nothing severe yet, but as these continue to move east, northeast, and northeast, and as they continue to ramp up, there will be a more elevated potential there for hail, wind, and then maybe a few tornadoes as well. So that's our next area of development that we're going to have to watch for as well. The other warnings further up to the north, not really too significant right now. Most of them are just wind and hail right now. Thank you, Jason, Joy, and Live for all becoming Velocity members. Hey, Stormrunner Meteor for $4.99. I believe you can, similarly to how to run multiple instances of OBS. Holy cow. Guys, we're about to have some big updates. I didn't know you could even do that. That is insane. You know what we could probably do? I didn't even think this. When we get all of our new monitors, I just got the big shipment of our new monitors, and we're doing a big studio upgrade here soon. We can actually have multiple instances of Radar Omega. Didn't even know that. We're going to be able to have, like, you know, multiple scenes, like, of different radars that we can put on the screen. So if there's multiple tornado warnings, we could be covering 2 at the same time. That would be actually a major upgrade. I didn't even know you could do that. I don't know. Was it Austin that said that? I mean, you're insane. I don't know why I didn't know that before. I've been using Radar Omega for like a year. Didn't know you could do that. That is going to be so helpful. Like, you know, if we have multiple tornado warnings, that is a big difference. That is incredible. We are definitely gonna have to use that. My mind is officially blown. All right, not looking at really much there right now. Just mostly wind and hail with these storms right now. Again, not really much rotation. But yeah, we have, again, I just got my big shipment of monitors. I got a package today. I was like, why is this so big? And I was like, oh, it's our monitors. So we got 3 new monitors coming in. We got our monitor stand. We're gonna have a big upgrade and whatnot, but that will definitely help big time. Appreciate you, Austin. I thought you were trolling. Appreciate that. Thank you, Taz, for the $5 super chat. Yeah, I mean, there's, again, this tornado watch is pretty large today, and this one goes again until 9 p.m. Eastern time. So, again, a few tornadoes are likely in this area today. We already had 1 tornado warning. We'll probably have more. Also, another damage report where that first tornado warning was in Walworth, Wisconsin. Do have a report there of a large tree branch and leaning power pole near intersection of Highway 67 and County Road B. So, new report there up that direction. Waco, maybe some isolated wind or hail. That's probably about it for Thursday in Waco. Maybe a brief tornado. New severe thunderstorm warning near Maryville, or Merrillville, and as well as Portage. Just east of Gary. That is for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Again, that's moving northeast right now with lots of lightning. Civ, hopefully I answered your question. You said the same thing 3 times. I've noticed a pattern. Whenever my mom goes out of town, a tornado decides to show up. Interesting. Thank you, Austin, again. I appreciate the help. I didn't know that. My mind is officially blown. Wait, it's the bottom right. It's this right here. The high-res reflectivity. How concerned am I about St. Louis tomorrow? I do think tomorrow is going to be a little bit more concerning. Also, another severe thunderstorm warning now south of Milwaukee for 60-mile-per-hour winds. But I am a little bit more concerned right now about tomorrow for... Let me go back to the outlook here, but I think really the greatest concern tomorrow will once again be kind of in this area here. So Missouri, Kentucky, Indiana, southern parts of Illinois. I think tomorrow is going to be a bigger day than today. I don't think today is going to be a big day, but there will probably at least be, you know, some tornadoes out there, which again, that's why you should stay weather aware. We'll probably at least have a few tornadoes, but I think tomorrow will be a bigger day. And, I do expect probably at least some sort of severe weather outbreak tomorrow with very large hail, damaging winds, and then tornadoes being possible with, again, strong tornadoes being a possibility. The Storm Prediction Center did mention again that there could be an upgraded risk here somewhere, but the hatched tornado risk goes from Springfield and Jefferson City, Missouri, back into northern Tennessee and even into central and western Kentucky. So it's a large area that we are going to be talking about here for tomorrow. So obviously, if you're anywhere in the risk outlined area tomorrow, you want to make sure that you're staying weather aware and having multiple ways to receive alerts and have a tornado action plan in place, because tomorrow's probably going to be pretty hairy. Again, we'll be live here on our channel, so make sure you subscribe down below if you've not already, and we'll keep you posted with the latest for any big stuff that happens tomorrow, because I do think, again, tomorrow will be one of the bigger days when it comes to severe weather. But yeah, I've been saying it since literally, I think Saturday or Sunday. I think Monday and Wednesday will be the biggest days for severe weather, and I still think that's true. I don't think that's changed. Tuesday, Thursday, which is today and Thursday, I think we will still have some severe weather. Could be a little bit more significant, but I think the greatest concern, once again, would probably be, you know, Monday, Wednesday, which yesterday was Monday, and then also for Wednesday. Billy, I don't have any updates on the Hennessy, Oklahoma storm. Unless you're talking, if you're talking about the Barnsdall tornado, the Barnsdall tornado, that one has been at least preliminary rated EF3, from what I've seen on the National Weather Service of Norman's Twitter page. Steve, there's a chance for tornadoes anywhere in Indiana today, but again, it's not everybody's going to see tornadoes. Again, the statistical probability of you seeing a tornado is very low, but the reason why it's concerning is if you do get hit by a tornado, it could cause, you know, some significant damage. So you want to make sure that you're staying weather aware. But I can't really predict a certain city's tornado probabilities. It's just, I mean, it just wouldn't be. I mean, mathematically, you have within a 25-mile radius, either a 5 or 10% chance somewhere in that ballpark. So. No problem, Dominic. Appreciate the 9.99. I think Chicago overall will be mostly wind and hail. By the way, we do have a little bit of rotation near Spring Prairie. That's why I just circled here. It's in southeast Wisconsin. We're going towards Oak Creek and eventually Interstate 4194 here soon. It's on track to go towards, I believe, Milwaukee. Yeah, it's a little bit on track to go towards Milwaukee, so I'm going to watch this little, very weak couplet closely. Do the lakes add fuel to the storms? The lakes are pretty cold, so not really. Actually, more than anything, the storms that go over the lakes should be a little bit weaker. Like this one here. I don't know what the water temperatures are now. I know before they were pretty cold. Let me check here. Yeah, the temperatures like on the lakes right now are still relatively cold, and they're going to be like that year round pretty much. But I mean, right now they're like in the 50s, maybe low 60s, so it's actually not nearly as favorable there for severe weather, which means that overall the environment just wouldn't be as capable with the lakes. The lakes don't really add much value though in this sort of instance, which is why Michigan doesn't really get much when it comes to severe weather this time of the year. Even though you're in the risk, it's lower, and it's primarily for any storms that are going southwest to northeast from Indiana into Michigan. It's not usually the storms that are going west to east from, Chicago, for example, into Michigan. Sometimes they re-intensify in Michigan, but, they're weaker usually over the lakes. That's at least from what I've seen over the years of covering Michigan. All right, here's the latest scan. Yeah, it's really not much. It's pretty weak rotation. Even if it was rotation, it's weak. So even if we got a tornado, it would be pretty brief. But mostly a wind threat right now heading through Burlington. Got kind of a little Boeing segment developing here. Again, that's moving right now up to the northeast. It'll be going towards South Milwaukee and as well as Milwaukee. in Wisconsin. Again, the main concern right now is damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Illinois, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Texas. Peter, I don't really know. It depends on where you're going and when. Oh, this weekend. Oh, sorry. Okay, I see. This weekend, I'm not expecting anything big. Actually, good news. I think after Thursday of this week, we are done with really significant severe weather, at least for about 5 to 7 days. I don't think we're going to have much next week, which means I'll be going on vacation because I need a break. I'm going to be golfing with my family at some point next week. So, good times. I'm excited for that. But we'll still have videos, just for the record, next week. Yeah, after Thursday of this week, we are likely done with severe weather for a little while. At least significant, multi-day severe weather events. It looks quieter next week. Elizabeth, most of Indiana is in the 10% hatched area. Once again, even if you're not in the hatched area, I don't know what county that is, but if you're anywhere basically here, that's the wrong map. Here's the tornado risk. If you're basically anywhere in Indiana today, you're almost all in the same risk outline from the Storm Prediction Center. Again, I wouldn't get too caught up in the colors. I think all of Indiana has an equal chance of seeing tornadoes. So obviously, make sure you stay weather aware, have multiple receive alerts, and have a tornado action plan in place. And my vacuum just turned on. You gotta be kidding me. Let me tell my robot vacuum to go shut itself off. This has happened, I think, 3 times now in live streams. For those that are wondering, my vacuum's name is Chewbacca. Right, go back to your home, please. I just heard this beep boop bop thing happen in the background. I'm like, okay, that's the vacuum. Usually I'm not around when the vacuum goes off. Yeah, you can't hear the vacuum. It's not that loud. It's a shark robot thing. Yeah, you guys can hear it. Yeah, I mean, this microphone doesn't really pick up much, so. Alright, it's going back. Don't worry. It sounds sad now. It's going back to its home. Alright. New SPC update. Is there a new one for today now? I don't know if it changed at all. Here's the latest Storm Prediction Center update. New mesoscale discussion across eastern Illinois and a large chunk of Indiana. Once again, this entire area has the potential for additional supercells forming in the late afternoon with an increasing tornado threat here in Illinois and Indiana. So it's the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. The latest update from the Storm Prediction Center still has the 10% hatched area pretty much in the same exact area. Okay, I don't know if you can hear the vacuum, but it's deciding a blaring sound when it picked up absolutely nothing. But yeah, this is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. But the tornado risk today, I don't know if you guys can hear the vacuum. I'm just going to stop talking for a second. Okay. All right, did you guys hear that? I don't know if you guys could hear that. All right. That's not a tornado siren. That is just my vacuum making obnoxious sounds. All right, this is the risk for today. The latest update. Again, it's still a hatched tornado risk, which means, again, a few strong tornadoes being possible in Indiana, Ohio, and Kentucky. Okay, you guys could hear that. All right, fantastic. Sounded like a tornado siren? Might have to get Chewbacca, just make tornado siren sounds in the background. Yeah, it self-empties. But yeah, again, this is the hatched area. Has not changed in the latest outlook. The wind and hail risks are actually not that high. I mean, it's, they're not enhanced. The only reason why we have an enhanced risk today is because of the tornado threat. So otherwise, we do have a slight risk that was just added to Austin and San Antonio for hail later today. So that's the only update really from the Storm Prediction Center for today. I'm still watching the storm near Rochester, Wisconsin. There's at least some broad circulation here. So we're going to continue to watch that as it moves northeast over the next several minutes. My apologies. That was a blaring vacuum. All right. The vacuum needs to go outside. I know. I just showed the new mesoscale discussion a moment ago. All right, we're going to stay on the storm for the most part for now because it does have a bit more of a tornado potential here. So we'll keep a close eye on that as that continues to move northeast. And once again, if you do need a weather app for today, there's going to be plenty of storms out there. And if you need to stay ahead of the storms, you can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below. It does come with a ton of features. For only $8.99, you can get a bunch of features like the live cameras, the storm chasers, the live radar feed, and all that sort of stuff. Bunch of features on the app. There's also computer models and satellite imagery that you can get for one of their subscription-based features if you want to get that. But again, you can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. I do appreciate Radar Omega for sponsoring today's live stream. But obviously, a lot of you guys have Radar Omega, and probably can highly recommend it as well. But it is an awesome app that you can get here on iOS and Android. And also, one of my favorite features is they can actually track out storms and where they're going. Fun stuff. I love doing that. You can actually do the timing for all these storms too. It's not too hard to do. Just got to put in the miles per hour on how fast the storm's going, which you can get from a severe warning on its own, or you can just kind of guesstimate it and do the math on it as well. All right. Thank you, Everest, for the $5 super chat. Cleveland shouldn't see much today. Again, mostly a wind threat, but maybe an isolated tornado threat somewhere there in northern Ohio. I think the risk will be low, though, up there. Risk should stay low. Yeah, we got some of these discrete cells that are beginning to pop off now in northern Indiana. Again, if any of these mature and become organized, a more elevated tornado risk would come out of that activity. And then we got more of those back down in southeast Illinois that are trying to fire up and, get going. And nothing super significant here quite yet, but, down the road we could get something. Looks like we got some rotation actually near Stewartson. That's just north of Effingham. So we got a little bit of rotation here that is moving to the east, northeast. So we're going to watch this storm closely as well. There's Connor today. Connor is not going to make it today. I thought he was, but he's not going to make it today. He was not able to make it for the all-nighter. Connor is taking today off. Yeah, Connor would have had to do an all-nighter to get there. And so he wasn't able to do that. Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is a little pocket of rotation that is developed on a discrete cell north of Effingham. There's at least something here. This is really our only radar site view, I believe. Maybe this one. A little bit of rotation there near Stewartson. I think these storms, again, there's definitely a tornado potential, but it might take just a little bit of time to really get going. But we are entering into a bit more of a favorable time frame here for tornadoes to be more possible over the next few hours. Brandon Kopic did? Yeah, Brandon got there, like, way early. Like, he was already in northeast Oklahoma, like, last night when that tornado happened, while everybody else was still over in, the Oklahoma City area. So, he is a fast man. What about Dayton, Ohio today? Yeah, the main concern is just going to be wind, maybe an isolated tornado or two. There is a strong tornado threat, obviously, so make sure that you're staying vigilant and weather aware. But again, I can't really predict if you're going to see a tornado today. Just, again, it's a possibility anywhere in your area, but... Oops. Not going to do that. Yeah, still there's some circulation there. We're going to continue to watch that closely. That's, again, north of Effingham. And we're going to go back to the Wisconsin storm real quick. That circulation near Waterford and Rochester doesn't really exist anymore. It looks like we got a pretty large hail core developing, though, on this. So possibly upwards of $1.25 sized hail falling near Waterford and Rochester, moving northeast towards Franklin and Oak Creek and Big Bend, Wisconsin. So if you're in those areas, again, continue to stay away from windows and also protect your vehicle today if you've not already done so. Thank you, Frank, for becoming a Velocity member. By the way, I do want to throw this out there for those that are wanting to pick up a Drunknado t-shirt. Again, I'm just going to throw it out there one more time. The link's in the description below. It'll also be in the chat. But we do have our Drunknado t-shirt now on shopmaxvelocity.net. For those that were wanting one, it is now here. That's what it looks like. Well, not with the black circle in the middle, but that's the design. You can pick it up again. The link's going to be in the chat. We've sold a ton of them, which I was shocked by, so I do appreciate anybody picking one up. Link's in the chat. It's also in the description below. Yes, there is a tornado watch once again until 8 p.m. Central or 9 p.m. Eastern, depending on what time zone you're in here. Pretty large area. And we now have a new severe thunderstorm warning that is going to be near Terre Haute. That is going to be for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Let's check out the velocities. It's like a little bit of spin there. Not much, but there's at least a little bit of it's not really rotating yet, but there's a little bit of spin trying to develop near Marshall. So something to watch for as that goes towards Terre Haute. But that is, again, a brand new severe thunderstorm warning here near Terre Haute and Route 41. Also, thank you, Katie, for becoming a Velocity member. By the way, we're 80 members away from 1,000 members, so I really do appreciate all of your support. It's a pretty crazy number. From Janesville, Wisconsin. Hope you're doing good, Cynthia. Yeah, Janesville doesn't look too bad today. I think Janesville will be all right. You know, if you got any storms, it would have to be relatively soon. And I just don't see much happening there in the next couple of hours. Pretty low risk overall. The vacuum wants to be included. I'll have to bring the vacuum on stream sometime. Show it off. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Again, we got a broad area of circulation right now near Marshall. It does have a hook as well. So if you're in Terre Haute, just stay vigilant. And not an imminent tornado threat, but there is a little bit of something there. Probably more of a wind concern right now. But again, we are in an environment where any of these storms that do even have a little bit of rotation could become a bit more concerning. My microphone is falling over. And the face cam has fallen. Okay. Fantastic. I don't know what's going on with my microphone stand, but it's not working. I'll have to hold up my microphone temporarily. Oh, it's officially fallen off. Okay, cool. Awesome. Alright, our microphone stand is broken. Alright, I gotta try to fix this. This is not good timing at all. Okay. We officially don't have a microphone stand. It has now fallen onto the ground. We have technical difficulties right now, so please stay tuned. I need to put this microphone stand back on. Rip to my microphone stand. It literally just fell off. That's fantastic. All right, give me 1 second. I don't even know how I'm going to do this. This thing is like so heavy. All right. Let's put it like that. Nope. All right. I'm glad we have technical difficulties that revolve around my microphone stand. That is like, this is horrendous timing. All right, I'm trying to move my thing here. All right. Okay. I think we're a little bit better now. I need to put the microphone back in now. This is what happens when you buy a mic stand off Amazon. It's like Wish.com quality. All right, I think we're better. All right. Sorry about that. I love microphones falling off. Get duct tape? No, I don't need duct tape. It's just the stand wasn't tight enough. Okay. That was some work. All right. By the way, thank you, Carla, for the $40 donation. I appreciate that a lot, Carla. Thank you very much. Dinner deliveries on me tonight. I appreciate that. I'm getting Culver's tonight. If we're live anywhere past 8 or 9 tonight, we'll be getting Culver's. So that's the plan. PDS mic warning. Pretty much what just happened. All right, but we're back. We're good. Microphone is being held in there. This is a Shure microphone. It's actually pretty good. For those that have been here for over like 4 months, you probably remember the old microphone. It kind of echoed a lot more, I think. This one sounds better quality. Next time, mute. The problem is I can't mute my mic either. Unless I do it from OBS, because it's like locked for some reason. Otherwise I have mic, like, sounding issues if I don't have it locked. It's really annoying. Alright, let me zoom back out here. Thank you, Crispy Bacon, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. We'll be getting cheese curds just because of you. All right, let's go back down to Terre Haute again. We have a little bit of circulation right now near Terre Haute. This is near Marshall and Ernest, moving just to the east-northeast. It'll again eventually be approaching Terre Haute. So if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, just continue to stay away from windows, just in case this does anything funky. But again, tornado threat not really increasing quite yet. It should increase a little bit more down the road once these storms again enter a bit more of a favorable environment. The storm up here in Wisconsin is kind of crazy, though. We got a large hail core and everything right now, just south of the Waukesha area, approaching Milwaukee in the next 15 minutes or so. So that storm's still pretty impressive. It'll be moving towards Milwaukee. Lots of lightning, by the way. Make sure if you're, in Milwaukee or any of those areas here in Wisconsin, stay indoors. Don't try to go outside because there's a lot of lightning in the vicinity with this particular storm as well. Technical difficulties banner for the stream. We have technical difficulties all the time, but I'm hoping with this new computer it'll kind of be resolved. Waukesha? Close enough. Waukesha sounds very fancy. Just like Bolivar. You're here last night for Bolivar, Missouri. Thank you, JD, for ordering a shirt. Appreciate it. Should arrive in like a week. Our merchandise usually gets there in a week or two at most. Ships out really fast. It's not fancy. I think it's fancy. Waukesha. The good news is I don't think we're going to get any severe weather in Waukesha, so we don't have to say it anymore. But just south and east of Waukesha, going towards Milwaukee. Got wind, lightning, and as well as hail. Right now the hail is probably around quarter size on this storm north of Burlington. This would be your hail core. It's either a lot of hail or potentially some large hail, because there's definitely a definitive CC signature here, which would represent the hail potential here. That is right now moving to the northeast, going towards Milwaukee. But yeah, once again, there's definitely a lot of hail there, but again, it might not be super large. It could be like $quarter to $half sized hail moving northeast. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning now for Terre Haute, Indiana. That is again on the storm that is relatively small right now, but is going to be approaching Interstate 70 going towards Harrison and Terre Haute. So if you're in this warning, again, continue to stay in your safe place. If you're in Terre Haute, just stay away from windows. Wind and hail could potentially be wind driven going into windows, so definitely want to make sure that you're staying away from windows if you're in that warning. You're Terre Haute. Thank you, Julie, for the $4.99. Anything for DFW tomorrow? Maybe isolated hail, brief tornado, but that's about it. Let me quickly go through the timing again. I didn't really finish it before. Hopefully we can actually finish it this time. Alright, let me go through the timing here. Zoom back out, go through the timing guide for the next few hours. Give you an idea of when you can expect storms approximately here across the Ohio Valley. So this is what it looks like right now. This is right about 3 o'clock Central, 4 o'clock Eastern time. Again, we got some discrete cells that have begun to fire up. Nothing significant right now, just some isolated hail and wind for the most part for now. But as we get closer to 4 o'clock, storms will continue to ramp up more. Again, we're really watching primarily for anything that's discrete. So, the HRRR kind of shows a few of these different storms that are discrete. Once again, they could be anywhere, but this is just generally where they're putting them right now. Any discrete supercells will have an elevated chance for a tornado with a strong tornado threat existing, maybe a couple of strong tornadoes. By 5 o'clock, that area of storms goes right through Indianapolis near Bloomington, continuing to move east and northeast over the next several minutes, or over the next hour, sorry, not next several months, over the next, few hours, closer to 5 to 6, they'll move through Indianapolis. And then eventually by 6 to 7 o'clock Central Time, those storms will continue to move throughout most of Indiana. We'll have a couple of storms possibly behind this, but that risk should stay low. Michigan, I'm not expecting much up in here, but the main concern will be wind, isolated hail, and then maybe a an isolated tornado or two, but I think the risk overall again would be on the low side of things. If you're back over in Michigan, I think mostly wind, hail, and then maybe an isolated tornado. By the time we get to 7 o'clock Central or 8 o'clock Eastern time, this is what it's going to probably look approximately like. We'll have storms still across central Michigan, a couple storms near Detroit. Again, mostly wind, hail, and maybe an isolated tornado in Michigan around 7 or 8 o'clock tonight. And then further down to the south, any discrete cells in here that line up from eastern and central Indiana back into western Ohio will have a more elevated tornado risk. So really right now, the best chance I think for tornadoes is from 6 p.m. Eastern until about 9 p.m. Eastern. This area being one of the main corridors for that threat from, again, eastern Indiana back into western Ohio, near Cincinnati, Indianapolis, Dayton, Bellefonte, and Lima. By 8 to 9 o'clock Central or 9 to 10 o'clock Eastern time, those storms continue to move eastbound. We'll continue to have plenty of storms out there. Strong to severe storms continuing back over closer to areas near Cleveland as well. Mostly wind up that direction. And then anything that can maintain just being discrete or semi-discrete will still have a tornado risk around 10 o'clock tonight near Dayton, Cincinnati, and as well as back through Louisville. And then eventually by 11 o'clock, those storms continue to move south and east with mostly wind, but a couple tornadoes still being possible. And that tornado risk could even include some areas in central Kentucky as we go later into the nighttime tonight, so closer to like midnight or so, and eventually into the overnight hours. My plan again for today is probably to be live through the main tornado threat through about 9, and that'll probably be about it unless we need to be live longer. Once again, my voice is, it's not bad right now, but knowing with how long we're going to be live again tomorrow, it's going to be kind of hard to be live for more than 6 hours today. So my plan right now is to probably be live for approximately 6 hours, maybe a bit longer if needed, and then we'll probably, end it after that. But yeah, we need a little bit of rest at some point after today, because it's going to be another busy day today, and then tomorrow is going to be much busier. And then going into Thursday, it's also going to be another busy day, it looks like, or at least somewhat busy. So, a lot of live streams coming up. Yeah, there's no way to predict warnings. There's just no way to predict warnings. So, I mean, ahead of time, maybe, like, within, 25, 30 minutes, there's definitely a possibility, but, you can't predict warnings 6 hours out. I mean, I can't predict you're going to get a tornado warning in Dayton, Ohio. It's just not something you really can predict. What I can say is that there is a probability, which is around a 10% chance within a 25-mile radius of a strong tornado near Dayton, Ohio. Statistically, that's what it is. The watch will be extended east almost undoubtedly later today. Once again, storms are not going to be in here in southeastern Michigan or eastern Indiana or western Ohio, probably at least for at least a few hours. So there's not going to be any sort of watch here until storms are closer by. John, any severe weather in Pennsylvania should be just wind. So, I mean, if you're in Allenstown, again, maybe just some wind possibly today, or, maybe even on, I think Thursday you might be under the risk as well. But I think the risk should overall be pretty low. We still have a hook on this storm that's been developing. And not really much rotation right now, but it is a storm that we'll have to watch for as it approaches Terre Haute with a low tornado risk over the next 30 minutes. I think we'll have a better shot once that develops more down the road. Had a little bit of rotation north of Effingham, but that rotation's kind of struggling still. And then the storms in Milwaukee are really the most impressive right now, with mostly a wind threat, with perhaps a little bit of hail as well. So that's the main concern right now. Thank you, Bone, for becoming a Velocity member as well. I cannot believe you don't drink coffee. I do not like coffee. I've had lattes before, but that's basically it. Otherwise, it's a no-go. What are the warnings in West Virginia? I think the only stuff that we have over there are special weather statements, and those are just strong storms. It wouldn't be an actual warning. Just some strong storms over there with gusty winds and small hail. I don't see a tornado risk coming out of this near Milwaukee. Just for the record, it looks like all wind at this point. So if you're in Milwaukee, just be prepared for damaging winds up to 60 and maybe some hail, but that should be about it. New Kaz to the $5 super chat. I don't know how you pronounce that. Okanawak, Wisconsin. That's definitely not right. I don't know where that is, but if it's Basically, the only storms that we're looking at from here on out in Wisconsin that are severe are primarily this activity here. So if you're anywhere in that circle I just drew, again, hail, wind being possible, maybe a bit further up here to the north, near the north of Sheboygan. But you know, otherwise it's a pretty low risk. I mean, we got some storms behind this with lightning and small hail and gusty winds, but again, it's just not much. Not really significant severe weather by any means in those areas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay. We have a new tornado warning near Michigan City. This is not really a storm we've been looking at for a while. This storm is going to be right next to Michigan City. That's a pocket of rotation right here, just to the west of Springfield in Indiana. So if you're in this warning, again, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Once again, that is a brand new tornado warning here near Michigan City, going towards the Michiana Shores area, just west of Springfield in northern Indiana. We definitely have some pretty significant hail out of this storm. Probably $1.25 sized hail, maybe a bit larger. They actually had this warned for golf ball sized hail, so probably some large hail right now near Michigan City. But the tornado warning itself, once again, would just be here around Michigan City, just south of that, and it'll be approaching the west side of Springfield, Indiana, and eventually going towards the Michiana Shores area. So once again, seek shelter immediately. Interior room of your home or building, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. Michiana, thank you. Yeah, so Michiana Shores is included in this. I don't know if we have any other radar sites nearby. Let me check. I don't think we're having another view on that. Well, that's a pretty good view too. But that would be your rotation right there. It would be right over the south side of Michigan City. Pretty clean hook echo as well. We're a little bit in a radar hole, so I don't have a great view of this, but best view we have is from the radar site north of Warsaw. But that right there would be your couplet that we're watching for. So that rotation's right over the downtown area of Michigan City. So if there is a tornado, it would be dropping right now in Michigan City and eventually moving towards Long Beach in Michiana Shores. And again, in northern Indiana, right next to the Great Lakes. So we'll be moving towards, eventually going towards New Buffalo, Grand Beach down the road, and Union Pier. Those will be the next areas in the track of this. You're still a little ways out, but that'll be the next area in the track of this down the road. I'll have another radar scan in a moment here. If you're just tuning in, this is a brand new tornado warning in northern Indiana near Michigan City, Long Beach, and Michiana Shores. Again, this is our only tornado warning right now. We got a bunch of other severe thunderstorm warnings. Most of them not super significant. This one will probably end here in a few minutes. Large hail core for sure right now in the storm as well. We got a ton of hail falling right here. It's probably in the ballpark of ping pong to golf ball sized hail moving towards Long Beach. By the way, thank you, Garrett, for the $45 Venmo. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Sorry, I missed that. Appreciate your generosity. Let me quickly zoom out here and track this out. New radar scan should be in here in about 30 seconds, but this is the track of this storm right now. Let's get an ETA on this real quick. It's 45 miles per hour moving northeast. So here's a little ETA for you if you're in front of the storm. Again, this is an approximate timeline. I have to redraw it because the warning, this radar just updated. This is an approximate timeline though on this storm moving to the northeast. So again, we got Trail Creek right now and Michigan City right now. So you gotta be in your safe place if you're in those two areas. It'll eventually go towards the Long Beach, Ambler areas in about 5 minutes. And eventually down the road, Gordon Beach, Union Pier, Tree Oaks in about 15 to 20 minutes. Bethany Beach in about 25 minutes. New Troy in about half an hour. And Snow in half an hour. Derby in 40 minutes. So all those areas be weather aware. Long-term, Oxbow, Berrien Springs, and Baroda and Stephenville will be in the track of this in approximately 3/4 of an hour or so. Here's the latest scan. I'm not seeing nearly as much rotation on the latest scan, but again, we'd be looking for that potential for a tornado on the northeast side of Michigan City right now. It's moving towards Long Beach. It's going towards Michiana Shores and eventually going towards Grand Beach. It's on track right now to go towards New Buffalo as well. and eventually towards Union Pier and Lakeside. It's basically riding right along the lake here. So that's the general direction of where it'll be going. Obviously, if you're anywhere in the pink polygon, continue to stay in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, your bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. But pretty impressive storm on radar nonetheless. I'm looking at Terre Haute on my phone, by the way. Thank you, Chili, for the $4.99. We don't need a new mic stand. We're good. Hopefully, or we actually might have to get one down the road. Hopefully, this one lasts a while. I mean, I literally just got this mic stand. That rotation near Terre Haute, by the way, is beginning to intensify. That could get tornado warned too. Let me go back down to Terre Haute real quick. I have a little bit more rotation on this storm in the last couple of scans. There's your rotation. Wind's going toward the radar, wind's going away from the radar. Again, there's more rotation here for sure. Just to the southwest of Terre Haute is where we're looking. The velocities are 1 minute ahead of the reflectivity, so it's a little bit off on the hook, but that'd be where we're looking for that potential for a tornado. Would be going towards the south side of Terre Haute near Sealyville and Harrison. Again, this is not officially tornado warned, but it is a pocket of rotation that we're watching. There's been a rotation here for a few scans now, so it's at least a broad area of circulation. There's definitely something down the road that we could get a tornado with. We got another velocities update here in a second on this. Here's that latest scan. It looks pretty... It looks pretty... I mean, it's definitely strengthening. So there's definitely rotation here on this storm just to the southwest of Terre Haute. If we look from the radar site on the other side here from Indianapolis, just for perspective, it is slightly broader. Just slightly, but there's definitely still circulation here. I don't know if this is an imminent tornado threat, but it's not far from it. So if you're in Terre Haute, Sealyville, Harrison, or the Fontenay area just west of Stoughton, here in the Terre Haute area of Indiana, I would stay weather aware. You know, it's not again an imminent tornado threat, I don't think, but we are not far from it right now near Terre Haute. So stay vigilant. Again, we'll continue to check in on that storm over the next few minutes. Here's the latest radar scan on the storm that's near Springfield and Michigan City. And the velocities don't look crazy on this storm to me. I mean, we're not really seeing much, but if there is a tornado, it would be northeast of Michigan City, approaching Michiana shores and eventually going towards New Buffalo. So those would be the next areas in the track of this as this continues to move northeast. But not super duper concerned right now about this, but obviously, again, if you're in the pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. You have another severe thunderstorm warning for those south of Milwaukee, by the way. That is for mainly wind, and most of the storms in Wisconsin right now are wind threats, and this one right now is more of a tornado and hail threat. See if there's any other reports here on Twitter. If you guys do see any reports, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Try to relay information here. I'm not seeing anything new right now for these storms as of right now. Oh, Tucker, it's not Illinois, it's Indiana. Just for the record. I don't know if I accidentally said Illinois. I deleted the post, though. It's fine. Alright, here's the latest radar scan. Velocities will update here in a second. Again, if there is a tornado or anything like that, it would be approaching Grand Beach and New Buffalo. They have not continued the warning quite yet, but we'll see if they do. A rotation would be entering here into southwest Michigan here in just a moment. Just south of Benton Harbor. If there is, in fact, a tornado, which, again, we don't really know. But if there is one, it would be approaching New Buffalo. All right, here's the latest velocity scan. Again, not really seeing anything definitive here. But if there is a tornado, it would be moving right into Grand Beach or New Buffalo, but I don't think there is one. But again, the rotation's kind of moving out of this warning now. It'd be kind of up. I mean, it would be technically down here, but we don't really have anything there on the velocities. So not seeing much right now again, but they have gone ahead and issued a new warning on this. So there's now a new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And if we have a tornado, it would be moving towards New Buffalo, Three Oaks, Galeen, Buchanan, Berrien Springs, Baroda, as well as the Bridgman area and Springfield. Still got a hook on this storm. It's not like done, but again, the rotation's not super impressive. Let's check the other radar site here. Storm relative velocities here. I'm not seeing much right now, but once again, if there's a tornado, it would be right now over the northwest side or north side of Springfield, moving towards New Buffalo, eventually going towards Three Oaks, Galeen, and as well as going eventually towards Bridgman, Berrien, and Berrien Springs towards Buchanan. Definitely has a chance down the road to produce something, so definitely make sure, again, if you're in this tornado warning, that you're seeking shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and an interior room of your home or building. If this is able to get enough wind shear and enough of an inflow and all that, I mean, definitely could produce something. So definitely something to watch for as that continues to move to the northeast. A large warning, though, here, north Indiana and into southwest Wisconsin with this new tornado warning. Population of 50,000 here. In addition to that, 2-inch sized hail is a possibility. All right, we'll go back to this in a second. I do want to go back down to Terre Haute real quick. There's now a tornado possible label on the Terre Haute storm. We definitely have rotation still on this. It's broad, but there's rotation here. So on the southwest side of Terre Haute, this is not currently tornado warned, but there is rotation. It is broad right now. Something to watch for as that continues to move to the east-northeast. Still think it has a little bit of time until it produces, but, you know, be vigilant if you're in Terre Haute, Sealyville, the Fontenette area, or near Harrison, eventually going towards Greencastle in about an hour or so, maybe a bit sooner. Again, this is your tornado warning for those that are just tuning in, once again, in southwest Michigan, and as well as in northern Indiana.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They've gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning on the storm near Terre Haute, which does look more impressive than the other one to the north. Again, if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. And it's a pretty populated area here in western Indiana. That is your circulation. That'll be moving right into Terre Haute, Sealyville, the Stoughton area, Brazil, and eventually going towards Center Point, Art, and the Fontenette area. So once again, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and an interior room of your home or building if you're in this tornado warning. Surprised you pronounced Terre Haute correctly. We've covered this area probably about 5 or 6 times in the last, like, I don't know. We've covered this area a lot, so I'm pretty good with this pronunciation. Terre Haute seems to get severe weather like all the time. Here's the latest scan, and of course when it goes tornado warning, it looks broader. This is the latest radar scan. It's much stronger a moment ago. It's kind of broadened again. I'm not seeing much right now, but obviously if you're in this tornado warning, the pink polygon, you got to seek shelter. It's a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. By the way, is Terre Haute in Central or Eastern time? Because I might have to change the time zone here soon on our clock. By the way, we have a lot of lightning here, so even if you're not in the warning, you want to be indoors in Hickory Island or Bowling Green. There's a lot of lightning up the storm right now moving east. It's Eastern? Okay. Let me change the time over. Most of the storms in Illinois and whatnot should be, you know, not nearly as bad at this point. Most of the severe weather will be in Indiana, Michigan, and Ohio, so we'll go ahead and change the time zone over so that it corresponds with these areas. And if there's a tornado on this storm, it will be on this area here, southwest of Terre Haute, moving east-northeast. It's going to be going towards the Brazil, Sealyville, Fontenette, Stoughton, Center Point areas of western Indiana. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place as a storm shelter, closet, bathroom, any of those places, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. All right, time should be fixed now. Yeah, latest velocity scan, not really showing a whole lot right now. Again, if there's a tornado, it would be right there on the southwest side of Terre Haute. Nothing definitive by radar, but that doesn't mean we don't have a tornado. So just continue to stay in that storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are included in this tornado warning. Though the rotation on radar might not look super strong, it definitely could still produce something at any time. Time is updated to Eastern time, by the way. So, Tucker, it's updated. All right, so that way, so we don't have to zoom out here. I do want to show you the other tornado warning back over near Michigan City. So this is the one that's further north near southwest of Michigan, or southwest Michigan, and also in northern Indiana. Again, this circulation's been broader. If we have a tornado, it'd be right in here. Again, I'm not seeing that right now, but that would be the area that we're looking for that potential. Looks like a much weaker storm overall, but again, if you are in this tornado warning, just continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Again, this is right now moving to the northeast as we speak. Again, this is the one near Terre Haute, Indiana, which we do have a hook and everything. We have an inflow. Thing that is going to be needed for this to produce a tornado will be enough wind shear. So once again, tornado could drop at any time. It'll be right here just to the southwest of Terre Haute, going towards Sealyville, Stoughton, and eventually going to be going towards Brazil and Center Point. I'm still watching the tornado warning there in Michigan, just in case it does anything on my phone. I'm not seeing anything definitive right now, but again, if we had a tornado, it would be on the southwest side of Terre Haute. Moving towards Sealyville, Stoughton, near Interstate 70. And that rotation is going to be on the south side of Terre Haute here within the next couple minutes. So if you're in Terre Haute, you got to get to your safe place. That's a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. The tornado warning was just updated in Michigan. So this is the new polygon here. Near Three Oaks, New Buffalo, Galien, or Galleon, Buchanan, as well as Berrien Springs and Bridgman. And that circulation, don't really see much right now, but we are still watching for that potential of a tornado on the south side of the storm. It'll be back down near Buffalo, into the northeast. Yeah, that rotation that they have currently warned for would be over New Buffalo. It's just not much right now, but if you are in this tornado warning, just continue to stay in your safe place. It is a discrete cell, so any storms that are discrete have a more elevated potential for tornadoes today. Also, we had confirmed tennis ball sized hail in Michigan City, Indiana. So that is pretty crazy. Tennis ball sized hail was being produced out of that storm, which had a massive hail core, by the way, a few minutes ago. Look at that hail core right there. Went right over Michigan City. That white area there is all that large hail. Significant hail core that just went right through the north side of Michigan City there in northern Michigan. All right, so once again, our hook echo right now is going to be just southwest of Terre Haute. I don't have anything tight and confined on the velocities radar, but that's the area of rotation that we'd be looking at moving to the east-northeast. Here's the latest radar scan here. Yeah, if there's a tornado, it's going to be on the south side of Terre Haute. Nothing confirmed, but that would be where we're looking for that potential for a tornado. Or anywhere in the pink polygon, though, you got to seek shelter. Let me zoom out a little bit here. There you go. That's the entire warning. So this right here is where that tornado would be if there's one on the ground. So it's going to be near Interstate 70. Moving eastbound. Ken, the link to the radar I'm using is at the top of the description. Let me see if there's any reports on this. We do have a report of a wall cloud on this storm. So there's at least a wall cloud as of right now on this storm. I'm retweeting the photo on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX, but there is a wall cloud being reported on this storm near Terre Haute. Going towards Brazil, Sealyville, Fontenant, and eventually towards Center Point. But a wall cloud is basically, again, the beginning of the potential for a tornado. It's one of the first, steps to that happening. And then once we get a rotating wall cloud, that can eventually produce a funnel and then a tornado. So that is what we're looking at right now on the south side of Terre Haute. It's kind of a ragged wall cloud, but there's at least a wall cloud there. Here's the latest radar scan. Yeah, I'm not seeing really anything strong on radar, but once again, we are looking well up into the atmosphere from these radar sites. That's, again, we're pretty far away from a close one, so, the view is going to be a little bit, tough here, but that area of circulation will be right on the Interstate 70 line here, approaching Sealyville and, again, on the southern side of Terre Haute, Indiana for the next few minutes. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible in an interior room of your home or building. We might have some view of this with a camera. Let me check. Yeah, this is in western Indiana. Our other tornado warning, once again, is back over in northern parts of... by the way, this is a live view of this. This is a view from a moment ago here on the storm in Terre Haute. Yeah, not really seeing much here from this live cam view. There might be a some sort of wall cloud back in the rain somewhere, maybe on the back side of this storm, but that's a a live view there, right along Interstate 70 near Prairie Road or Prairieton Road. So obviously very ominous skies, lots of rain falling. Just nothing definitive from what I'm seeing there. But the other tornado warning right now is in southwest Michigan, near double check where, let me see if that's still going. Yeah, we still got a tornado warning up there. That's going to include areas like Glendoria, Bridgman, and the New Buffalo Township in southwest Michigan. And rotation's been a bit weaker there, but we'll keep watching it just in case it does anything. Here's the latest radar scan. Once again, that's your area of rotation that we're watching. It's on the southeast side of Terre Haute. Nothing confirmed as of right now. It is, again, radar indicated rotation moving towards Brazil, Sealyville, and eventually going towards the Center Point area. So again, if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in an interior room of your home or building, moving to the east-northeast. Rotation was much stronger, again, about 10 minutes ago. It's a little broader at this point, but obviously if anything changes, we'll let you know. It's not super strong on radar right now, but if there is a tornado, it would be down that hook. Did have a wall cloud report, so granted, it definitely could produce something as it moves to the east. Here's that southern side radar site, by the way. Let me just go to that real quick. We got a couple different views. They're pretty distant, but this one will also give you an idea of the rotation, at least potentially that wall cloud that we're talking about. So there is that rotation right there on the southeast side of Terre Haute. So we probably at least have a wall cloud or something like that. I'll continue to move towards Center Point, Stoughton, and Brazil over the next few minutes. So radar indicated rotation, no new updates on this. They have condensed the warning. Still does include Terre Haute, so stay in your safe place at least for a few more minutes as this storm passes by. Sealyville, Brazil, Center Point, Indiana, you all need to be in your safe place. Again, this storm right now moving in the direction of Brazil over the next several minutes. Never mind. We do have a live cam out of Elkhart, Indiana, back up in northern Indiana. We might see something there. I thought I just saw something there on the right side of your screen, but should pop up again in a second. There's something. It's looking at a train right now. The tornado warning back up in Michigan has just been condensed. We're going to go back up to that really quickly. So this tornado warning still does include Bridgman, Berrien Springs, and this will be your area of circulation, be near Three Oaks, and going towards Berrien Springs, and as well as the Baroda area, going towards Route 31. And if you are in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place in southwest Michigan, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, as this will continue to move to the northeast over the next several minutes. But again, the one near Terre Haute still has rotation. We're watching that closely as it continues to move eastbound. Rotation's been a little bit stronger in that over the last few minutes. At least from the southern radar site, we've had reports of a wall cloud with this. So that's what we're looking at right now on the southeast side of Terre Haute. Yeah, I love the trains. Where was it going? The Tornado Watch has also just been, I believe, expanded here a little bit into Indianapolis, a little bit south and east. It's a little bit larger of a Tornado Watch now, a little expansion to this watch that we had before. This is the latest radar scan. Again, we still got rotation right now on the southeast side of Terre Haute. We do have some reports now coming out of quarter-sized hail that was falling in Terre Haute. This is going to be going towards Center Point, Arts, near Interstate 70, going towards Stoughton. So again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. There's the latest scan, and a little bit broader here over the last couple of scans. It is going to be going towards Brazil and Center Point, right along Interstate 70. Let me see if we have any other camera view of this. All right, this is a live view right now, actually, in this area. This is live. If it loads, there you go. That's live. Right now, where that rotation is, or just about where it is, right on Interstate 70. Heavy rain right now. I'm not seeing any huge wind swirls or anything right now on those trees, but that is a live shot there on the Interstate 70 stretch there, right near where that rotation is, which would be right in here. So nothing definitive as of right now on ground. We did have a wall cloud report not too long ago, but doesn't look like it is currently on the ground. But if it is, again, it would be heading towards Arts, Center Point, right along Interstate 70, going towards Stoughton and Brazil over the next several minutes. So once again, if you are in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building as this continues to move eastbound right along Interstate 70. Is this weather moving more in a line, or will be more pop-up storms? It's mostly going to be pop-up storms today. So a lot of the storm activity that we are going to have is going to be mostly discrete storms that fire up. Again, a lot of these storms are just going to kind of pop up throughout the day today. A lot of discrete and semi-discrete cells. I mean, we got those kind of all across the board right now. You can see nothing's really organized here. So mostly anything that we're looking at for a tornado threat today will, for the most part, be relatively discrete in nature. So that's what we're looking at currently, and that's probably what we're going to see over the next several hours as these storms do continue to rumble across much of Indiana, eastern Illinois, and eventually into Michigan. I think we have another SPC outlook coming out here. Yeah, so this is about 15 minutes ago, but this is a new SPC mesoscale discussion. Additional tornado watches will be needed, likely by 22Z, which is in about an hour from now or so. They have gone ahead and put this out. So again, if you're back over in western Ohio, southern Michigan, or eastern Indiana, or even in northern Kentucky, a new tornado watch will be issued here soon for those areas. So that threat will be addressed here pretty soon. Once again, those storms right now, not really in the area, but we'll have storms there probably within the next hour or two, producing that threat for hail, damaging winds, and even a few tornadoes, which a couple of strong tornadoes will be a possibility. Also, just a quick update. This is NATOcast. It's not an official, forecast, but it is actually going to give you an idea of where the highest probabilities of tornadoes are. NATOcast kind of outlined the area back over in southern Michigan, back into western Ohio and northeast Indiana for the greatest concern for tornadoes, but regardless, you should be weather aware anywhere here across the Ohio Valley today. If you're under any of the risk area, you need to stay vigilant and weather aware because there's a chance for a few tornadoes, and a couple of strong tornadoes will also be a possibility with any storms that do become very discrete and also very organized. Like this storm, for example, it's pretty discrete, but once again, it's not really rotating too much yet, but I do think down the road it'll have a better shot at producing a tornado as it continues to move east and east-northeast along Interstate 70, eventually going towards Indianapolis later this evening. We have a live cam right now in Elkhart, Indiana. Not sure what's going on up there. I think just ordinary storms, but right side of your screen is that storm in Elkhart right now. Pretty good view of that right now there in Elkhart. All right, let's stay on this. We'll stay on the Terre Haute tornado warning. The one in Michigan, once again, has been broad for a little while now. The latest couple of scans currently showing a little bit more rotation, but it's still broad. That rotation is near Glendora, going towards Berrien Springs and Eau Claire in southwest Michigan. And that's your hook echo right there. That rotation, again, would be right in that hook. So we're talking about just north of Interstate 70. It's riding right along Interstate 70 as we speak. That potential for a tornado just east of Terre Haute. Again, continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Again, we did have a wall cloud on this reported a little while ago. Could still be rotating. If there's a tornado, we'll be approaching center point near Brazil and Stoughton. Eau Claire? Yeah, it's close enough. I think Chicago was mostly in the clear for today. I think Chicago is kind of winding down. I think, again, if any more storms happen there, they should just be isolated hail and wind. I don't think we're going to have much of a tornado risk up there, though. Here's an update on the tornado warning back up near Berrien Springs. It has become a little bit more organized over the last few minutes. Velocities will update here in a second. There's a little bit more organization here. It's going to be approaching Eau Claire, Michigan. Going towards Berrien Springs right now. Again, if you're in this tornado warning in southwest Michigan, you gotta continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And interior room of your home or building. Brian, right now, Southwest Michigan, mostly wind and hail, but this is really the one storm that we're watching right now for a potential for a tornado. More imminent threat than the other ones. There's definitely some development happening here, though. I mean, this storm's been trying to reorganize for a few minutes now. It's trying to recycle. The other storms that are near, like South Bend and Elkhart right now, not looking super impressive. But down the road, those could develop into something. We got, again, a lot of discrete little cells that are popping up right now across a large chunk of Indiana. Not seeing anything significant yet west of Indianapolis, aside from the one near Terre Haute that's a bit more stronger when it comes to rotation. And then the storm near Effingham, for example, and also back over near Charleston, those storms are, again, rotating to some extent, just, again, not really too strong yet. Got hail core developing southwest of Charleston. But, yeah. I think it'll take a little bit of time for a lot of these storms to get going. I think the peak of the tornado threat today is about 6 to 9 or so tonight. So 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Eastern. Which is about an hour from now, all the way up until about 9. We have a live cam view on Radar Omega out of Kalamazoo, Michigan. So as storms get closer there, we will definitely keep a close eye on this. It's getting a little bit more ominous there. We do have storms to the west that are producing damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. And once again, this storm has some rotation near Berrien Springs. We do have some... Fortunately, we have some issues with seeing the middle of this area of rotation. But that area of rotation would be near Berrien Springs, right in here, approaching Eau Claire over the next few minutes. So we may end up getting a new tornado warning extension to that one in southwest Michigan, as that eventually goes towards the Dalwick area and eventually towards Pawpaw. Kalamazoo is a long-term track of that storm, but keep in mind these storms could definitely weaken before they get there, closer to Kalamazoo. All right, and here's the other tornado warning. Once again, we do have some circulation just southeast of Sealyville. This is east of Terre Haute. So if you're in this tornado warning, again, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. That area of circulation, once again, is going to be right in here. Just to the southeast of Sealyville. All right, new tornado watch just issued. New tornado watch for Ohio and Indiana until 11 p.m. tonight. This is one of probably 2 that'll be issued. This is the one that is on the northern mode of the storms. This area is not going to be as long as probably the southern watch. I think the southern watch could go into like 1 tonight or something like that for Kentucky and southwest Ohio. But a new tornado watch now for southern Michigan, northwest Ohio, as well as northeast Indiana. This goes all the way until 11 p.m. The outlined risk is a couple of tornadoes will be a possibility. Scattered hail up to 2 inches in diameter is possible. And then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour is also going to be a possibility. And then another tornado watch will probably be issued for western and southwestern Ohio and eastern Indiana here in probably about, I don't know, probably pretty soon. That watch will probably be a bit longer is my guess, which is why they're probably not combined. Because that threat will be a little bit more prominent tonight. Here's your rotation. It's still going. It's not really weakened a whole lot here east of Terre Haute. Still got rotation and everything right now, moving towards Asherville, Prairie City, and eventually going towards Hit Corner. We have a live cam here. It doesn't show anything yet, but if it does, I will pull it up. Now, there's still at least some rotation here. It's more than likely, again, just some sort of wall cloud. We haven't had any sort of definitive lowering being reported on this. Nothing, confirmed yet in terms of a tornado that's on the ground or anything like that. But this has at least had a wall cloud here for a little while. I'm retweeting another photo on Twitter of the storm that's here. Yeah, there's been a wall cloud on this entire time. For the most part, at least a storm base and a wall cloud near Terre Haute, moving towards Asherville and the Hurt Corner area. But not really a whole lot of rotation from the looks of it. I mean, there's a wall cloud. It's just not really rotating that much. It's very broad circulation. We could still have that here. Again, there could be a tornado at any time. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. Rotation's still definitely not going away. Definitely strong enough to the point where we could get a tornado with this as it moves to the east northeast. Down the road, areas like Cloverdale, Manhattan, the Putnamville area will be in the track of this. Eventually just south of Greencastle, Indiana, near Mount Meridian, near Alaska, Quincy. All those areas going to be kind of on the track of this storm down the road as it continues to move to the east northeast over the next several minutes. Thank you, Hands, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate it. All right, let's go back to the Michigan tornado warning cell here. Just your area of circulation. Not seeing much here. It's relatively broad circulation right now, going towards the Eau Claire area, going eventually towards Pawpaw. Still has a chance to produce a tornado down the road. It's just, again, relatively broad. We definitely have hail with this, probably around $1.25 sized hail, so definitely a hailstorm, but rotation's definitely weak. And then the storms right now near South Bend and Elkhart, again, they're strong but not severe. A little bit of lightning, but no really significant severe weather threat right now coming out of that activity. Here's that new tornado watch, by the way, that's been issued for Northwest Indiana, or sorry, Northeast Indiana, Northwest Ohio, and Southern Michigan. So this will go until 11 o'clock tonight with a couple of tornadoes being possible, damaging winds and hail. Okay, we have a severe thunderstorm warning east of Waterloo and Independence for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Heads up if you're over in Iowa. We actually have a couple of storms over there. And that area in particular is an area to watch for, I would say, more than anything as we go later into tomorrow as well. A new tornado
warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning. This one's going to be in southwest Michigan. And this storm's been going for quite some time now. It's, again, a broad area of circulation, but we do have a little bit of a storm merger happening here. So this could produce a tornado down the road as it does continue to move northeast. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible. And this is a broad area of circulation, but since there is a storm merger happening here, we definitely could get some sort of tornado risk as this moves northeast. It is going to be going towards Decatur, Keeler down the road, but currently Claire, the Dowa, whatever that is, that Dowa area is also included, as well as Volhynia here in southwest Michigan, just south of Keeler and just south of Decatur. So again, seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. Since it is a storm merger, as I mentioned before, there's a bit of a better shot that this will produce something when it comes to a tornado. That new tornado watch, by the way, does include Toledo, Ohio, Lima, Defiance, Findlay, Fremont, Port Clinton, and also for Michigan, it's Lansing, Jackson, Battle Creek, Coldwater, Adrian, Monroe, and then also for Indiana, it is Fort Wayne, Auburn, and Angola, for the new tornado watch. But once again, broad area of circulation right now near the Eau Claire area, going towards eventually Keeler and Decatur, and Volhynia is also on the track of this. Lima? Close enough. Lima. It sounds fancy, once again. Should have another velocity scan in about a minute or so. Still a broad area of circulation, but it very easily could intensify as that moves northeast, as it is, again, a storm merger. When storm mergers happen, basically the energy gets combined into two storms, and we end up getting a better shot for tornadoes. So that's a concern there. And then further down to the south on the storm that's east of Terre Haute, Indiana. Still got a hook and everything on that storm. Still trying to produce something. It's near Brazil in Stoughton, going towards Manhattan, Putnamville, and eventually going to be going towards Mount Meridian and Cloverdale near Interstate 70. So continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible if you are in this pink polygon. And either one, whether it's this one or it's the one back up to the north in Michigan, both of which are still concerning at this time. Latest radar scan on the storm that is east of Terre Haute shows the strongest rotation right now, just southeast of Brazil. And no CC drop on this or anything like that, so no debris signature, but that's where the strongest area of rotation currently is on that storm, moving towards Manhattan, right along Interstate 70, approaching Cloverdale over the next several minutes. And here's that storm that is now in Michigan, which again, there's a storm merger happening here, so there's going to be a better shot for a tornado with this storm as it moves northeast. Again, this will eventually be going towards Kalamazoo down the road, Portage, Pawpaw, but that is an area of circulation that is definitely a large but broad area of circulation that has a chance to produce something, I think, here relatively soon as it moves towards Decatur, Keeler, and Volhynia here in southwest Michigan. If you're anywhere in Indiana, questionable, you have a threat of severe weather. The main concern, damaging winds, but definitely a few tornadoes being possible. No new updates on the Clay County, Indiana tornado warning. That one's still, again, rotation there is still there. It's just, again, no updates in terms of any, like, wall cloud reports or anything. We've had wall cloud being reported with that for a while now, but not sure if we still have anything. And that's the one that's near Brazil, Indiana right now, the other one to the south. It looks like it snowed in Orland Park, Illinois with how much hail they had on the ground. I think they had to bring out the snow shovels. It's from Orland Park. This is from Dispose All on Twitter. Huge pile of hail there. They had a lot of hail there. And again, these storms are capable of hail today. It's a pretty good example right there. Once again, this is the storm right now in southwest Michigan, going to be going towards Decatur, Volhynia, and Keeler over the next several minutes. So seek shelter if you're in the pink polygon. Again, storm merger happening here, which means, again, tornado threat could increase as this moves northeast. Thank you, Tim, by the way, for the $19.99. Also, thank you, Richard, for the $4.99. Appreciate your generosity. Let me go back to the... actually, we'll stay on this for one more scan, and then we'll go back to Terre Haute real quick. The velocity should update here in a second. And I do think this storm is beginning to organize more. That's going to be heading towards eventually Pawpaw and Kalamazoo, Michigan. That's a live cyclone port on Radar Omega out of Kalamazoo. Again, very ominous skies right now. And, you know, this storm's definitely trying to intensify with rotation. That's the area of rotation that we'll be looking for. That would be just to the south of Keeler. We're approaching Decatur and Volhynia in the next several minutes. So if you're anywhere in the pink polygon, again, seek shelter immediately. That storm is definitely beginning to intensify. And then the one that... There's a new warning also north of Indianapolis. That is severe. Rotation's very weak on that right now. And the one near Brazil. Let me get another radar scan or radar view on this. The one here that is east of Brazil is still there. We definitely have rotation. It's near Interstate 70 going towards Manhattan. And eventually going to be going towards Putnamville and as well as Cloverdale. Let's go to the other radar site here. Doesn't show as much from the Indianapolis radar site, but that circulation will be right over the Brazil area. Still a hook echo and everything. So still a relatively organized storm right now moving to the east. Going right towards Manhattan, just south of Greencastle. They may issue a new tornado warning on this, and if they end up doing so, it'll probably be issued for Manhattan, Putnamville, Mount Meridian, and Cloverdale. So those will be the areas included in that if they do end up issuing a new tornado warning on this, which probably will happen if there's that, you know, there's enough rotation there, which we've had wall clouds with that the entire time pretty much, so there may still be a wall cloud there with that storm. All right, let's go back to Michigan again. If you have pictures, you can send them to me on Twitter, Jennifer. It's at Max Velocity WX. I'll try to share them. The new PC is going to be built on Friday, TJ. Not set up yet, but we have set up the desk. So we got some stuff already ready to go, but that is all planned to happen on Friday. Yeah, so right now, Charlie, we do have this tornado warning in southwest Michigan. Again, nothing really else right now happening in Michigan other than this tornado warning cell. A little bit of damaging winds west of Kalamazoo, but really the greatest concern are any discrete cells like this one that we have here that are moving northeast and even sometimes to the east. Depends on where they're coming from. But any storms that are in Michigan today, mostly going to be wind and hail threats, but we could get, again, an isolated tornado or two, especially out of a storm like this that looks like it's organizing a lot more. But again, the threat overall in Michigan today should remain low. It's not zero, but it should remain low. All right, new radar scan coming in here in just a second for the velocities. Storm's been intensifying for the last few minutes here. Tornado sirens blared as hail pounded Terre Haute. Yeah, there was rotation on that. We had a wall cloud. It's definitely still some rotation here. Again, this is your hook right here. Tornado will be located on the west side of Gaiac. I don't know how you say that. Eventually approaching the Volhynia area and Decatur, just south of Keeler. So again, if you are in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place. That's a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible as this continues to move east-northeast over the next several minutes. And this is currently south of Paw Paw. Dowagiac. That's how you say it. Yeah, I mean that's a long pronunciation. We're not remembering that, but again, that circulation's gonna be on the west side of that town. So if you're in that particular town, make sure you're seeking shelter. If you're in Volhynia, you need to seek shelter. If you're in Decatur or Keeler, have that tornado action plan ready because you'll probably be included in this warning here in a few minutes in southwest Michigan. And down the road, this is currently on track to go towards Kalamazoo. Now, again, it might be weaker by the time it gets there. It could go off course. It could change directions. But currently, the storm itself is on track to get towards the Kalamazoo area within the next 50 minutes or so. It's definitely a storm that's trying to organize right now here in southwest Michigan. Thank you, Levi, for becoming a Velocity member. All right, they have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning on the storm for Greencastle and Cloverdale. They have not issued a tornado warning on this, so they probably will not continue the tornado warning, but I would still stay away from windows if you're in this new severe thunderstorm warning, as the storm itself is definitely still producing hail and wind, but the tornado risk here, at least for the time being, is low enough to the point where there will not have to be a new warning, at least for a tornado. So that'll continue again as a severe thunderstorm warning. And then here, Frankfort, we have a storm up here that's trying to start to rotate. If you're in Tipton, Elwood, Indiana, just south of the Kokomo area, stay vigilant. This storm's going in that direction. It may produce some sort of tornado risk down the road. Yeah, this storm's definitely trying to wrap right now. This is your hook right here. It's definitely starting to organize in southwest Michigan. And organizing for the last several minutes after that storm merger. Any major threat for Grand Rapids? Mostly wind if you get any severe weather. Maybe an isolated tornado. That's really about it. I'm not expecting too much beyond that. Again, that's the main concern for Michigan today. Isolated tornado or two, but mostly just wind, some hail. Pretty ordinary day, I'd say, for Michigan. I think for those in Ohio, Indiana, and even northern Kentucky, it's more elevated with that strong tornado threat. But otherwise, like, the main concern, again, is primarily going to just be wind and hail across the board with, again, a couple tornadoes. There's been quite a bit of hail with these storms, just for the record. I mean, this storm right here going towards Keeler and Decatur is also producing some pretty significant hail, but there's quite a bit of hail with these storms for sure. Now, with that said, the tornado threat's more concerning. That rotation, again, is trying to intensify just southwest of Decatur. And this could drop a tornado at any time. It's going towards Decatur, Michigan, near Volhynia. So if you're in this tornado warning, again, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Storm right now, again, is currently moving to the northeast over the next several minutes. I think Wisconsin is kind of winding down. Again, mostly a wind and hail threat if you get anything severe. It should be a relatively low threat there. The tornado warning will likely not continue, at least for the time being, in Indiana. The one that's going to be going eventually towards Greencastle. They may issue a new one down the road, though. That rotation has not really weakened, but it is weak enough for there to not be a tornado warning at this time. We'll have another radar scan on this here in just a second. And this rotation down the road is going towards Schoolcraft, Michigan, Portage near Pawpaw, and just south of Interstate 94. There you go.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning. That's going to be for the same exact storm. Again, it has a long-term potential to produce a tornado here in Michigan. This is going to be eventually going towards Pawpaw, Almena, and going to be going towards Kalamazoo. Again, your area of circulation is going to be this right here. That's going to be, again, just north of the, I'm not going to pronounce it, but just to the northeast, again, Berrien Springs, the area I circled here, south of Keeler and southwest of Decatur. Moving to the north and northeast, going to be eventually going towards Pawpaw. Long term, this definitely has a chance to produce a tornado. So if you are in this warning, once again, you need to take this seriously. Get to your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. That is a storm shelter, closet, bathroom, basement, any of those places, whatever's most interior, away from windows. That's where you need to be right now, as there is definitely a chance here that this does produce a tornado as it continues to move to the northeast, going towards the Pawpaw area. The rotation on the latest couple of scans going slightly more to the north than before. It was going more east-northeast. It's kind of going a little bit more just kind of in the northeast direction now. It's kind of going right in that area right now. So again, if you're in Pawpaw or Almena, stay vigilant. Again, the rotation could change directions at any time. Even though I don't expect a drunk NATO, no, it's entirely possible that this does take a bit more of a left-hand turn as it continues to move northeast. Those that keep asking, again, the tornado in just southwest of Bartlesville, I can't remember the name anymore, but that tornado was rated an EF3 preliminary, but it's still being surveyed. I've had a lot of people ask about that. No CC drop on the latest scan. Again, no confirmed tornado. I'm trying to see what the velocities look like. Still got a hook echo and everything on this storm. Pretty strong inflow notch. Got a hook and everything on this storm. Could definitely produce a tornado at any time. Latest scan showing the rotation just a little bit broader now, southwest of Decatur. So it's broadened on the latest scan, and this is traveling to the northeast, eventually going to be going towards Kalamazoo to have a live Radar Omega Cyclone port up on the left side of your screen that is out of Kalamazoo. Put back up near the time. But this area, that Kalamazoo will be in the track of this over the next several minutes. This is definitely a pretty impressive looking supercell right now. It's not far from producing the potential here for a tornado. Again, we had a storm merger. When we have storm mergers, that threat definitely, increases. Again, this will be going towards Pawpaw, Almena, and again, Interstate 94, just southwest of Kalamazoo. Most of Ohio won't have storms probably until about 7 or 8 tonight. But again, you could see storms basically anytime from about 6 all the way up until like midnight. It's a pretty long-term threat, for those that are wondering about Ohio. National Weather Service of Tulsa say they found low-end EF4 damage. If there might be a new update. I mean, that was the update that I saw earlier this morning. All right, I believe we have a tornado on the ground. CC drop right in the dead center of this here. May have a tornado in progress. Gonna have to wait for the velocities to update here. But there's more than likely a tornado in progress southwest of Glenwood now. Got a little CC drop. We'll see what the velocities look like. It's not super clear cut, but that CC drops right in the center where that tornado would be. Let me double check here again on the... Yeah, I mean, if there's a tornado, it'd be right there. The velocities are a minute ahead. So we may have a small tornado or something like that on the ground right now. That'll be going again towards the Valenia area. And eventually going towards Decatur. So if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. Again, away from windows. We may have a tornado in progress here, moving to the east, northeast, and northeast, going towards Decatur. Pawpaw will also be in the track of this. Once again, you've got to seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. It's a more concerning storm than we just had a few moments ago. That rotation is definitely beginning to ramp up here as it moves to the east-northeast. We have a correlation coefficient drop. That means debris is being lifted up into the atmosphere. Again, it's not confirmed, but it's, you know, it's right where a tornado would be. The velocities aren't matched up with it, which makes it a little bit harder to confirm, but we'll see what the CC shows on the next scan, and if it's still there, it's probably a tornado. And they'll eventually be approaching the Pawpaw area in a few minutes. Just waiting for that to update here. Correlation coefficient is what CC means. It does not mean cheese curds, it means correlation coefficient. All right, here's the latest scan. And yeah, that looks like a debris signature to me. This is the latest scan. Pretty much the same area. Probably have to sound the alarm here in a second. We'll wait for the velocities to update. But it does look like we have a tornado heading towards Decatur, Michigan right now. So if you're in this warning, again, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building, away from windows. That's approaching Decatur on the north side of Valenia, Michigan. But if there's a tornado on the ground, it'd be right there in that little signature on the correlation coefficient that we have right now. The other thing is with this, if there's a tornado on the ground, it is likely rain wrap, so you're not going to see it. So again, if you're in Valenia or Decatur or Pawpaw, you know, stay away from windows. Don't try to look for this. Stay away from windows, lowest floor possible. And this is moving northeast. It's going to be eventually approaching Pawpaw, Almena, and again, Valenia right now in the direct track of this particular storm. By the way, there has officially been confirmed low-end EF4 damage on that tornado in Barnsdall, Oklahoma yesterday, from the National Weather Service of Tulsa. So that has just been confirmed moments ago. This is Pawpaw, Michigan, not Indiana. And nothing officially confirmed of this storm, but that is more than likely at least something there. It might be a tornado, it might not be, but regardless of it being on the ground, you should be in your safe place no matter what. Again, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. In an interior room of your home or building. I mean, this has been consistent for 3 scans in a row now. Just northwest of Valenia. And this is on the ground more than likely right now, just northwest of Valenia. It's going to be moving towards Decatur over the next several minutes. In southwest Michigan, just south of Pawpaw. The tornado is likely on the ground here, moving to the northeast. And it's now officially confirmed. All right, so we officially have a confirmed tornado by radar here, just southwest of Decatur.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
And this is a confirmed tornado heading northeast. We have a CC drop. We've had it for 3 scans in a row now, just west of Alinea. It's going to be approaching Glenwood over the next few minutes. It's also going to be approaching Nicholsville and eventually Decatur, which Decatur's a bit more populated here in southwest Michigan. So if you're in Decatur, you need to get to your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Once again, that is a confirmed tornado that is on the ground now in southwest Michigan, southeast of Keeler. It's going to be eventually going towards the south side of Pawpaw, which is more populated as well. So Decatur, Pawpaw, west of Kalamazoo, both more populated in southwest Michigan. But yet again, that is a confirmed tornado that is picking up debris into the atmosphere right now, just to the northwest of Volhynia. But the particular area that we're at right now is Marcellus, Michigan. So that's the area. That is your debris signature, still clearly on the ground right now. It is a rain-wrapped tornado, so don't try to look outside for this. And this is a confirmed tornado heading towards the south side of Decatur, Michigan over the next few minutes. That is your CC drop right there, moving northeast. Let me just zoom out a little bit. We'll track this out with the Radar Omega tracking tool. And it'll be moving towards Kalamazoo here pretty soon. So this is your ETA. Obviously, if you are, anywhere out in front of this, you need to stay vigilant. You don't have to be in your safe place if you're in Kalamazoo, but you should be staying vigilant. So the timing right now is Portage in about 30 minutes, Kalamazoo in 35 minutes, Eastwood in about 40 minutes, you got Cooper in 40 minutes, Lawndale in about 45 minutes or so. Kalamazoo, though, you're about 30 minutes out from the storm. So, if the tornado's still on the ground by the time it gets there, it might be producing some damage. But we do have a correlation coefficient drop, which means that there is debris that is being lifted up into the atmosphere that's being detected by radar. So whether that's trees, buildings, whatever it might be, that's what right now what's being lifted up into the atmosphere just to the south of Decatur. Again, this will be approaching the south side of Decatur within the next few minutes. So if you're in Decatur, Michigan, you've got to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in the most interior room of your home or building. If you are in this either tornado warning, we have 2 different ones. Even if you're in Decatur, you should be in your safe place. The warning up to the north has also just been upgraded to confirmed. So again, officially a confirmed tornado, and it has been for about 7 or 8 minutes now. Moving to the northeast. East, northeast, and northeast. Should have another update here in just a second. Again, we are looking at the debris signature on radar. That's what this is right here. So just south of Decatur, we are looking at a debris signature moving to the east-northeast. And that just went right through the heart of Glenwood. Glenwood, Michigan just got hit by this. This is still in progress. It went over the Twin Lakes area, which looks like there's a community there in Twin Lakes. That's right here in Michigan. So that tornado just hit that area, and it's now going to be approaching Decatur Road, which is 668, just south of Decatur, this is still a confirmed tornado. There's no doubt this is going to be going for a little while. Still got a hook echo and everything, and that's your tornado right there. Velocity's pretty strong right now. Well, scan is a little bit behind, but that's where your tornado would be. It's going to be a completely rain-wrapped area there. Moving to the east-northeast. That is a debris signature and definitely strong rotation, so there's no doubt this tornado is going to be on the ground here for a little bit. This is, again, going to be on track for Kalamazoo in about a half an hour. So if you're in Kalamazoo, stay vigilant, because this is actively producing a tornado. It's on line to hit your area at some point down the road. But yeah, if you're in the tornado warning, either pink polygon, you've got to take shelter now. It's away from windows. That's the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. This is a confirmed tornado that is definitely doing some damage right now near Glenwood, Michigan. The Twin Lakes community in Michigan has been struck or hit by the tornado. Not sure the extent of the damage. We might not know for a little bit, but there is a tornado in progress here moving to the east, northeast, and northeast near Decatur. That debris signature has grown a little bit in size here over the last couple of minutes. So this tornado is seemingly not weakening right now as it continues to move northeast and east-northeast. This is a damaging tornado just northwest of Alinea, Michigan. It is, again, currently on track. That debris signature is growing in size. This could be a strong tornado, guys. It is currently moving to the east, northeast, and northeast. It is a growing debris signature. It's going to be approaching Decatur in a few minutes. Eventually going towards Pawpaw and Interstate 40. This is a confirmed tornado that could be on the stronger side of things. So if you're in this warning, you've got to seek shelter. It's just south of Decatur. It is a completely rain-wrapped area of circulation. Still have a clear debris signature here, moving towards the south side of Decatur. This is not PDS, by the way. This is just a normal observed tornado right now, but it could be strong. It is moving to the east-northeast. And it doesn't have to be, you know, obviously strong tornadoes are not always PDS, but, you know, this is not far from that sort of threshold with that debris signature here. With that said, it does not matter if it's PDS or not. You need to be in your safe place. This rotation is still very strong, producing clearly a tornado. We have a radar site up here to the north, too. That also could possibly show that a little bit. You can see that rotation, how strong it is. It just went right through Glenwood. The Twin Lakes community in Michigan just took a direct hit by the sounds of it from this tornado. And this is definitely still on the ground right now with a clear debris signature about to approach the south side of Decatur, Michigan. And this will be going towards Pawpaw and eventually going towards Kalamazoo. There's the latest radar scan. It's likely picking up trees, perhaps even parts of buildings. This is still a confirmed tornado just south of Decatur here in Michigan. You've got to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are anywhere in these two pink polygons. Does not matter where you are. If you're in Keeler, you should still be in your safe place just in case. It's probably not going towards you, but you should still be in your safe place until that warning's officially lifted with a storm like this. That is definitely still a tornado in progress, moving to the east-northeast. It'll eventually go towards Schoolcraft, and Kalamazoo is a long-term track of this storm as well. That rotation is not let up at all. It's still, I mean, I don't know, the velocities aren't super strong here. I mean, we don't have, like, you know, 100-mile gate, like, we don't have 150 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear, but regardless, you know, this is definitely still a tornado without a doubt. And I don't think this has shown any signs of weakening so far. It's still chugging along here. We do have a storm out in front of it that could maybe make this into another storm merging situation, but it's still kind of long-term at this point. But unfortunately, debris is being lifted up into the atmosphere right now just south of Decatur. It has really shown no signs of weakening at this point. This is the live view in Kalamazoo, Michigan, where this storm is going to be heading toward. Again, right now it is ominous skies. We don't have anything here right now, but this would be where that tornado is going to be possibly going towards later on. If it stays on the ground for that long, which would be a really long stretch of things if it was on the ground all the way until Kalamazoo, but it's not something that can be ruled out at this point. You know, today's environment is going to be favorable here for tornadoes. That could be strong. It could even be a little bit on the long track side of things. And this is one of those examples here where it's, again, a little bit stronger, at least for right now. Regardless of it being strong or long track, I mean, it is definitely a tornado no matter what. So this is, again, moving east-northeast to northeast, going towards Portage, and eventually going towards Kalamazoo. Our only tornado warnings right now are on this storm in southwest Michigan. We don't have any storms right now in Indiana that are tornado warned, but, you know, if you're back down there in Indiana, stay weather aware. There are storms down there that could produce tornadoes here in the next few hours. But if you just think back to this storm about, like, you know, 20, 30 minutes ago, we had a storm merger with this, and that's what's created this, you know, threat. And when we have storm mergers, the tornado threat usually increases, and that's what we're seeing here right now. We'll have another CC update here in a second. That debris signature is going to be on the south side of Decatur. It's approaching 669 Road near 352, eventually going towards Highway 40. The debris signature is not nearly as deep as before, but it definitely is still there. We still have a tornado on the south side of Decatur, Michigan. So continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building as this moves to the east, northeast, and northeast. This has been on the ground, I believe, for about 17 minutes now or so. It's been on the ground for quite a while. I mean, this started at least... It started about 4:17, so it's been on the ground for about 15 minutes approximately. Now, give or take a little bit of time, it could have lifted in between that time frame too a few times, but it's been on the ground for approximately 15 minutes and it's still going. Still got a debris signature and everything just south of Decatur. It's going to be eventually moving towards Interstate 94 just south of Paw Paw. It's on track for Kalamazoo, even though, again, you're still about a half an hour out. You are going to be in the track of this particular storm. Here's the latest debris signature scan. It may have lifted. I'm not sure what the velocities look like. There's a chance that this is lifted. If it has lifted, there is definitely still debris in the atmosphere. That is like the fallout from the debris. If it is still on the ground, that would be your debris signature on the southeast side of Decatur, where the velocities would be the strongest, which, again, the velocities have not updated yet, but that would be the area that we're watching for here. Oh, sorry. I'm on Central Time on here. My bad. Yeah, I meant
A new tornado warning has been issued.
what I meant to say was 5:15 or so. New tornado warning now near Three Rivers, Michigan. This is a new storm that we were also talking about a little bit before. It's kind of moving north. It's actually turning a little bit more northeast right now. So this is a new tornado warning. Again, near Three Rivers. If you're in this warning, you also need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This warning goes until 6:30. So if you're in that tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. So let me just zoom out a little bit here so you have perspective of what's happening here. Again, we got 3 different tornado warnings. The one up here is a confirmed tornado that's going to be going in the direction of Kalamazoo, Michigan. And then the new one's near the Nottawana area, near Sturgis, and as well as just south of Three Rivers. Again, if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in an interior room of your home or building. All right, latest radar scan just came in. The debris signature that we had on the storm south of Decatur has kind of fizzled here over the last few minutes. I would still stay in your safe place. There could be a debris fallout still from that storm, but the rotation overall is not nearly as intense as we had before. It looks a little bit broader. It could drop another tornado, though, as this goes towards Kalamazoo. It is still a discrete cell, and down the road, it definitely could produce something. It's not, impossible. It's very discrete. Any discrete supercells that we have like this will have an elevated chance again for a tornado threat. Lots of lightning as well, damaging winds being a possibility, in addition to the threat for some large to very large hail. But as of right now, this warning just been condensed back up further to the north in Paw Paw and Almena. This is still, as of now, a confirmed tornado as of 2 minutes ago. So if you are in Paw Paw, if you're in Almena, you need to continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. This is a live cyclone port on Radar Omega out of Kalamazoo that is going to be in the track again of this tornado, Warren Cell. It is beginning to rain there, but down the road again, this will be an area to watch for the potential for a tornado as that continues to move east-northeast towards Kalamazoo and as well as to the northeast over the next several minutes. So again, we got 3 tornado warnings. The one up to the northwest is confirmed, and then the one down here near the Nottawa area in Three Rivers is currently just radar indicated. But it could still drop a tornado at any time as that continues to move to the east-northeast. I'll have another velocity scan in a second. Okay. We might have something developing now on the hook over here. So just east of Decatur, it might be recycling here. Let me go back to the storm relative velocities here. We got a new pocket of rotation developing on this. This is a brand new one. Developing for the last few minutes, but we have an area now on the eastern side of this particular tornado warning that is now developing. And that's that right there near Highway 40, just east of Decatur. So that is another area to watch for. I would say that's probably the area that's going to try to recycle now and try to produce a new tornado threat. That we'll have to watch for closely. So at least something there. Might not be imminent, but it's definitely trying to recycle on the eastern side of the storm. Because the initial tornado was down here, just southeast of Decatur. But there's a chance we have some sort of recycling happening now near Highway 40. And the storm near Three Rivers, again, we do have broad circulation here. It's near Centerville and Nottawa, and going eventually towards Cologne. in southern Michigan, so we're going to watch that storm closely as well as that moves east-northeast. And if you're in any of the pink polygons, continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, as these storms will continue to move northeast and east-northeast over the next several minutes. Glad you got up, Legendary. Yeah, we were live for 16 hours yesterday. It's crazy. Okay, I gotta put down my water for a second.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It's a brand new tornado warning for Kalamazoo. This is going to be on the storm that is currently, or has produced a tornado at least. This is for Alamo, Kalamazoo, Portage, all those areas included in this tornado warning. Again, if you're in this pink polygon, you need to go to your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. That is what the storm looks like right now, by the way. This is the Radar Omega Cyclone port right in Kalamazoo. On the left side of your screen, that would be your storm. Got some sun peeking through as well. But this is the storm that's going to be approaching Kalamazoo over the next few minutes. So if you are in Kalamazoo, you need to seek shelter. That's a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in an interior room of your home or building as this continues to move to the northeast towards Portage as well. That'll also be eventually going towards Galesburg as well. But Kalamazoo, you've got to get to your safe place. The storm is definitely capable of producing a tornado at any time. As that continues to move in that direction, we'll have the Radar Omega Cyclone port on the right side of your screen. Somewhere, probably over there. Because that storm is going to be going right into Kalamazoo here pretty soon. Again, the storm's trying to recycle. We did have a tornado. I do think it's trying to recycle right now. And it could produce another tornado threat down the road as that does continue to move to the northeast over the next several minutes. All right, this storm's going to be approaching Kalamazoo here pretty soon. I've got to pee, so I'm going to go pee real quick before this storm really gets closer. Again, it's not on the ground anymore, but it's not far from it. We'll be back in like 60 seconds. Stay tuned. All right. No ad break, no. Just, okay. That camera, by the way, is going to be looking at that storm that's on Radar Omega in a second. Also, the storm that's back down near the Nottawa area still is a hook echo. Still watching that one closely. Again, that is currently tornado warned. And then the storm that's again near Kalamazoo is the one that is really the most concerning right now. It's heading towards a very populated area in Kalamazoo and Portage near Interstate 94 near Pawpaw. Once again, if you are in this pink polygon, any of the pink polygons, you need to go to your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building, as this storm could again produce a tornado at any time as it moves east, northeast, and northeast over the next several minutes. Yeah, this Nottawa storm is producing some damaging winds here for sure. The rotation's trying to become more organized. And any of these discrete cells are going to have an elevated chance for tornadoes. Here's a live view on Radar Omega out of Kalamazoo on that storm that's tornado warned right now. Not seeing anything quite yet, but this is we have a perfect view of this right now. If it does try to drop a tornado, we're right in the path of it. that again on the left side of your screen. We'll go back to it if we end up. We'll probably get a view of this storm here pretty soon. I mean, right now this is all the rain that's in front of it near Kalamazoo. This is your hook. That hook is kind of right on track to go towards that live cam, so we should have a good shot of it. If there's a tornado, we'll probably have a good shot of that here down the road once it gets a bit closer to Kalamazoo. We'll have another velocity scan here in a moment. Yeah, the rotation's not really weakening much. I mean, it's weak enough to the point where we don't have a tornado, but again, this very well could produce another tornado as it moves into the Kalamazoo area. Also, rotation's intensifying a little bit near Sharpsville, Indiana, so we have a little bit more rotation there. And then we also have a little bit of rotation near the Stylesville area, the one that's going to be going towards Indianapolis. It's not much, but there's a little bit there. More concerned about the one that's north of Indianapolis. But again, that's just long-term potential for a tornado in those areas. Should have another radar scan here in just a second. No CC drop, so again, nothing confirmed anymore, it looks like, but if we do have a tornado, it would be, again, just southeast of Pawpaw, moving eventually towards Kalamazoo and Portage. Schoolcraft, Vicksburg, all on the track of it as well. Here's the latest velocity scan. Our rotation is not letting up. There's definitely a lot of rotation still on this storm. Let me go up to the, also the storm near Nottawa is also intensifying too. We may have a tornado on the one near Centerville now. Yeah, that's more than likely a tornado on the ground now on the one near Centerville, Michigan. That's just popped up in the latest scan. That's near Centerville and Nottawa. That is a debris signature that has just popped up on radar by the looks of it. They still have this as radar indicated. We'll see what the next radar scan shows, but that is awfully close to being on the ground. If not, it's on the ground. That is a tightening right there. So more than likely a tornado now on the ground on the other storm that's near Centerville, going towards Leonidas, Cologne, and Nottawa. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building and away from windows. There's a strong tightening on this storm. It's more than likely a tornado that's on the ground right now. And that's a debris signature on radar just to the east of Centerville, going towards Cologne and Leonidas. The other storm, again, that's back over near Kalamazoo, is beginning to intensify. So that could drop at any time as that continues to move in that direction. Let me go back to... we're back down to 2 tornado warnings. Let me go back to this other radar site. Here's the latest radar scan. I mean, we got a debris signature here on radar. That's just northeast of Centerville. Let's see what the velocities look like. I mean, this is more than likely a tornado in progress right now on the northeast side of Centerville. So you need to seek shelter if you're in this warning right now.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
That's going to be going towards Leonidas as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So again, this is the area of rotation going towards Leonidas and Cologne. Again, more than likely a tornado on this storm. We have a debris signature and everything. Just northeast of Centerville, Michigan. We also have a new tornado warning on the storm I was just mentioning a few minutes ago. That is in just south of Kokomo. This is a really strong hook echo that's developed on this. So we have a definitive hook echo now south of Sharpville. That's just north of Tipton and going towards West Liberty down the road. So if you're in this warning, you also need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That is an increasing concern right now. But once again, the storm that is currently near Kalamazoo, that rotation's begun to intensify. And then the rotation that's on the one near Nottawa, that looks like a confirmed tornado. So again, we have a debris signature here on the northeast side of Centerville, just north of Nottawa. So if you're in this area, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. Here's the latest radar scan. We got another hook developing on the storm back up near Kalamazoo too. I mean, we got 2 hooks right now on both these storms. Put up that live camera in Kalamazoo again on the bottom left of your screen on Radar Omega. Yeah, I mean, this is undoubtedly a tornado. This is definitely a tornado right now. Right over Waspi. This is a confirmed tornado for sure. That's going to be moving towards Fairfax and Cologne, Michigan. If you're in either of those two areas, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. That is a debris signature on radar right now, just northeast of Centerville. And that right there is your tornado. That is a deep CC drop here, going towards Cologne and Leonidas. This is a tornado in progress, going to be going right towards Leonidas and Cologne, west of Madison in southern Michigan. But that's a tornado right there. It's not officially been upgraded, but that is undoubtedly a tornado. That rotation is tight as can be. And we have a clear debris signature. This could be a strong tornado, by the way. The velocities right now are showing upwards of 120 mile per hour, gate-to-gate shear, possibly even a bit higher than that. So this is potentially a strong tornado going towards Cologne and Leonidas, Michigan. We have a deep CC drop on this, moving to the northeast. Also, the severe thunderstorm warning up to the north has just been warned for 2-inch hail. So the size of hen eggs currently falling there near Leonidas. But that right there would be a tornado that is in progress right now. North of Nottawa. Oh man, yeah, that's guys, this is a strong tornado. That's going towards Leonidas and Cologne. If you know anybody in that area, you need to give them a call or text and make sure they're getting to their safe place. This is a more than likely strong tornado on the ground right now, just northeast of Centerville. That is a deep CC drop on this storm. Very dangerous storm right now, heading towards Leonidas and Cologne. You've got to seek shelter if you're in Leonidas or Cologne, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That is a deep CC drop that we have on radar. Yeah, I mean, that's some significant debris. It just went through the Waspy area. It's going to be approaching Fairfax. Also, it's approaching Highway 66, going towards Leonidas. The storm near Kalamazoo still trying to organize. It's not on the ground right now, but this one is undoubtedly a strong tornado that is going to be just east of Centerville. Got a deep CC drop. We got a tornado and everything. It's going to be moving towards Cologne and Leonidas. This is a very significant, this is more significant of a debris ball than we had before. And I mean, this is a debris ball on radar. You can see the dark red there. This is a debris signature on radar that is going to be approaching Leonidas and Athens, going towards Burlington and just to the west and northwest of Madison. This debris signature is growing. We got a significant tornado in progress near Highway 66. It's approaching Leonidas and Cologne. You've got to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. All right, here we go. This is a PDS tornado now. PDS tornado in Michigan.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So there you go. Large and strong tornado on the ground right now in Michigan. That's going towards Cologne, Leonidas, eventually going towards Athens and Madison. If you are in this tornado warning, you've got to run to your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. This is only issued when there are strong and extremely dangerous and even large tornadoes that are on the ground. This is a massive debris signature on radar. A strong tornado, lots of debris being lifted up into the atmosphere, potentially homes and buildings that are being destroyed by this storm. This is, again, moving right now to the northeast. Going to be tracking towards Highway 60 in Leonidas, Michigan. And this is a very dangerous situation if you're in Cologne. That is a massive debris signature that we have on radar right now. Significant debris that is being lifted up into the atmosphere, moving to the northeast. We have another PDS tornado now back, I think, in Indiana. Or is that the Michigan one? This is up here. We have a PDS tornado now for Kalamazoo.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have a large and strong tornado located near the Matawan area. If you're in this warning, you also need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. This is near Kalamazoo. So we have two different PDS tornadoes right now in progress. I don't know where this one exactly is. I don't see it on radar, but if it's on the ground, it would be that right there, just south of Interstate 94. We might have to go to the other radar site to get this. And this tornado would be on the ground right now, just south of the Matawan area, approaching Texas Corners and Kalamazoo. And if you're in either of these two tornado warnings, they're both particularly dangerous situations, which is a PDS tornado. You need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and lowest floor possible. This one near Cologne is getting really bad, though. I mean, this one's definitively on the ground. I don't know, I didn't see one on that one, but this one near Cologne, this is a really dangerous tornado. I mean, this is really strong right now near Leonidas and Cologne. That is a deep CC drop. We have very strong velocities, upwards of 100 miles per hour going away from the radar. This is a strong, large, and extremely dangerous tornado near Cologne. That right there, again, west of Cologne, a dangerous storm that is in progress right now. You've got to seek shelter. If you're in Sherwood, you should be getting to your safe place as well in Michigan. Athens, you should be getting to your safe place. You're going to be in the track of this down the road, and that is a really significant tornado that is on the ground right now, moving up that direction. And again, if we have a tornado here, which this is again a PDS tornado warning southwest of Kalamazoo, that is your tornado right there, west of Portage and just southwest of Kalamazoo. And you've got to run to your safe place if you're in Kalamazoo, if you've not already. If you're in a mobile home, you need to find a sturdy structure or go into a ditch, because you're not going to survive in a mobile home if you get hit by a tornado like that. It is a strong tornado, both southwest of Kalamazoo and also just west of Cologne. The one near Cologne looks awfully concerning. I mean, we're talking about significant debris that's being lifted up into the atmosphere right now. That is a serious debris signature on radar. This is pretty close to what we were looking at yesterday with that one tornado near, Barnsdall and radar, at least with that debris signature. I'm not saying it's the same tornado. I'm just saying that the debris signatures look very similar. And unfortunately, we have a large and strong tornado on the ground right now near Leonidas and Cologne. It'll be going towards Madison and just south of Athens. And if you're in this warning, you've got to run to your safe place in Cologne or Leonidas, Michigan. So again, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado that's on the ground near Cologne. It's a very dangerous storm right now. Oh my goodness, this debris signature is getting worse. Got pink showing up on the reflectivity. This is a significant tornado, guys. I mean, this is significant. This is going to be going right into Leonidas and Cologne. Population of 4,000 in this area. About to be hit by this fast-moving tornado with a massive debris signature on radar. And yeah, if there's a tornado on the ground southwest of Kalamazoo, that would be it right there. That live cam is the one that's out of Kalamazoo. I'll keep that on the right side of the screen. If there is a tornado, it would be right there, though, just to the southwest of Kalamazoo. And then the other one that is a strong and large tornado lifting up significant debris into the atmosphere right now is near Leonidas and Cologne. You've got to get to your safe place if you're in this warning. This is a very dangerous storm. It is a particularly dangerous situation. Eventually, this will be moving towards Athens. But we got a significant debris signature right now on radar with this storm. This is not good at all. I mean, the velocities are just so strong. I mean, we got significant tornado here. The gate-to-gate shear on this is like 150, I think, right now. It's close to 150 at least. It's a significant tornado. Nonetheless, you've got to get to your safe place if you're in Leonidas. This is a very dangerous storm. We got a debris ball and everything. That is a huge debris ball. Yeah, we have a large tornado on the ground southwest of Kalamazoo. That's the one west of Portage. You've got to seek shelter. I don't see a debris signature on this. I haven't the entire time, but they did make this also a particularly dangerous situation tornado that would be approaching the south side of Kalamazoo near Interstate 94 here relatively soon. We'll have another update on the radar in just a moment. Again, this is the one that is undoubtedly on the ground near Leonidas. This is a huge debris signature on radar going towards Athens, Burlington. Tekenosha will be in the track of it eventually. But we just have a really dangerous tornado on the ground with this right now. That is your debris signature on the northwest side of Cologne. That is a very strong tornado that's on the ground right now. Approaching Athens, Michigan, going towards Burlington, and just to the northwest of Madison. Once again, you've got to run to your safe place if you're in this warning. This is a very dangerous storm right now moving northeast. New tornado watch just issued until 1 a.m. for southwest and central Ohio, southeast Indiana, and northern Kentucky, by the way. But once again, this is a huge tornado that is just south of Leonidas. It's going to be making its approach to Leonidas and then Sherwood. There's likely going to be a new tornado warning on this. I would be surprised. I mean, there's going to have to be a new warning in the next few minutes. For those that are out in front of this, Athens, Highway 60, Burlington, Tekenosha, west of Garrard, and just north of Madison, you all need to be in your safe place. This is a very dangerous tornado that is on the ground right now. Even if you're not in the warning yet, you're going to be within the next few minutes, or possibly within the next minute. And then this is the other tornado that would be in progress right now near Portage. So this is the other PDS tornado, which again is a large and strong tornado that is on the ground. All right, here's your new PDS tornado warning on this storm.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, we have 3 PDS tornado warnings on these storms. And once again, this one right now that we have is been the most significant so far. I'm hearing about significant damage to homes as well in this storm at this point. We have a very strong and large tornado that is still in progress near Leonidas, approaching Garrard in southern Michigan. You've got to get to your safe place immediately if you're in Garrard. This is a large and strong tornado. We got a significant debris signature still in the storm. This is showing no signs of weakening. It is just south of Athens, just south of Burlington. I wouldn't rule out a small tornado warning up in here sometime down the road as that storm gets closer. It's the issue is the CWA region, but regardless, we got a big tornado on the ground with the storm right now, moving to the east towards Garrard. And then the other storm near Portage, if it is on the ground, that PDS tornado warning just south of Kalamazoo, that is your tornado. If it's on the ground, it's going to be right along Route 131, just south of Interstate 94. You've got to go to your safe place if you're in Kalamazoo. If this is on the ground, in fact, which it looks like we do have now a debris signature that's more clear from the other radar site, that right there would be going through Portage. And again, just south of Kalamazoo. This is still a PDS tornado warning. So if you are anywhere just south of Kalamazoo, we still have a large and strong tornado on the ground according to radar with this storm that is going to be moving towards Kalamazoo and Portage. So you've got to seek shelter if you're in this warning.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Again, this is an urgent situation if you're in the Kalamazoo area. This is a very populated area. This is radar indicated for a large and strong tornado near Portage. You've got to go to your safe place immediately. I cannot stress this enough. It is a large and strong tornado that is in progress approaching Portage. It is radar indicated. It has not been officially confirmed, observed, but it doesn't matter. You've got to go to your safe place. This is a large and strong tornado near Portage right now. That is, again, really significant right now. We're talking about a significant tornado that is on the ground, if that is, in fact, going there. We do have a live cam on Radar Omega, which we'll pull up if we do end up seeing anything. We still got that large tornado, which is not showing any signs of weakening. It's going to be approaching Garrard and eventually going to be going towards the Tekenosha area. But once again, this is a very dangerous storm here near Leonidas and also north of Cologne. That right there is your debris signature. It is a large and strong tornado. It is moving right towards Garrard. Tekenosha, be very vigilant. You could be under a warning down the road. This has by far been the most impressive signature that we've had on this storm. We do have a report now out of Mendon, Michigan, of a trained spotter that has spotted this tornado, just for the record. If you guys do see any reports on Twitter, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX. And I'll try to relay them. Not sure if we have any photos of these storms, but regardless, I mean, we got, 2 significant tornadoes right now on the ground. There's your debris signature, by the way. That's now showing up much more clearly. So we got a tornado on the ground. This is a particularly dangerous situation if you are in Portage. We got a potentially large and strong tornado going towards Portage, Michigan. So that debris signature is now definitively there. This is a significant tornado, literally impacting a ton of people right now in the Kalamazoo area. This is a substantial tornado. This is impacting tens of thousands of people right now near Kalamazoo, Michigan. You've got to run to your safe place if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is really bad. I mean, it's impacting a lot of people right now in Kalamazoo. Trying to see. Yeah, population is 234,000 in this warning. Most of them, I believe, are in Kalamazoo, but this tornado is going right into Portage right now. New tornado warning on the southern storms as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is just not good. Oh god, we got a big tornado going right through Portage. Big tornado on the ground south of Kalamazoo and Portage. This is getting worse by the minute. It's a big tornado that's going right into Portage right now. Very populated area just south of Interstate 94. You've got to go to your safe place if you are in Ramona Park, Pavilion Center, Cooks Mill, Scotts. If you're in Kalamazoo, you should also be going to your safe place. This is a big tornado that is on the ground just south of Interstate 94. This is a very dangerous situation, particularly dangerous situation. But again, we got a big tornado right now near Portage. And also the storm near Leonidas is still on the ground. We got also a big tornado here that's going towards Garrard. So we have two big tornadoes on the ground. We got another one that's trying to develop as well. So we got two large tornadoes. We got 5 tornado warnings. It is a very dangerous situation right now if you're in Portage. You've got to go to your safe place immediately if you're in Portage with that large and strong tornado. If you are in Kalamazoo, you need to go to your safe place even if you're not currently in the area where this tornado is. It could go up that direction. So you need to be in your safe place if you're in Kalamazoo, Michigan with this large and strong tornado that is on the south side of Kalamazoo. This is a very dangerous storm that is currently moving in the direction of Ramona Park and Pavilion Center near Interstate 94. Just east of Route 131. That is a large tornado. Oh, geez. I mean, this is a bad tornado right now. It's going right through the north side and center side of Portage. The tornado just hit Oakland Drive near Romes Road, and it's also just gone across Center Avenue. This is a large tornado that has just impacted a ton of people here, right in the town of Portage. If you are in Portage, if you're in Kalamazoo, you've got to run to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. That's what it looks like right now in Kalamazoo. I don't know if we're going to see a tornado here, but this is where the tornado is not far from on Radar Omega. I'm going to put this on the right side of the, or left side of the screen out of Kalamazoo in case we see anything. This tornado right now is on the north side of Portage. Let's go back to the CC here. It's on the north side of Portage. It could again go towards the Kalamazoo area. So if you are in this pink polygon, you've got to go to your safe place. Again, this is a large and strong tornado on the north side of Portage. And then we also still have that large and strong tornado east of Leonidas on this much more definitive hook echo that is going to be approaching Garrard and eventually towards Tekenosha in southern Michigan. It's a very dangerous situation on both of these confirmed tornadoes. Debris signature there. Debris signature there. We got 2 large tornadoes on the ground right now in Michigan. Basically, worst case scenario is happening right now in Michigan. This is just not good at all. Yeah, we got a huge debris signature right now on the north side of Portage. We'll see what it looks like on the next radar scan. Hopefully it weakens. There's a new PDS warning on this.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
New PDS tornado warning on the storm. That's going to include areas like Augusta. It should pop up back on here in a second. It just went away, but it should pop up in a second. Again, new PDS tornado warning. That's going to include Climax, Galesburg, Augusta, and Kalamazoo. You've got to run to your safe place, get away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. This is a strong and large tornado that is currently in progress just south of Kalamazoo. This is a very dangerous tornado. It's going to be approaching Climax and Augusta. That tornado is picking up significant debris, perhaps parts of homes, buildings, trees on the north side of Portage. You've got to run to your safe place if you are in this warning. That's Millwood, Oakwood, East Comstock, as well as Cooks Mill, Pavilion Center, Ramona Park, all those areas. You gotta be in your safe place. This is a big tornado right now on the south side of Kalamazoo. This is now officially observed, by the way. So this has been, or I believe it's observed. At least that's what it said. Either way, large tornado just north of Portage. Significant debris signature. We still got a big tornado. This one's not letting up. We got a huge tornado still going on this storm, going towards Garrard. This tornado, by the way, has been on the ground for like 25 minutes, I think. That is still a huge tornado. I think that one's bigger than the one back up near Portage. So again, we got two big tornadoes on the ground right now, both in the circles that I just drew. I'm going to zoom out a little bit so I can include more of the Kalamazoo area. So again, two big tornadoes. Those are debris signatures on radar. We have significant debris that is being picked up into the atmosphere right now. And that one near Kalamazoo is still going. I mean, there's no signs of weakening with this Kalamazoo tornado. It is still going just south of Kalamazoo, southeast of Oakwood. It's a significant tornado that is going right across areas just south of Interstate 94, north of Ramona Park. It's north of Long Lake for reference, and it's right now over the Bishop Avenue and Romance Road near Sprinkle Road in areas just north and east of Portage and just south of Kalamazoo. This is still a very dangerous tornado. We got significant debris that's being lifted up into the atmosphere right now. This is still a strong and large tornado that is in progress right now. This is impacting, again, the warning for Kalamazoo, like that first pink polygon is about 250,000 people. This new tornado warning is going to include about 187,000 people. So this is including a lot of people. This tornado just hit a mall and a Sam's Club in Portage, for reference. So Sam's Club and a mall just took a direct hit from this tornado in Portage. This will be moving towards Galesburg and Climax and Cooks Mill and Augusta. You all need to seek shelter if you're in Kalamazoo or Portage. Doesn't matter where you are. That debris could also fly, miles away in this sort of case. This is a very significant tornado that is in progress right now. This is just not good. I mean, it's picking up significant debris right now northeast of Portage. This is showing no signs of weakening. It's going to be going right towards Galesburg. Galesburg, you got to get to your safe place. This tornado is right on track to hit you. It's going right towards Galesburg. This is a huge tornado that's in progress. The other one that's back over near Athens is still a big tornado, just south of Athens, Michigan, going towards Garrard. And we have two big tornadoes on the ground right now. We're mostly focusing on this one since it's such a highly populated area, but the other one's also, on the ground, and it's not weakening, going towards Garrard, Michigan. This right here, again, is just a significant tornado. It's going to be moving towards Galesburg and Climax over the next few minutes. Maybe go back to the debris signature. That's, again, your tornado right there. Kalamazoo, you need to be in your safe place. If you are in Galesburg, you also need to be in your safe place. It's a storm shelter, basement, closet, bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building and away from windows if you are in this tornado warning. This is a significant tornado that is still on the ground. This is a live view of this storm. The tornado is more than likely in here somewhere. You can't really see it, but it's probably down in there. Just can't see it. But it's going to be behind that little area of trees there. That'd be looking right into where this tornado is right now. But again, that is a large and strong tornado heading towards Galesburg right now. And you've got to seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. This is a significant tornado that just went right through Galesburg. Or sorry, went right through Portage, and is going to be going through Galesburg in the next few minutes. It's a particularly dangerous situation. There's the latest scan. This is still a tornado in progress. Again, this is going to be quickly approaching Galesburg in the next few minutes. That is a large and strong tornado. It is completely rain-wrapped by the looks of it. So you're not going to be able to see it. Once again, if you are in this warning, you've got to run to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. This is a big tornado heading right into Galesburg over the next few minutes. wedge tornado. I've not seen any photos. If you guys do see any photos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. This is the closest thing that we got so far of this storm. I mean, we're looking at the tornado. It's going to be back in here somewhere. It just, you can't see it. It's more than likely rain wrapped, and this is looking directly into the storm. So that large tornado is going to be in there somewhere. This is still a significant tornado. Radar confirmed tornado, just a report there near Portage. Again, that is still a tornado on the ground. It is a large and strong tornado heading towards Galesburg. There is now a tornado emergency on the southern storm. There's now a tornado emergency.
This is an emergency alert. A tornado emergency warning has been issued.
This is a tornado emergency on the southern storm back south of Athens. You need to run to your safe place, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible if you're in this warning. This is a catastrophic tornado that is on the ground. This is a really dangerous storm, and it has been for a while, but this is now officially a tornado emergency. This is only issued, and this is the highest level warning, by the way. This is only issued when we have strong and large tornadoes that are on the ground, and this is an example of that. And we now have another PDS tornado warning for Marshall Battle Creek. So that is a new warning up there. That's PDS.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have about I think we have 3 different PDS tornado warnings, and then we have our tornado emergency that is currently ongoing near Garrard and just south of Burlington. If you are in this warning, you need to run to your safe place. This is a catastrophic tornado that's on the ground right now near Garrard. It is picking up significant debris, and it has been for quite a while. This is still a significant tornado that is in progress right now. It'll be going towards the Tekenosha area, eventually going towards Burlington. This is a large and strong tornado that is in progress. You need to seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. You've got to get underground if you can. This is again a tornado emergency that has been issued. That is the highest level warning that you can get. It's only issued when we have deadly tornadoes that are ongoing, and that one is an example of that. The tornado that is still on the ground near Galesburg has still a debris signature, so there's still a tornado on the ground there that is going right towards Galesburg right now. Just east of Kalamazoo. So that is still a very large tornado that is going to be heading towards the East Comstock area near Morrow Lake, near Interstate 94, just west of Climax. So once again, tornado emergency that is north of Coldwater. This is a catastrophic tornado. It is going to probably destroy homes, at least heavily damage them. You've got to get underground if you can. Get to the lowest floor possible. Put the mattress over you if you're in this tornado warning near Garrard, just southwest of Tekenosha. This is a very dangerous storm right now. That is, again, a tornado emergency. This is a deadly tornado. It's been confirmed by weather spotters on this storm. I mean, it does not get much worse than this. We have yet again another tornado warning on the southern storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Once again, tornado emergencies in that dashed black and pink area there that is on your screen. That's your tornado emergency near Garrard. And in addition to that, Portage and Galesburg's tornado is still on the ground. That's your debris signature. It may have lifted. I'm not sure yet. The rotation's a bit weaker, but that might just be the debris fallout now. The tornado that we know that is, again, still on the ground is this tornado emergency that we have near Garrard. That tornado is going to be located right there going towards the Tekenosha area. But if you're in Garrard, you still need to be in your safe place. That's a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is a huge tornado that is on the ground. I've heard a couple of rumblings of this being potentially a wedge. I'm not entirely sure, but either way, it does not matter what the size is really. You need to be in your safe place anywhere in any of these pink polygons, basically. But that would be your, tornado emergency, your very large, strong, and potentially deadly tornado that is on the ground. It's a very dangerous situation right now in southern Michigan. Very dangerous. I am retweeting some photos on Twitter of at least some of the, tornadoes that we've seen out of these storms over the last few minutes. This is, again, a life-threatening tornado if you're in the dashed pink and black area where we do have a tornado emergency. Trying to see what radar site looks better for here. We'll have to stay on this one. I'm not seeing a super definitive debris signature anymore, but that tornado, if it's still on the ground, will be right here, just south of Burlington. It's going towards the Teknosha area. Once again, this is a tornado emergency right now near Burlington. This is the highest level tornado warning. You cannot get any higher than this. It's a significant tornado right now that's on the ground. I'm hoping everybody's staying safe here in Girard. This is from what we've seen over the last several minutes, this has been a huge tornado. It's going to be moving right into the Girard area over the next several minutes, as well as going towards Burlington and Teknosha, whatever that pronunciation is. The tornado that was near Galesburg, again, I'm not seeing any super strong rotation anymore, but that tornado is still on the ground. That is it right there near Galesburg, just east-southeast of Kalamazoo. I don't have a live view of that there, but that right there will be your tornado. If it's still on the ground, that is your tornado. So you gotta continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning near Galesburg. There's likely at least debris in the atmosphere. If not, there could still be a tornado on the ground. Tree damage near Glenwood from a tornado earlier, by the way.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I think we have another tornado warning in Indiana. But again, we're mostly focused on any of these PDS tornado warning storms that we have. Yeah, that's radar indicated. All right, we're going to stay up here. And just for perspective, we have a tornado emergency that is in the dashed pink and black area. That is, again, a catastrophic tornado that's been on the ground for several minutes. And then also, we have a PDS, which is a particularly dangerous situation tornado that is still on the ground near Galesburg. So two very significant tornadoes that are on the ground. Yeah, if you're in any of these 6 different tornado warnings, you need to be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. We have large trees down in Portage, power lines down, shingles are scattered around from a tornado that happened there earlier. Here's the latest radar scan. See what the CC shows in a second. Actually, we'll go back to velocities first. So just to match up the velocities with this tornado, if there's still a catastrophic tornado on the ground, it would be approaching Burlington and then going towards Teknosha. All right, so that's where that tornado would be heading towards, just to the southeast of Athens. And then the other tornado, if it is still on the ground, it would be pretty close to Galesburg right now, either over Galesburg or just south of Galesburg. So that is where the other large and strong tornado is on the ground right now, just to the east of Kalamazoo. So once again, you've got to be in your safe place if you've not already gotten there. If you're in Kalamazoo or Galesburg, Kalamazoo, you're kind of out of the way now, but I'll just stay there for a few more minutes just in case. And then Battle Creek, Marshall, and Albion, you're all under a PDS tornado warning. That is a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning here that is ongoing. So continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is a significant area of storms right now that is ongoing here across Michigan. We have multiple tornadoes that have been on the ground here over the last several minutes. And if there's still one on the ground in Galesburg, it's going to be right here. So it's on the south side of Galesburg. That is your debris signature. Just to the south of Interstate 94, moving northeast, going towards Augusta. That would be your tornado on the ground. Again, it's going to be approaching Galesburg and Augusta over the next few minutes. The tornado emergency warning still does continue. That large tornado, though, is going to be crossing right into the PDS tornado warning that's near Burlington and Teknosha. So if that tornado is still in progress and is still large and strong, that is where it's going to be. It's going to be approaching Burlington and Teknosha in Michigan, eventually going towards Homer, Marshall, Marengo, and Albion. Moving to the northeast. And you've got to run to your safe place if you're in this tornado warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is a catastrophic tornado that just happened here. If it is still on the ground, once again, it is going to be approaching the east side of Athens, approaching Interstate 69 near Burlington and Teknosha. Let's see if we have any other reports on Twitter. If you guys do see any reports on Twitter, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX. I'll try to relay any information from these storms. We have significant damage in Portage. I'm retweeting photos of it. Significant damage to some businesses by the looks of it in Portage from that tornado that just went through. That tornado, if it is still on the ground, it's going to be right in Galesburg. It's on the south side of Galesburg if that tornado is still in progress, near Interstate 94, which that would still be, again, a tornado that is in progress, more than likely. On the south side of Galesburg, it is still a PDS tornado. That is a particularly dangerous situation. And we have a tornado emergency still for the storm that's approaching Tekenosha. The tornado emergency warning goes for 8 more minutes here near Garrard. So that is still a tornado emergency. You need to continue to stay in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, your bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. This would be where the tornado is. It's going to be going right into Tekenosha, which is, I believe, a pretty populated area here. I don't see any debris signature anymore, but if there is a tornado, that is where it would be. And that's currently moving to the northeast. It's a very serious situation here across southern Michigan. And here's the zoom out look of everything that we got right now. Just kind of for perspective. We got a lot of different tornado warnings. Most of them right now are in southern Michigan, but we do have one in Indiana. We're mostly focused on anything up here right now that's still going. Which, by the looks of it, we still have a tornado on the ground approaching Climax. That is just south of Galesburg. And that's, again, your PDS tornado. That'll be going towards Battle Creek here pretty soon. I mean, they went ahead and issued a huge tornado warning for this entire area, just simply due to the fact, I mean, we got 2 different tornadoes right now that are heading into this tornado warn cell. We got this one right here that's on the ground. That's the tornado emergency one. And then this one that's going to be going towards Battle Creek. So we have 2 different tornadoes that are on the ground right now heading into the same exact tornado warning. It's a very serious situation, again, in southern Michigan. The tornado emergency is still ongoing and has now officially been canceled, so we no longer have a tornado emergency, but we still do have PDS tornado warnings, which means that there are still large and strong tornadoes that are on the ground. So the tornado emergency was canceled. The reason why is because the rotation's now out of that area. In addition to that, the tornado itself seemingly lifted. It looked like it lifted on radar. So that tornado, if it's still on the ground, is going to be right there near Tekenosha, Michigan. And that'll be approaching the south side of Marshall and Albion pretty soon. And we also have another tornado near Galesburg that's in progress. So again, we have 2 different tornadoes. They're both circled in black right now. Those are your 2 different tornadoes that are large and strong that are still ongoing in southern Michigan. I'm going to see if we have any other reports on this area of storms. Again, if you do see anything on Twitter, just at me at MaxVelocityWX. I'll try to relay information. But we are getting at least reports of damage that has come out of at least the Portage area of some businesses that have suffered some damage, at least some, like, you know, potentially like McDonald's and stuff in the area that were hit directly by that tornado. And here's the latest radar scan. So we still have a tornado on the ground on the southeast side of Galesburg. It's going to be going into Climax. Again, presumably that is still a tornado. That's going to be approaching Climax. So continue to stay in your safe place. If you're in that warning, that's going to be approaching Battle Creek, which is very populated. And that may still be on the ground. The velocities aren't super definitive on it, but just to play it safe, that could still be in progress right now, approaching Battle Creek. Just east of Galesburg, going towards Beetle Lake. And once again, the Battle Creek area. All right, it's back down to radar indicated, so they've officially taken the PDS off of that. We still got 2 PDS tornado warnings still that are ongoing here, but the one in Kalamazoo's done. There's nothing there that's left when it comes to the tornado threat, but they still do have the PDS tornado warning across Marshall, Battle Creek, Albion, and Athens. Holy cow. This got crazy fast. We don't have any strong rotation anymore, but yeah, I'd still stay in your safe place. We do have at least some sort of debris signature on there. That might just be from debris fallout from earlier. But regardless, that is, again, your climax right now. You need to continue to stay in your safe place, again, if you are in that pink polygon. Still got the large pink polygon for Battle Creek, Marshall, Athens, and Albion, where we still do have that large warning. That is, again, a PDS tornado warning for the time being. Then we have 2 other tornado warnings down here to the south, by the way. Rotation's beginning to intensify a little bit back near Jamestown and Coldwater. So we got a couple tornado warnings there. And we also have a tornado warning that is north of Indianapolis, near Fairmount, the Fairmount area near Gas City. That rotation looks broader as of right now, so not super concerned yet about that, but there is definitely at least some broad circulation that'll be heading towards Hartford City here over the next few minutes. All right, let's catch a breath for a second. Holy cow, that got really crazy really fast. I mean, who would have thought Michigan would have had a tornado emergency today? I don't think anybody had that in their playing cards or bingo card today. It's kind of crazy. The next concern right now is going to be, again, the potential for a tornado out of that activity, and also this storm here that has a hook. We have 2 different storms right now that have a increasing probability of producing a tornado. Really, the 2 that have the highest probability of producing a tornado would be these 2 right now. So if you're in this area, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. Here's the latest radar scan here. So tornado likely trying to redevelop right now on the north side of Tekenosha area near Homer, or towards Albion. It looks like we're going to probably have some sort of redevelopment there of a tornado with this storm. So this is the one that just produced the tornado emergency. But this more than likely is going to be the next storm that could produce that threat for a strong and large tornado. We have a new PDS tornado now southeast of this storm, and this one's the one near Jamestown.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Emergency management just confirmed a large and strong tornado near Jamestown. That is near Algansea, going towards Hillsdale down the road. This is another large and strong tornado that is in progress. This is moving northeast. You've got to run to your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. This is in the northeastern side of Indiana, about to be moving into southern Michigan. Once again, this is another PDS tornado. Tucker, you can post this, by the way. This is moving northeast, eventually going to go towards Hillsdale. But again, Algansea and Reading in Michigan, and just east of Jamestown, you've got to run to your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. This is yet again another PDS tornado that is in progress. That is a particularly dangerous situation. This is an extremely dangerous tornado that is in progress, being confirmed by emergency management near Interstate 8090, near State Route 120, approaching Reading, Cambria, and Algansea in southern Michigan. This is just unbelievable. This is at least the 4th large and strong tornado that we've had now. I don't have a debris signature, but again, this is confirmed by emergency management. We got a really strong inflow in the storm near Tekenosha, by the way. I mean, this storm near Tekenosha could produce another tornado. Just keep that in mind. It might not be on the ground at this exact minute, but it could be at any time as that moves northeast. I mean, honestly, in all honesty, I did not think Michigan was going to get this many tornadoes today. I thought maybe 1 or 2 at most. I mean, we've had way too many. We've had, I think, 4 or 5 different ones already, and they've all been large and or strong at this point, for the most part. Just gonna zoom out again. Again, we got PDS tornado warning still near Marshall and Albion. We also got a PDS tornado that is in northeast Indiana and in southern Michigan. Tornado watch has been expanded to include Lansing and as well as back over near Ann Arbor. So those areas are included in this tornado watch. Once again, if you're just tuning in, we've had significant storms. We've also now had 4-inch sized hail. So we've also had, out of the storm near Marshall, upwards of softball-sized hail. I mean, this is unbelievable. So they're not just producing tornadoes, but they're also producing massive hail. And that was with that tornado emergency, by the way, near Tekamosha. Or Tekanasha. Once again, we got 2 storms right now that are producing that threat for large and strong tornadoes. I'm circling both of them. The one near Algansea going towards Hillsdale, and the other one near Albion. The one that's the southern storm has been confirmed by emergency management. Have not had anything clear on radar with that storm. The one near Marshall does not seem to be on the ground right now, but it could be back on the ground at any time, because that storm has been reorganizing with its rotation. If you're just tuning in, we are looking at a tornado outbreak in Michigan. If you know any friends or family in Michigan, make sure they're staying weather aware today. This is a very significant activity of storms that we've had here for the last couple of hours. With multiple large tornadoes. We've already had about 4 or 5 at this point. We had a tornado emergency not that long ago, which is very rare, by the way. We have a large tornado that's currently on the ground near Algansea, just southwest of Hillsdale. We also have another large tornado that is on the ground south of Marshall. That might still be on the ground. This one's not really confirmed, but that one might still be on the ground. That would again be moving northeast towards Albion. So we got 2 different tornadoes that are again large and strong that are currently in progress that are probably causing significant damage right now. The one near Fremont is we have another tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning. That's going to be southeast of Marion. Radar indicated near Hartford City in Indiana. Radar indicated. But as I was saying before, emergency management confirmed a large and strong tornado here, just north of Angola, Indiana. That's about to be moving into southern Michigan. And then the other storm is south of Marshall, going towards Albion. And you've got to continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. I am retweeting video on Twitter of that tornado, by the way, that happened in Kalamazoo. It was a cone-shaped tornado, by the looks of it. It was a little while ago. Again, Kalamazoo no longer under a tornado warning. All right. We got stronger rotation on that storm south of Algansea, and then also the one up here approaching Homer. That rotation's intensifying again by the looks of it. So we got strong rotation again on this storm that's going to be near Homer. Yeah, if you're in Homer, Albion, near Marengo, seek shelter. It's a dangerous storm moving to the northeast right now. It's really unbelievable. Let's go to this storm again. Let me see the velocities. This is the other radar sight view. And if that tornado is still on the ground, it'll be heading towards Homer and Albion. That's where the main couplet is right now of rotation. There was I mean, this again, this was a PDS tornado warning, no longer is, but this one right here, northeast of Tecanosha, that would be the area of circulation that we're going to be looking for, going towards Homer. And this storm is this is the only warning, all right? So this is the only one that is now PDS. The other 3 to the north are no longer PDS tornado warnings, but you should still be in your safe place, because if we do get another tornado, it could be large and or strong. We've already had 3 or 4 large tornadoes with this activity. The storm that we're looking at right now that's back over near Hillsdale and Angola is still a particularly dangerous situation. It was a confirmed tornado by weather spotters in the area. That tornado would be on the ground near State Route 120. It'll be approaching Cambria and Reading in southern Michigan near the Algansea area. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to continue to stay in your safe place. That's a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in an interior room of your home or building. Here's the latest scan. We have not had a CC drop on this storm yet, but that would be, again, where there's a tornado. If it is still on the ground, it would be in that area, approaching Reading and Cambria over the next several minutes. Per scanner, FedEx building collapsed in Portage, Michigan. And quote-unquote, all available units respond. So that is the latest out of the tornado that just hit Portage. So, again, we're getting some reports at this point of some significant damage in Portage. I'm not sure about the tornado emergency area yet. I have not seen anything, but again, if I see anything, I'll relay information. Unfortunately, by the sounds of a lot of this stuff right now, we are getting reports of significant damage. That FedEx Center has suffered significant damage. The photos are on Twitter. I mean, it's been hit hard. Seems like a lot of areas, even near Portage, were hit hard. The tornado was we had a large tornado on the south side of Kalamazoo. That could have been a TE at some, like a TOR-E at some point, because of how large that was. So unfortunately, again, we've had a large tornado there. And yeah, again, photos on Twitter. I'm not going to really show any of them, but just significant. FedEx reporting all employees are accounted for, by the way, so that's the good news. There are numerous natural gas leaks in the area in Portage from that tornado that just ripped through. That was a huge tornado that was on the ground there. I mean, we're talking probably half a mile plus wide tornado that was on the ground near Portage earlier. But that FedEx facility is heavily damaged, but sounds like everybody's accounted for, which is good news. All fire department personnel in Kalamazoo County are being called to Portage, Michigan. The city has been decimated by a tornado, quote unquote, in Portage. So again, more reports coming out about significant damage in Portage. And if you're just tuning in, this is still a PDS tornado warning. This was observed a little while ago. We've had no radar confirmation with this. It is near Cambria, Reading, and Algansey, northeast of Angola. The tornado was confirmed as of about 17 minutes ago. So if this is still on the ground, it will be approaching Cambria and Reading. But once again, the latest reports is that all Kalamazoo fire department personnel are being called to Portage, Michigan via the fire scanner. The city has been decimated by the tornado. Again, it's just vague terms. You don't really know what it is until you see it. But that's, again, the reports that we're getting there out of Kalamazoo County there near Portage. If you know any friends or family in Portage, if you know any friends or family that are, nearby Portage, maybe in Kalamazoo, give them a call or text. Make sure that they're doing okay. We just had a big tornado go through there. Just really scary stuff there. Here's the latest radar scan on this. Yeah, if we still have a tornado, it's going to be probably right about here, just south of Algansey, just south of Reading, and approaching Cambria, Michigan. You got to continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, and away from windows. This is still a dangerous storm. Also, Portage, Michigan, 609 Grand Street, structural collapse, and numerous other locations with significant damage in Portage. Just relaying some of these reports right now as we continue to wait for some sort of confirmation here on radar. Again, if there's a tornado, it would be right here approaching Cambria, Michigan. You gotta seek shelter if you're in Cambria. More significant damage photos coming out of Portage. It looks like Portage was hammered by that tornado. All right, this is still a PDS tornado as of right now. That's gonna be heading again. This is Weather Spotters confirmed. Still a PDS tornado, which is a large and extremely dangerous tornado heading towards Reading. Again, 13 miles northeast of Angola. If you're in this tornado warning near Reading or Cambria, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. This is still a strong and large tornado that's in progress here in southern Michigan, according to weather spotters in the area. And also, the tornado warning has now been canceled near Jonesville. That one was weakening. That storm's actually died entirely, so that storm's done for the time being. The one that's still on the ground that's large and strong is once again going to be approaching Cambria. This would be where the tornado is. It's going to be going right into Cambria, Michigan here over the next few minutes. And if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is still a large and strong tornado here in southern Michigan. Yeah, unfortunately, these tornadoes have done, you know, just significant damage. And, I mean, we're only hearing the beginning of probably hours to come of damage reports out of these storms. I mean, yeah, it's just really, really bad. I mean, I was honestly hoping today would be a bit more of a, you know, low-key day where we wouldn't have that many tornadoes. And unfortunately, we've just had 4 or 5 large tornadoes in the last, like, hour and a half in Michigan. Just Michigan alone, by the way. You know, Indiana and Ohio so far, I mean, you haven't seen much, but, I mean, that weather's still to come. We do have a tornado warning near Hartford City, for the record, but that's broad circulation. And even down back near Indianapolis, all those storms right now are mostly just hail and wind, which that threat should ramp up more later into the afternoon and evening, but just really bad stuff. Also, again, we've had a lot of reports in the area of damage and stuff. We have reports of trees down and farm damage on Ferrand Road, west of the roundabout, as of 4:53 p.m. in Cologne, Michigan. That's in St. Joseph County. We have a lot of reports of damage right now coming out of the Portage area. You know, we'll get to a lot of those reports after this PDS tornado warning's done, but just really significant damage overall. And again, if you know any friends or family that are in those areas, you need to make sure that they are okay, because there were some significant tornadoes there near Kalamazoo and in Portage. And once again, this is your PDS tornado going towards Cambria. Down the road, this will be going towards Pittsford and Hillsdale, North Adams, and Wheatland. So again, if you are anywhere in this area, you need to continue to stay in your safe place if you're in the pink polygon. If you're in front of this, like Pittsford, you should stay vigilant, because you'll probably be in a new tornado warning here soon, as that continues to move northeast. Yeah, there's severe tornado damage again in Portage. Just horrible. All the photos, videos, reports, all that stuff will be retweeted on our Twitter page, just for the record. So if you need to look at information and stuff like that, our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX has a lot of that stuff now being posted on there. And on our Facebook page at MaxVelocityWX also has that. Yeah, if we still have a tornado on the ground here, it's going to be right over Highway 49 near Camden, approaching Cambria. This is moving northeast. Again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows on the lowest floor possible and in an interior room of your home or building. Yeah, I mean, this was, you know, again, it was scary. All those storms that we just had there were very scary. We had massive debris signatures, and I mean, this storm we've had no CC drop on, which doesn't mean there's no tornado. It's just we don't have any visual on radar, but you know, this could be picking up significant debris right now north of Camden and going towards Cambria. This is another situation where we have a large and strong tornado. And PDS, again, means particularly dangerous situation. That's what we have right now near Cambria, Michigan. Now, the good news is that we're back down to 3 tornado warnings. The storm near Albion looks like it will not be a new. I don't think they're going to issue a new tornado warning on that for now. They still have a tornado warning on this one that's PDS, and then we still have a tornado warning southeast of Marion. So, still got 3 tornado warnings right now that are all ongoing. And again, the one near Cambria is still the more significant one that has a large and strong tornado confirmed by weather spotters in the area. Again, this will be moving right into Cambria over the next few minutes, eventually going towards Pittsford. So again, if you're in the pink polygon, continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, your bathroom, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, as this is still a significant tornado that is on the ground. It's a large and strong tornado that is moving right now to the northeast. If you guys do see any other reports, again, feel free to at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I'm trying to relay as many as possible. Basically, what you need to know, if you know anybody near Portage, Portage is a very populated area, which is why we're talking a lot about it. Portage in particular was hit hard by that tornado just south of Kalamazoo. Significant damage being reported there. From what I've heard, there was really significant damage. Also, there's more photos on Twitter of that tornado emergency too, but there's a FedEx building that was hit hard. The Portage Fire Department has been stating that the town has been decimated by a tornado there. So again, if you're in that area, just make sure again that you call your friends or family, because there was a significant tornado there that was in progress not too long ago. All right, back to the tornado warning that we have right now. Again, this is a large and strong tornado near Cambria. Again, this is currently moving northeast, going towards Pittsford, and as well as going towards Hillsdale. And if you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter. There is a large and strong tornado that is still in progress, according to weather spotters in the area. This is going to be approaching Cambria and Hillsdale, and eventually going towards Pittsford. So if you're in the pink polygon, it's in southern Michigan. Continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Also, a new mesoscale discussion just came out from the Storm Prediction Center for this area. Supercells will spread northeast this evening. Tornado threat will continue. Let me get the outlined area here. So this is the area that's in the mesoscale discussion. Supercells will spread northeast this evening. Tornado threat will continue along with large hail. That's basically it. But the greatest tornado threat will be near and just south of the warm front. So that's right there in northwest Ohio and right along southeastern parts of Michigan. That's where the greatest concern is right now for tornadoes over the next few hours. So right where that warm front is, which if we zoom out, I can draw that on the map here. Basically, the greatest tornado risk right now is going to be right along this warm front. So anywhere basically in this area, that's where the greatest threat will be here over the next little while. Probably for at least the next hour or two. I'll go ahead and say that this area, though, back here is probably going to be winding down. We got one storm west of Kalamazoo that's firing up, but, most of that activity back to the west will probably struggle a little bit more, just since we've had a lot of storms already in this area. This is a live view, by the way, of that storm blowing up right now in Kalamazoo. Look at that thing. We have a perfect view on Radar Omega of that right now. So that storm's starting to intensify a little bit. We'll see if it really gets going, but those storm clouds are building up pretty fast in Kalamazoo. It's the Radar Omega cyclone port. I'll have that on the left side of the screen. And this tornado is still on the ground as of right now near Cambria. It'll be approaching Pittsford pretty soon. That's, again, your tornado. That would be in progress, moving northeast. So, again, still a PDS tornado for southwestern Hillsdale County until 7 p.m. Eastern Time. So if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building if you're in this tornado warning. In southern Michigan. We also still have the other two tornado warnings. The one near Battle Creek, I believe, is probably going to be ending in a few minutes anyway. I don't think that one will continue. And we still have the one that's back over in Indiana, near Blackford and Grant counties. So just heads up there if you're in those areas. That is still currently an area that is tornado warned. Per scanner, one person trapped in a house. There's a lot of first responders in that area, so And hopefully all of them get out there as soon as possible. It's a very populated area once again, and unfortunately a very populated area was just hit by that tornado in Portage, Michigan. And here's the latest radar scan near Cambria. And if we still have a tornado on the ground, it'll be going right into Cambria, Michigan, just southeast of Reading. You got to be in your safe place if you're in Reading as well, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and an interior room of your home or building and away from windows. This is the tornado, by the way, that prompted the tornado emergency. Is this right here? And that would be your tornado. That was the one from earlier. Large, cone-shaped tornado from a little while ago. That was in Leonidas, Michigan, from Kevin Woodman. There was a mobile home park that was hit hard by that tornado as well in Leonidas. So, unfortunately, that mobile home park in Leonidas was hit pretty hard by that storm. You know, the hope is that this tornado is lifted. We have had no debris signature or anything on radar, but if this is still on the ground, it's going to be near Cambria, and again, approaching the Pittsford area here soon in southern Michigan. So, yeah, if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. This still could have a tornado on the ground. It is still a PDS tornado warned storm. That is a particularly dangerous situation right now, right in southern Michigan. Was anybody hurt? We don't really know yet. And there's going to be some mumblings probably over the next hour of reports and stuff like that, but just nothing confirmed as of right now. We should have more details, though, once we get a little bit closer to... you know, a little bit closer to like 7 or 8, or probably closer to 8 or 9 o'clock. Because again, a lot of that first responder effort stuff is happening like as we speak. Again, this is where the tornado is. It's near Cambria and Frontier. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter. If you're in Steenburg, Owasso, or Pittsburgh or Shady Side in southern Michigan, you also need to be in your safe place. This warning will be probably issued for your area here relatively soon, as that continues to move east, northeast, and northeast. I believe the huge trailer park was in Portage. Oh, is that where that was? Okay. But I thought I saw Leonidas on that tweet. Could be wrong. All right, we'll probably have a new warning on that here in a second. Yep, there we go. This is back down to radar indicated, but brand new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning southeast of Hillsdale, Michigan. This is going to include Pittsford, as well as Hudson, near Ransom. Again, if you're in this new tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Once again, this is a now new tornado warning for this storm in Michigan near Pittsford and Hudson. It has the potential to produce again a tornado down the road. It was PDS for quite a while. It still is, at least for 5 more minutes. And then also the storm that is back up near Marshall. Not seeing really any rotation here, mostly just hail. The storm that was initially tornado warned up here is now going into Jackson, which is weakening. We do have a new storm developing just west of Kalamazoo, by the way. Just want to throw that out there. We have a live cam on Radar Omega out of this area with looking basically at this area of storms. We could get something out of this storm. I just want to throw that out there. We could get another tornado out of this as it moves in the direction of Portage. So, you know, don't just kind of blow this off at this point and say, oh, that's the only tornado. This storm is not out of the question of producing that threat either. It might still take a little bit of time, but we do have some rotation at least trying to develop here on this storm. That'll be going right towards Kalamazoo and Portage. It's a very early on supercell, but it's going to try, I think, to do something down the road. We have apple-sized hail, a destructive storm. We have apple-sized hail right now falling northwest of, or north of Fort Wayne. This is a significant storm. This is a destructive supercell right now that is ongoing near Garrett and Kendallville. Holy cow. These severe weather events have just been literally insane recently. So, once again, this is a storm here that's near Kendallville that is still producing apple-sized hail. That is 3 inches in diameter. That is right now moving here to the north, going towards the Wolcottville area, Angola, and Jamestown. That is a significant hail core right now moving north. Larger than the size of tennis balls, just for the record. The storm down here is no longer tornado warned in Indiana, by the way. We're back down to 2 tornado warnings and 9 severe thunderstorm warnings. The PDS tornado warning has now officially been canceled, so we're no longer in a PDS tornado warned storm. It is back to a normal radar-indicated tornado warning. Once again, that's the radar Omega Cyclone port. We'll probably have a pretty good view of that storm once it approaches. I think it's looking south right now, but we should have a view of that new storm that's coming towards Kalamazoo in a few minutes. And once again, we are watching the storm near Hillsdale and Roland for the potential for a tornado as this moves east-northeast. And then the other one up here near Marshall, still tornado warned. All right, I'm going to stay zoomed out here for just a second. Yeah, another storm going towards Kalamazoo. You gotta stay vigilant if you're in the Kalamazoo area. What's it looking like in Wisconsin? I think Wisconsin's winding down. I don't think it's as bad. By the way, thank you, Werewolf, for the $5 super chat. I do appreciate, by the way, anyone that became a member or super chatted or donated during that craziness. I'm not going to get to all of them because they're just so far back and a lot of the questions are old. But I do appreciate all of the super chats and all that. But thank you, Rocket and James, for the $10 super chats. Appreciate it. And anybody else that super chatted or became a member. It's hard to, again, a lot of the time when we have strong, large tornadoes on the ground, we're not going to get to that stuff. So, but I do appreciate, again, the generosity. I don't know what the CC drop is even from here. I don't know what that CC is showing. Might just be contamination. I don't see any rotation here, just like right now. But I would stay in your safe place. Obviously, if you're in Marshall or Marengo, you're still under the tornado warning here for a few more minutes. But yeah, I mean, there's a CC showing there. It's just I don't know what that's exactly from. I don't think there's a tornado there. I think that might be hail or something. I'm not sure. It's a weird CC drop. Because the rotation is back in here. So, you know, we don't have the correlation coefficient. Oops. The correlation coefficient's not matching up with that. Yeah, it's not matching up anywhere close to it. So, that's not a tornado. It's probably just hail contamination or something. Do I expect these storms to impact Lansing, says Trippy with the $5 super chat. I think that majority of the storms in Lansing will just be strong. Right now, that's what you're seeing right now. Not ruling out a little bit of damaging wind potential, but I think the threat is pretty low. Maybe a brief tornado threat, but still pretty low. Cincinnati's still a good few hours away from this activity. Again, Cincinnati is under the threat basically until at least 1 a.m. tonight. So if you are in the Cincinnati area, obviously make sure that you are staying vigilant all the way up until the tornado watch has ended. Unfortunately, areas like Southwest Ohio, Northern Kentucky, and Southeast Indiana, your threat is primarily after sunset tonight. So the most significant severe weather threat is unfortunately going to be nocturnal. So you need to stay weather aware overnight tonight. I do think the main concern will be damaging winds and hail, but there is an elevated tornado risk for sure in that area. All right, once again, we got rotation developing near Portage. It's not good. We just had a tornado hit Portage, and we got rotation now developing west of Portage. This could get tornado warned if it intensifies further. I mean, it's not a huge supercell by any means. It's not as big as the first one, but it's trying. This is a completely different storm, by the way. This is completely different. It's not the same one from before. It's not currently tornado warned. Again, the tornado warning's further east, but there is rotation attempting to develop here on this storm. Bare minimum, we have wind, but it's not far from it. I think it's still going to struggle to some extent. I just don't see this really producing. Again, I don't think if we get a tornado here, I don't think it'll be significant like the first one. It's in an environment where we just had a huge storm that went through. The hail core is a bit weaker scan to scan. There's rotation, but it's a small supercell, or a small cell. It's not really a supercell yet. So there could be something, but I think it might struggle a bit. I believe this is the storm right here that we're looking at on the Radar Omega Cyclone port in Kalamazoo. I believe that is the one that is right now entering into that area. It looks a bit more low-topped comparatively to the other one. But we still have rotation near Marshall. It's not much, but we have a couple small cells here that are still rotating. When you look at this area of storms compared to the one near Kalamazoo, the one near Kalamazoo actually looks a little bit more impressive. Yeah, this one near Kalamazoo and Portage, we're going to have to watch for. I'm going to stay on this storm for another scan, because I think it has a chance to do something here. Here's the latest scan. See what the velocities look like. By the way, thank you, Bree, for the $20 super chat. I answered your question, but thank you for your generosity. Do appreciate it. We were live for 16 hours yesterday, and we've already been live for 4 today. Crazy stuff. And my voice is not gone. It's shocking. I know. It's really crazy stuff. The fact that I can be live this long without losing my voice is remarkable. There's some rotation there. It's not strong, but there's just some rotation there. The strongest point of that rotation, which it's not much, but the strongest point was probably a couple scans ago. I mean, it's taking a beeline right towards Portage. I think it's mostly wind, but it's definitely gonna be something to still watch for. Again, this area just got hit by a tornado, so we need to watch it closely. The storm that's in northeast Indiana is still warned for apple-sized hail. This is a destructive supercell, again, that is going to be going towards Angola and LaGrange near Jamestown. So a significant hailstorm still in progress there. Apple-sized hail is currently ongoing with that storm. See what the Kalamazoo storm here does in a second. Tomorrow's supposed to be worse than today. Tomorrow is supposed to be worse than today. And honestly, like today was not supposed to be this bad. I mean, strong tornadoes are a possibility, but in Michigan, I don't think Michigan's in the hatched area. I could be wrong. Let me double check. Yeah, I mean, so far today, we've had 4 or 5 large tornadoes, and they were not in the hatched area. It gives you the general idea here that it doesn't matter what risk you're in. You still have the potential for all these threats of severe weather. Don't always look at the risk. And I said this a lot yesterday because it really rings home with what we saw yesterday. You know, you don't need to be in the hatched area to have strong tornadoes. We've had this happen before. This is not unheard of. So you always need to be staying vigilant and weather aware, but all that is right there is just a 5% tornado risk that's in this area. All right, we now have a tornado possible label on the storm that's near Kalamazoo. So this is officially now a storm to really be watching for closely. We got rotation on the storm near Portage and Kalamazoo. It is now a TP, that is a tornado possible label. I believe this is the storm right here that has that potential on the Radar Omega Cyclone port in Kalamazoo. Thank you, Killjoy, for the $10 super chat. Taylor, Michigan. I don't even know where Taylor is. And I'm not really doing specific towns, but main concern across the board is wind and hail, maybe an isolated tornado. Still got rotation over Ted Kenosha. This area just got hit by a tornado, and it looks like there's still rotation here. It's right there. It's a broad area of circulation. It is still tornado warned right now. We'll have to watch this closely. By the way, Troy. Okay, that's north of Detroit. Troy, just north of Detroit. So anywhere in Detroit, I think it'll be mainly a wind threat, maybe an isolated tornado. And that's probably still a good hour out or now from now. Here's that rotation, by the way. It's just on the southwest side of Portage. And this is a tornado possible label, which means that there is at least some rotation, but it's not enough for a tornado warning. That is south and west of Kalamazoo. The good news right now for Portage is that this is not as strong as the first tornado when it comes to the rotation. The bad news is if we do get a tornado, it's basically going through the same path as where we just had a tornado. You know, we would have to see intensification though within the next like minute or two for that to happen. But again, presumably the storm's either over here to the right or it's like back in here somewhere. The one again near Kalamazoo. Let me double check the radar here. I think that storm in the background is the one down here to the south. It's just a shower. So this is the live cam view, and again, Kalamazoo of this particular storm that has a, again, currently has a tornado possible tag on it. See what the next velocity scan shows in a second. Yeah, we still have some stronger rotation south of Marshall, Michigan, southeast of Battle Creek. So we'll be watching that closely as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning down near Fort Wayne. It's in Indiana now. So brand new tornado warning now in this storm. That could very easily produce a tornado. We have a hook echo and everything. Right along Interstate 469, just south of Fort Wayne. That is strong rotation that's developed on this storm. And if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That is, again, just south of Fort Wayne right now, where we do have some strong rotation. There's the latest scan. That rotation is going to be right over Interstate 469. That's where that rotation is. Yeah, this could drop a tornado at any time. It's radar indicated rotation just south of Fort Wayne, Indiana. You need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're in this warning. Actually said, I mean, we called a couple of those tornadoes well ahead of time. So hopefully the word got out there. I know we called the tornado emergency one too, that we called that a while back before it happened, and then the one near Portage too. That storm merger again, that's the power of storm merging in this environment. A lot of the time we do get very strong tornadoes like that. By the way, this is a very significant hailstorm going towards Angola, Indiana. This is once again producing the threat of apple-sized hail still. It is a huge hail core and huge hail that is coming out of the storm near Hudson, going towards Angola right now, and eventually towards Jamestown. So a significant hail core. That is moving north, by the way. So this will be going into Michigan. Northeast. And that's the storm near Kalamazoo right now. Let's see if we have any view on that yet. Not seeing any view right now. It's right there, just south of Kalamazoo near Portage. The tornado warning back over southeast of Hillsdale will probably end. The one that is back over here near Athens and Coldwater, we got rotation going right over where that tornado emergency was earlier. And then the other area just south of Marshall also rotating. So we could get a new warning on that one north of Coldwater. And then the other area that's south of Fort Wayne right now has an intensifying area of rotation near the Hessen Castle area going towards Maples and Zulu, near Woodburn, and just south of New Haven. So again, if you're in the pink polygon, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Also got a lot of wind and hail back down here in Indianapolis. Do have a storm near Shelbyville that has a hook on it now, so that could develop into a tornado threat down the road. So we got some storms down there that are definitely trying to get going. That tornado warning that we just talked about near Hillsdale has been canceled. So we are back down now to 2 tornado warnings that are both radar indicated areas of rotation. And we also have that destructive supercell in northeast Indiana that is producing apple-sized hail. So very significant storm still right now ongoing. Yeah, this hook is starting to wrap here. There's your hook echo right there. Got a strong inflow and everything. If we get a tornado, it would be going right towards Monroeville, Zulu, Maples, Indiana. We're back up to 12 severe thunderstorm warnings. This severe weather is never going to end. We're going to have a long day. I mean, we're only at like the beginning, really, at this event. I mean, we still have probably approximately 6 to 8 more hours of severe weather. I don't know if we'll be live that entire time, but we have a lot of severe weather still ahead. I mean, just think about it. We still got Indiana. We still got Ohio. We still got Kentucky. And still Michigan, which is what's happening still right now. That storm right now moving right into Kalamazoo. The tornado warning has now been canceled in Michigan. So we are back down to 1 tornado warning. And that's the one near Fort Wayne. Which, again, that one has a very clean hook echo on radar. So this one's definitely a potential to produce a tornado here. So once again, if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place. It's a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. I'll have another radar scan here in just a second. Thank you, Courtney, for the $9.99. I don't know where Jackson County is either, but again, main concern right now, Michigan, at this point, is damaging winds, isolated hail, and perhaps even an isolated tornado or two. I think the Michigan tornado threat should be going down over the next few hours. I don't think it's going to go up. I do think, though, back over here in Indiana, Ohio, and Kentucky, I think that tornado threat will increase over the next few hours as this environment does become more favorable. I did mention earlier, our peak for tornadoes, I think, will be between 6 and 9. That is like the greatest chance for tornadoes and such. So I think we're kind of in that time frame right now, and I think that threat will increase more as we continue to go through, the next few hours. Now, again, when I say increase, I do not mean an increase compared to Michigan. I'm talking just a general increase in Indiana, Ohio, and as well as Kentucky from what we've already seen. So I'm not saying we're going to see 5 more large tornadoes or something here in these 3 states I just mentioned. I'm just saying for those 3 states, not Michigan. Michigan should be going down. The other 3 states, though, with what we've seen so far, has been only a couple tornado warnings. I think that'll go up over the next couple of hours. We got some strong rotation on this. It's just not really where the hook is. And it's near Interstate 469. There's definitely a chance that we do get a tornado with this as it continues to move east-northeast towards Woodburn, Zulu, and eventually towards Payne in western and northwestern Ohio. And then once again, we got multiple significant storms still in Michigan. This is that live cyclone port on Radar Omega in Kalamazoo. That storm does have a tornado possible label, but I don't think it's going to produce a tornado there. If it were to, at least, it wouldn't probably happen in Portage. But lots of rainfall in there. And then again, the storm near Angola is producing apple-sized hail. This is still a destructive supercell that is moving to the north and northeast. So if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Treat it as if it's a tornado warning, because that hail is massive. Like, there's just no other way to put it. It is a massive hailstorm right now that is currently moving to the north and northeast, going towards York and northeast Indiana, near Interstate 8090, near Jamestown, eventually going to go towards Reading and Cambria in southern Michigan. Still going for apple-sized hail, so that has not been downgraded to this point. It's still apple-sized hail. The next Storm Prediction Center outlook, by the way, will be out in about a little over an hour. So we'll see if there's any updates there to the forecast for tonight. Probably about an hour or so. All right. Thank you, Cheyenne, for the $5 super chat. The Bargerville, Indiana area. Check out where that is. Your main concern right now is wind and hail. I don't. Those storms down there to the south don't look super crazy right now. I think the main concern for the time being is wind and hail. Anything that becomes a relatively discrete could produce an elevated tornado risk. The one near Shelbyville is definitely discrete. Has a pretty classic looking hook on it. But I do think the problem is right now it just doesn't have enough wind shear yet. But as we go later into the evening hours here, as we get closer to 8 to 9, I think this will have a better shot at producing a tornado. And then the storm south of Indianapolis right now, again, nothing super definitive here on radar when it comes to a tornado risk, but we do have a lot of damaging wind and hail potential out of these storms that are still ongoing. All right, let's go back to the Fort Wayne storm. That one is starting to wrap more. Again, we got a clear hook echo on this storm near Fort Wayne. There's the storm. It is still radar indicated, but there's still a hook echo on this near New Haven, Monroeville in Indiana. It'll be approaching Route 30 over the next several minutes. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. I'm in Fostoria. The main concern in Ohio right now is just, again, wind, hail, and then strong tornadoes still being a possibility. I think your threat will increase more as we go later into the evening hours. So probably closer to like 8, 9, 10 o'clock. I think the threat will increase here in western parts of Ohio. All right. And that is the area of rotation right now that we're watching here in Indiana. All right, another radar scan should be in here in a second. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be back in 60 seconds. Stay tuned. I left right as a tornado warning got issued. We have a PDS tornado warning, and that's horrendous. We have another PDS tornado warning in Portage.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Gotta seek shelter if you're in this warning. This is a particularly dangerous situation in Michigan. Say weather spotters confirm tornado here in Michigan. You've got to run to your safe place if you're in Portage, Climax, or Galesburg, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible near Augusta. This is really bad. It's another PDS tornado. Again, this is a large and strong tornado near Portage. It'll be moving towards Galesburg and Climax and Augusta, and eventually towards Battle Creek. You've got to run to your safe place if you're in this warning, away from windows and lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. This tornado is going to be approaching Climax and Galesburg in the next few minutes, eventually towards Augusta near Interstate 94. It's just east of Portage. It's going right where that large tornado went earlier. So, unfortunately, yeah, it's just going through basically the same area where we just had that large tornado. So, if you're in this warning, you gotta run to your safe place. It's a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building. This isn't fair at all. Sometimes severe weather does not care. Oh, sorry.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Did not mean to click that button. We don't have a new tornado warning. That was accidental. Again, we just had a tornado go through Portage, and we have another one now going through the northeast side of Portage. And it literally, again, this is exactly where we had that large tornado last time. It's the same exact area. It's going to be approaching Augusta, Galesburg, Climax. The same exact area, basically. It's unbelievable. We don't have any debris signature, but it is a confirmed tornado that's large and strong, right over Portage. And they may have made it PDS just due to the fact the tornado literally is going through the same track as it, the first tornado went through. But either way, you need to seek shelter if you're in Galesburg, Climax, Augusta, again, just southeast of Kalamazoo. Portage, Michigan just said to all first responders to seek shelter now. Okay. Yeah, so, I mean, there's a lot of first responders in this area that are helping out with, recovery efforts already with all the damage that we had earlier. And unfortunately, we have another large and strong tornado now on the ground here in the same area. And this is not a copy and paste. This is not the live stream from earlier. This is literally live. We have another large tornado that's on the ground near Portage. It's the same exact area as before. Like the tornado track that we had before was basically this. This tornado was dropped right about here. It's like maybe a half a mile south and went through the central part of Portage and is now approaching Climax. It just can't get worse than this. I mean, it just can't. The good news is we don't have a significant... Oh, now we do, I think. I was about to say, we don't have a significant debris signature yet, but now we do. So there's your debris signature. It's going to be on the north side of Cook's Mill. I spoke soon. That's going to be near Climax. So this is going to be heading right into Climax over the next few minutes. And this is a large and strong tornado here in Michigan near Portage. You need to run to your safe place if you're in this warning, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Living in Michigan is an experience. Yeah, I mean, this is just insane. This is another crazy day. We've had so many crazy tornado outbreaks recently and tornado events, and this is just another one of them. This is just unbelievable. But that would be presumably your debris signature right now. Heading into climax. Just south of Galesburg and Augusta. If you're anywhere in this warning, you need to seek shelter. Yeah, this is confirmed by weather spotters in the area. What is going on in here in Indiana, too? We got another storm. That one's been rotating for a while, but that's near Monroeville. That one's also strong. And then storms are exploding right now in eastern Indiana. We got hook echoes galore right now in eastern Indiana. This could turn into an outbreak in western Ohio here soon. I mean, this is just getting bad. And this would be your tornado if it is still on the ground. This is the PDS tornado near climax. I mean, we have supercells galore right now in Indiana, and those are all probably going to produce down the road. They're all rotating. The one near Portland and Bryan is rotating right now in Indiana. Not warned. But it is beginning to rotate. And that would be your tornado if it is still on the ground. This is, again, a PDS tornado. It is a particularly dangerous situation near Galesburg, Augusta, and Climax. Just east of Portage. Portage is no longer in the warning. They did just update the warning, but it is still confirmed a large and extremely dangerous tornado right now heading towards Climax and Galesburg near Interstate 94. If you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Yeah, I mean, it's going to get crazy here in the next 30 minutes, probably. I mean, not just this storm, but the ones that are back down to the south. I mean, we got 3 or 4 supercells. We got 5, actually. This is going to get bad. I mean... Five different supercells in eastern Indiana right now. It is going to get busy. Let's just say that. Are there any photos of this, by the way? I'm just curious. Has anybody seen anything on Twitter about this? I'm not sure if this is like the same sort of tornado from earlier, but again, Galesburg, Climax, and Augusta all included in this PDS tornado warning. Just east of Kalamazoo. Again, this is the same track basically as the tornado from earlier. I don't see anything on radar, but again, if there's a tornado, it would be right there. It's about to go right into Climax, Michigan. Trying to see, I don't see anything right now. There, that right there will be your tornado if it's still on the ground. It would be right over there on the west side of Climax. There's a video. If you see it, you can at me in it on Twitter, MXVelocityWX. That's your tornado right there, though, on the west side of Climax. This is just horrible. I mean, like, literally, this tornado is going through the same exact area as before. It's just, it's insane. This is going to be approaching Climax, eventually towards Battle Creek. If you're near Battle Creek, south side of Battle Creek, or west of Marshall, you need to be staying vigilant. The storm's going towards you right now. No damage reports so far. Well, damage reports don't usually come in until like a little while after the tornado's done. That right there would be your tornado right there. Latest scan shows rotation now on the south side of Galesburg and just west of Climax near Interstate 94, approaching Battle Creek. It will eventually be going towards Marshall, Marengo, and the south side of Battle Creek in Michigan. So again, this is still a large and extremely dangerous tornado that's on the ground just east of Kalamazoo. And again, it's not a repeat from earlier. This is the same exact storm that we literally just had. Or sorry, this is a different storm that we had. Sorry, let me repeat myself. This is a new storm, not the same one, but the storm we had earlier, that was completely different. So this is just a new supercell that developed like 30 minutes ago west of Kalamazoo. I mean, we talked about this too before it even got to the PDS status. I mean, we were talking about how, you know, there could be a tornado with this. Unfortunately, it pretty much dropped at the worst possible timing right over Portage, and now it's moving into Climax and eventually going towards Battle Creek. But I mean, the timing on this could not be any worse. Like, we literally just had a tornado there like an hour or two ago, and another one just went through there. I'm not personally rating tornadoes. It's pointless. Rating tornadoes before there's any sort of survey is just stupid. Once again, if you're in Climax, you need to seek shelter. Battle Creek, you need to be vigilant. You're probably going to be under a new tornado warning here in a moment, is my guess. So there will probably be a new tornado warning there momentarily. Again, this tornado was confirmed by weather spotters. It was not radar confirmed. Again, that right there will be your tornado. They'll be approaching Battle Creek and Interstate 194 over the next few minutes. I'll have another radar scan in just a second. All right, here's the latest radar scan. That tornado is now on the north side of Climax. They'll be approaching Battle Creek in the next few minutes. And the tornado warning in Allen County, Indiana is still ongoing, but that one is radar indicated, not confirmed. There's absolute destruction, by the way, being reported in a mobile home park in Portage. There are multiple injuries. And there are photos and videos on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. And this is a large and strong tornado heading towards Battle Creek right now. Gotta seek shelter. They'll probably issue a new warning on this here in a moment. Battle Creek is very populated, by the way, just for the record. Just gonna quickly look at this real quick. That rotation near Zulu, Indiana's rain wrap now. And again, we got like multiple discrete cells that are firing off left and right now, back down near like Newcastle, and those are bad circles, but all those areas again in that particular threat right now. New PDS tornado warning for Battle Creek, Marshall, Albion. It's a very large area in this new PDS tornado warning.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This again confirmed by weather spotters. It is a large PDS tornado warning for Battle Creek, Marshall, Marengo, Albion, Homer. If you're anywhere in this tornado warning, you need to run to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. And this is a large and strong tornado that is heading towards Battle Creek. It's going to be going towards Marshall, Marengo, and Albion, eventually going towards Homer. That is your tornado right there that I just circled. So that would be your tornado. It's going to be traveling right along Interstate 94. It's going to be approaching Marshall in about 5 to 10 minutes. And eventually going towards Marengo. You need to seek shelter immediately. You gotta run to your safe place. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning east of Fort Wayne. This is near Payne. It's the same storm we were talking about before. There is still rotation there near the Zulu area. And that's your rotation. Seek shelter if you're in this warning near Payne, Ohio. That's a brand new tornado warning. But again, this is your large and strong tornado that is on the ground right now near Battle Creek, moving east towards Marshall. And that right there would be your tornado. Moving eastbound. Check Twitter and see if we have any other reports. This is going to be approaching Marshall, Interstate 94, going towards Albion. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado, once again in Michigan. It is not the same storm from earlier. This is a completely different storm. This is the second tornado that's now moved through Portage, for the record. There were a lot of emergency responders there in Portage, so hopefully they, got to a safe place before that storm went right into that area. This includes a population, by the way, of 127,000 people. It is a very populated area near Battle Creek. There is a lot of people in this warning. This is just horrendous. It is such a bad situation right now. I mean, these areas were literally just hit by a tornado. Now, Battle Creek and Marshall, I don't think were hit by a tornado, but you're on track to be hit by one. That right there, right along Interstate 94, is your large tornado. It is moving towards Battle Creek and Interstate 69, eventually going towards Marshall and Marengo and Albion. So again, if you are in this warning, you need to be in your safe place. That's a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. It is still a particularly dangerous situation. This is still a large and strong tornado about to go right into Battle Creek. So again, we have 4 tornado warnings. This one's on the same storm. It's the large and strong tornado in Michigan. And then we have 2 on the one right on the Indiana and Ohio border. This is a PDS tornado. It is not a tornado emergency. I have not seen any debris signature on radar. We did with the first tornado. Granted, it doesn't mean there's not a tornado. It just means we don't see anything on radar. But with that said, this has been spotted by storm spotters in the area. I have not seen any photos or videos yet of it, but I'm not sure what it exactly looks like. But presumably this is like a cone-shaped tornado or something like that. That is going to be here on the northeast side of Climax, Michigan, approaching Battle Creek. Guys, we're not worried about pronunciation. If I miss pronunciation, it's fine. Situations like this, it just does not matter. The problem with this environment right now, which I mentioned this earlier too, is that warm frontal boundary that is right in this area is kind of increasing the wind shear, and that's what we basically just saw here. So, yeah, unfortunately, that's the situation that we're in right now. You know, the wind shear is kind of increasing right near that warm frontal boundary, and that's why we got this tornado that developed. It's really a bad situation if you're in Battle Creek or, you know, Marshall. You need to be in your safe place. That's a storm shelter, basement, closet or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. You know, the good news is that, again, we don't have really a debris signature on radar, but that tornado would be right where that black circle is. If it is still on the ground, it would be right there on the southwest side of Battle Creek, approaching, again, basically riding right along Interstate 94. Marshall will be hit by this in Marengo in about 10 to 15 minutes, so you need to be in your safe place ahead of time, but it will be on track for you here pretty soon. Once again, get to that safe place. It's a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Yeah, I mean, I'm not seeing anything on Twitter right now about this yet, but obviously the unfortunate part about this right now is that this is a, you know, a tornado that is significant. If it is still in progress, it's gonna be a significant tornado going right into Battle Creek, Michigan, eventually going towards Marshall and Marengo near Interstate 94. So once again, if you are in this tornado warning, you are gonna have to seek shelter now. I mean, again, Battle Creek, you gotta be in your safe place. Marshall, Marengo, all those places. You gotta be in that storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. This is a dangerous tornado. If it is still on the ground, it will be very dangerous. It could be strong, it could be large. Moving into these areas right along Interstate 94, and it's, you know, we're at 7:30, not far from sunset. So, man, this is just a very dangerous storm overall. Quick update on Indiana. I don't think that is a... That might be something. The tornado, if there's a tornado on this Indiana storm, it would be out of this pocket of rotation that's on the hook. But that is interesting. It doesn't match up, though, with the debris signature. But I would definitely seek shelter if you're in this warning near Payne. There is a chance that this is on the ground. They'll be moving again just southwest of Paulding towards Payne, east of Fort Wayne near Zulu. Yeah, we got discrete supercell after discrete supercell that are just painting on the map right now. South of that storm in eastern Indiana. And that is your area of rotation near Battle Creek. It looks broader on radar, but again, just stay in your safe place just in case this is still on the ground. And it is still a PDS tornado. It has been observed. It has not been confirmed by radar, so we don't have any confirmation on radar of this, but this has been observed multiple times at this point. So if you're in this warning, again, continue to stay in that storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Yeah, just gotta get into an interior room. That's, again, a closet, a bathroom, storm shelter, basement, whatever it is. It is no longer PDS, but it is still confirmed. So they've dropped the PDS on this, but it's back down to confirm still. Moving it right into the south side of Battle Creek.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning. That's on the Ohio storm. It's the other one we were talking about before. And that is your rotation right there, southwest of Salina. That's going to be going towards St. Mary's. So again, new tornado warning here back down in western Ohio. If you're in this warning, again, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. That's moving towards St. Mary's over the next few minutes. That is a brand new tornado warning. All right, and then again, this is the storm that is still confirmed in Michigan right now. It's no longer a large tornado, but it is a confirmed tornado still. That is near Battle Creek, and it'll be moving towards Marshall and Marengo over the next few minutes. What's the GR radar, Zachary? Which one are we talking about? Oh, that one? There, Battle Creek. Let me see. 7:43. So this was 4 minutes ago. It's back down to a normal confirmed tornado, so no longer PDS. Again, this tornado will be on the ground near Battle Creek. Just west of Battle Creek near the Galesburg area, or sorry, yeah, near Galesburg, so east of Galesburg now. That would be your debris signature there, though, on radar. It looks like it just went on the west side of Battle Creek, presumably. And then it would be moving off to the north side of Battle Creek, eventually going to be going towards Interstate 69. So instead, I think that actually might be it. I mean, that looks like more of the hail core, but I guess you're saying that that's the debris signature there. It looks like it clearly on right here. So that would have been a tornado just went through Springfield, north side of Battle Creek, and eventually going towards Penfield and Interstate 69. So again, if you are in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. That tornado may have lifted at this point, but if it's still on the ground, again, it's going to be kind of around that Battle Creek area. It's no longer a PDS tornado, but it is still a confirmed tornado moving eastbound. And then our other two tornado warnings still have some stronger rotation. The one near Payne is on the stronger side of things. That could drop a tornado at any time. And then the rotation near Salina in Ohio is also trying to intensify. So continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. All right, I have to get a couple water bottles. I'll be back in 10 seconds. Be right back. All right, back. All right, again, this is a confirmed tornado that's on the ground in Marshall and Battle Creek, Michigan. So if you're in this warning, again, stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. All right. This is a second tornado that's going through this area. This is the second one. So, again, we've already had a tornado. This will be the second one that's basically going through the same exact area. But the somewhat good news is that, you know, the tornado is not as strong as the first one, it looks like. Again, I haven't seen any damage reports or anything like that yet, but it did not look nearly as strong as that first one that we had. At least by visual on radar, it did not look as strong. But we'll have to wait and see. Again, damage reports still, you know, those are not going to be out probably, at least for a few minutes. That is not good. The storm near Salina in Ohio has very strong rotation. That is about to drop a tornado by the looks of it. You've got to seek shelter if you're in Coldwater, Montezuma, or Salina, Ohio. Yeah, away from windows on the lowest floor possible. That is a dangerous storm here in Ohio. Yeah, this is going to be probably a strong tornado if it drops. That's very strong rotation right now. Yeah, that's our closest radar site. I mean, that's really strong rotation. We at least have a wall cloud here in Ohio, but that could almost be on the ground at any time. That is very strong rotation right now near Salina. And also the storm near Battle Creek again. We still have at least no longer confirmed. All right, so this is back down to radar indicated. Yeah, we had a tornado on this, but it's no longer on the ground. It's back down to radar indicated rotation. And we still have 3 warnings that are currently radar indicated. We got the one east of Fort Wayne. We got the one that's east of Kalamazoo. And then the one that's near the Salina area in western Ohio. That one looks the most concerning right now. And just for perspective, we have severe weather pretty much everywhere here in this area. We do have a warning back over in Illinois too. That's just a severe thunderstorm warning, but it gives you an idea. Again, there's still a lot of severe weather happening now, and a lot more of that is to come over the next few hours. New radar scan coming in a second on this storm, by the way, in Ohio, near Coldwater and Salina. By the way, I'm not talking as much right now. My voice is starting to go, so I'm trying to preserve it for as long as possible. That's why I have a shake now from Culver's, and I also have a drink, because my voice is starting to go. Trying to keep it for as long as possible for the stream. But once again, more than likely a tornado about to drop right now on the west side of Coldwater, moving towards Salina. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Funnel in Rushville, Indiana. Yeah, rotation's not, I mean, it's not strong on radar, but there's probably something there. If you are in New Salem, Richland, near Laurel, or Columbia, I would seek shelter just in case. And this right now moving east. Could drop a tornado at any time if it hasn't already. The other storm southeast of Shelbyville looks like mostly wind, but maybe an isolated tornado threat. We're still here, by the way. I don't know why that my OBS just disconnected. I think we're good. It looks like we had a tornado as a brief touchdown. So we just had a brief tornado here near New Salem in a field. There is still a funnel cloud here. There should be a tornado warning on this. If you're New Salem, Richland, here in Ohio, you need to seek shelter. There was a tornado briefly on the ground. And there is now a funnel. It lifted back up for the time being. That tornado would be right here near New Salem.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning south of Defiance. That's just south of Paulding, going towards the Charlo area near Oakwood. That right there will be your tornado. You need to seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. That's again a tornado warning here near Paulding. Moving to the east-northeast. But yeah, I mean, again, this storm it's on the ground still. This is still a tornado on the ground. I mean, again, there's a tornado on the ground here that's not warned. It's near New Salem. This is a confirmed tornado on this storm here in Ohio.
This is an urgent alert. a tornado is on the ground, seek shelter immediately.
There's your tornado. Debris signature and everything. Or that's actually, I don't know if that's the debris signature, but there's a tornado here, nonetheless. Yeah, that's me near New Salem. There you go. It's now officially confirmed here.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
And confirmed tornado now in Iowa. This is near Orange and New Salem. If you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. Is my audio glitching?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And this right here would be your tornado that's on the ground, and it is currently in progress, confirmed by weather spotters in the area. It is still it's a pretty significant tornado right now. We got significant dust and debris being lifted up into the atmosphere on this. Swimming east, going towards Alpine, Columbia, and Blooming Grove. You need to seek shelter immediately if you are in this tornado warning near the Connorsville area, Alquina, and Brownsville. This is once again a significant tornado that's in progress. We got at least some sort of, significant debris at least being lifted up into the atmosphere. There's a pretty large debris field of just dust right now on a farm, and it's more than likely going to continue as it goes towards Columbia over the next few minutes. And I believe it's just lifted. But if it is still on the ground, it's near New Salem here in Ohio. But it's going to be going towards, again, Columbia, Alpine, Laurel, and Blooming Grove in Ohio. Again, you need to seek shelter if you're in this warning. This is a confirmed tornado by weather spotters in the area. We have another tornado watch, by the way, that was just issued. Let me find where that is here. New tornado watch for a large chunk of Kentucky, southern Indiana, and southern Illinois. And that goes until 2 a.m. The never-ending severe weather threat. So another tornado watch here issued for Indiana, parts of Illinois, and back into Kentucky. But once again, if you're just tuning in, this is a tornado that is in progress near New Salem and Orange. It's moving east towards Columbia and Alpine. And if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. This tornado will be approaching Columbia and Alpine over the next several minutes. And once again, the rotation near Salina, Ohio is still pretty strong. It's not as strong as before, but it's still strong enough for a tornado, so that's going to be going towards Salina. And the one near Paulding is also still strong. So if you're in any of those areas, again, continue to stay in your safe place. Both of those storms are still producing some strong rotation right now. But again, this has been on the ground for a few minutes now. And it may have just lifted, but it could drop again at any time as it goes towards Alpine. And eventually going to be going towards Everton, Alquina, Columbia, and Connorsville. All right, we're back down to 5 tornado warnings. Nope, never mind. We're back up to 6. Good timing.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning for Middletown. If you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That's another strong couplet that's developing here. So new tornado warning now on the southern side of all this activity. We got another couplet maybe south of Franklin that's developing. So once again, we got 2 different tornado warnings ongoing, one near Columbia and one east of Shelbyville. So 2 different storms. This is the one that's again confirmed right now. Put tornado there. And if you're in either of these 2 pink polygons here in southeast Ohio, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Away from windows. And this right now is moving all east. It's not moving south. It's mostly moving east and east southeast. That rotation right now, Middletown, is increasing. That's a tornado. Tornado on the ground near Middleton. This is a tornado, I believe. Let me just double check again. Yeah, more than likely, tornado on the ground near Middletown. We'll wait for one more scan. That's going towards Williamstown, Ohio, Richland, and Clarksburg, and Moscow. So again, if you are in this pink polygon, you've got to get to your safe place now. A tornado is likely in progress now near Williamstown, Milroy, and Moscow. That's a very strong signature right there. So the other one was on the ground, and it might still be. This one's definitely on. I mean, this one's definitely on the ground right now, according to radar. Sorry, Indiana. Not wait. My bad. We're in southeast Indiana. I do apologize. I meant to say Indiana, Ohio. Middletown, Indiana. My apologies. Indiana is where we're at. That's my apologies. That's a tornado, though. Definitely on the ground now. Confirmed tornado here in southeast Indiana.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So again, this is a tornado that's in progress near Middletown, Indiana. We have a clear hook echo. And again, that right there will be your tornado. That is a potentially strong tornado that is in progress, by the way, going towards Moscow, Williamstown, Sandusky, Clarksburg, and eventually going towards Richland. I mean, this could be a strong tornado, just for the record. We have a deep CC drop on this right now. Near Middletown, going towards Moscow and Richland. And you've got to run to your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're in this warning. Yeah, this is a dangerous storm. Again, that is a tornado that is in progress approaching Moscow, Indiana, going towards Richland, Indiana, and Clarksburg, Indiana. The deep CC drop that's developing. It's going to be approaching Moscow in the next couple of minutes. Eventually going towards Williamstown as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, that's a, I mean, again, this is a debris signature. We got a tornado on the ground going towards Moscow. Eventually Milroy and Williamstown. You've got to be in your safe place. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. Brandon's car broke down. That is not good. He's like literally... This tornado should stay to his south, but it's gonna be kind of close there. This is a new warning for Greenville. Strong couplet in the east side of Indiana going towards Greenville, Ohio. Again, if you're in this tornado warning, you also need to seek shelter. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. But once again, we do have a tornado in progress right now near Moscow, Indiana, moving towards Richland and Clarksburg. That is a debris signature on radar that is moving eastbound. You've got to get to your safe place. Damage to homes in Coldwater. That rotation looks strong on radar when that happened. Hopefully they're okay. Brandon's okay? Alright. Apparently there's a storm chaser in the area. That's good. At least he's alright. He's pretty much, if this tornado did stay on the ground, it would be kind of tracking towards him. I mean, we got a debris signature and everything on this. This is a dangerous tornado. It has not officially gone confirmed, but that's definitely on the ground. Moving east towards Richland and Clarksburg in Indiana. Yeah, we got strong rotation going towards Greenville and Union City, which is in western Ohio and like eastern Indiana. The Coldwater storm, there's still some rotation there too. Here's the latest radar scan. That rotation may have occluded, but we still have a debris signature right now east of Middletown, approaching Moscow and Richland. So again, that tornado does not seem to be nearly as intense as before, but it is definitely still on the ground, and that is again going to be tracking right towards Richland, Clarksburg over the next several minutes. And there is your confirmed tornado. So this is now officially confirmed here, not PDS, but it is confirmed.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, tornado on the ground again near Moscow and Richland, going towards the north side of Clarksburg. New Salem's also on the track of this. Hopefully Brandon gets his transmission fixed, because this could be going right towards him. State Route 3 is also on the track of that. Still got your debris signature. Again, that's debris that's being lofted up into the atmosphere. That could be homes, could be trees, be any of that sort of stuff. Yeah, near Moscow, moving to the east. So if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and an interior room of your home or building. We have 4 confirmed tornadoes. We got 3 down here, and we got 1 up here to the north somewhere, I think. Or south? Or is it, what? The other one that's confirmed somewhere. Is it the Ohio one? Oh, it's this one. Okay, so it's the one near Salina. So this is the one near Salina and Coldwater that we're talking about before. That rotation was really strong there for a while, too. I mean, it was much stronger near Noble. It's a little bit broader in the last couple of scans, but if there's still a tornado, it'd be right over Coldwater. Never really had a debris signature there, but it's going towards Coldwater and Montezuma. Wow, that rotation near Columbia is also very strong. We had 2 very strong pockets of rotation. That rotation has intensified on the latest scan. The one in Moscow is still in progress. The one near Columbia has very strong rotation. The CC drop there gives you an idea of that tornado is on the ground right now near Moscow, Indiana, and then the other one near Columbia is possibly going to drop. That debris signature near Moscow is a bit smaller than before. We probably at least have some sort of tornado there. The rotation once again near Columbia is very strong and could very easily have a tornado at any time. But we continue to have a debris signature near Moscow, Indiana. And you need to seek shelter if you're in Moscow. And also near Richland and Clarksburg and New Salem in Indiana. CC drop is correlation coefficient. Basically just shows debris that's being lifted up into the atmosphere. Still got a debris signature there. We don't really have a debris signature on the Columbia one yet, but we're still watching it closely in case it does try to do something. That rotation's very strong. I'll have another radar scan in about 30 seconds or so. Still a confirmed tornado as of right now, by the way, back up in Mercer County, Ohio. So that's still ongoing near Coldwater. That one is still confirmed as of now. So they'll probably have to issue a new tornado warning on that here in a few minutes. All right, here's the latest scan. That CC drop still there east of Moscow. It could just be debris fallout. It also could be a tornado that is still on the ground. In addition to that, if we go back to radar and go back to the velocities. Wait for the velocities to update here. But that rotation, again, still strong, or it's a little bit broader here near Columbia now. The rotation near Moscow may be recycling. It looks like it's much weaker than before. We probably still have some sort of tornado on the ground here near Moscow, Indiana. But it does look a little bit weaker here on this latest scan. But that CC drop's still there, so there's at least some sort of debris still in the atmosphere. Whether there is a tornado on the ground or not, we don't really know, but if there is one, obviously, it could still be producing damage, so make sure that you're continuing to stay in your safe place away from windows.
A new tornado
and on the
warning
lowest
has
floor
been
possible.
issued.
We have a new confirmed tornado warning going towards Lima in western Ohio.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So this is still a confirmed tornado near Salina, near St. Mary's, going towards Moulton and the Buckland area. So if you're in this storm in Ohio, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Again, this storm right now is moving east-northeast going towards St. Mary's, Buckland, and Moulton. And confirmed tornado there in Ohio. And these are your other two areas of rotation. Broader near Richland, the one near Columbia still on the stronger side of things. So, again, these have been confirmed at points. They could go on the ground again, so continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you're in these tornado warnings. Still relatively dangerous storms. And these are the two in southeast Indiana. Richland, Indiana, and then, again, back over in western Ohio is where those other storms are. I'll go back to Ohio here in just a second. We currently have 3 different tornadoes that are on the ground, or at least have been on the ground. This one's no longer on the ground. It's back to radar indicated. This one is still confirmed as of right now. It would be near Alpine, approaching the Alquina and Blooming Grove area here of, eastern Indiana. And then the other one's back over in Ohio. The northern one's radar indicated, which has just been now confirmed. Okay.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Emergency management just confirmed this tornado near Oakwood, Continental, New Bavaria, Deschler, Hamler, and as well as the Belmore and the Leipzig area here of northwestern parts of Ohio. So if you're in this warning, again, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building and away from windows. This is a dangerous storm that is currently moving to the east. So another tornado on the ground. I think this is like the 5th tornado in the last 15 minutes it's been confirmed. It's once again confirmed by emergency management in Ohio. Moving east going towards Leipzig, Continental, near Highway 18, west of Findlay. There are a lot of tornadoes on the ground right now. If you're under any pink polygon areas, if you're in a pink polygon, any of the tornado warnings, you need to seek shelter. You need to take this seriously. There is a lot of warnings. I'm going to try to cover all of them, but it is quite difficult when you have literally 4 different tornadoes that have been confirmed. The other one's going to be approaching Greenville, broader area of circulation still there. And then we still have a confirmed tornado that's approaching Salina, St. Mary's, Moulton, and Buckland. This would be where your tornado is. It'd be on the south side of Salina and eventually going towards Route 33. So that right there would be your tornado. Approaching Neptune, Buckland, and just to the west of Wapakoneta in western parts of Ohio. All right, and then back down to the storms in southeast Indiana. We still have a tornado, again, that is currently possibly still on the ground. I don't think it's still, it's back down to radar indicated. So these two are back down to radar indicated in southeast Indiana, but they are still rotating. So they could still produce a tornado at any time. So if you are in New Salem or Richland, if you're over in Columbia, you need to continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Again, 2 pockets of rotation right now. One near Columbia and one near Richland. Once again, these storms are both currently tracking to the east. The one near Richland looks like it's recycling. Same thing with the one near Columbia. They both look like they're trying to recycle. So I'd stay very vigilant here if you're in southeast Indiana. They're both trying to recycle right now. Deschler does have a live cam. Let me pull that up. Yeah, if we see anything in Deschler, I'll let you know. All right, Deschler is on the right side of your screen now. That's on the other area of storms. This is now a PDS tornado for Columbia.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This is now a PDS tornado by radar in southeast Indiana. You need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, if you're in this tornado warning. This is a PDS tornado. That is a particularly dangerous situation right now near Columbia, near Alpine, near Connorsville, near Brownsville. Once again, this is a large and strong tornado that is in progress. You need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This was confirmed about 2 minutes ago or so, or actually it was just issued like literally in the last 30 seconds or so. But once again, particularly dangerous situation near Columbia and Connorsville, where we have a large and strong tornado on the ground. This is radar confirmed. It's going to be right in here, southeast of Connorsville. You need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Once again, this is a dangerous storm right now that is producing a large and strong tornado. Wow, that's just unbelievable. That's, I think, the 5th PDS today, or 6th or something like that. This is just insanity. Here's a storm near Continental that's confirmed, by the way. This is the one in Ohio, near New Bavaria, Hamler, and Deschler. We have a live cam in Deschler on the right side of your screen, and we'll go full cam to it if we see anything. But we do have a live cam on this particular storm. There is a confirmed tornado on this. It'll be moving towards Hamler and Deschler over the next several minutes. If you guys do see anything on the Deschler camera, like if you do see anything, just say something in the chat. I'll try to full screen it if I don't see it on my other monitor. But this storm is getting confirmed. It's going to be going towards the Leipzig area near Continental, and eventually going to be going towards Belmore and Deschler. We still have a confirmed tornado that's going to be approaching St. Mary's and the Wapakoneta area here in western Ohio. So that's still confirmed. Radar indicated for the time being in Greenville. Strong rotation just on the west side of Greenville. And again, the storm that is currently east-southeast of Indianapolis near Columbia is the one that is PDS, which again means a particularly dangerous situation. And that right there would be your PDS tornado. And the one near Richland looks like it's about to drop again. God, sorry guys. By the way, again, I'm trying to power through this, but my throat is dying. So if you hear me clearing my throat, it's because of that. We were live for 16 hours yesterday, by the way, just for the record. So my voice is like gone. Again, this is a confirmed PDS tornado in southeast Indiana near Connorsville and Blooming Grove. You need to run to your safe place if you're in this warning. And it is radar confirmed right now, moving eastbound. Who needs a voice anyways? Apparently not me. Yeah, that looks like a pretty large tornado to me. That's just southeast of Connorsville. That's approaching Liberty. Again, this is a large and strong tornado here in southeast Indiana, moving eastbound. Just southwest of Brownsville, going towards Liberty. It'll eventually be going towards West College Corner. You need to seek shelter if you're in this warning, and they're probably going to issue a new one here in a moment out in front of this, because that rotation is very strong right now. That's would again be your large and strong tornado that's approaching Aquina, just south of Brownsville and just north of Blooming Grove. That tornado, by the way, is going right through. It looks like a very rural area, but near Aquina, just south of Connorsville. The main location here was Connorsville. They kind of got missed, but just south of Brownsville, Dunlapsville, and Rossburg are going to be in the track of this. Eventually going towards Liberty, and eventually going to be going towards the Cottage Grove and West College Corner. Again, that's a large and strong tornado that's on the ground right now, just southwest of Brownsville. Right there. I'm gonna have another radar scan in just a second. And the latest velocity scan shows that rotation to be a bit broader. So hopefully it continues in that trend. But if it is still going, I mean, again, it's probably a large and strong tornado if it is still on the ground. It would be just south of Brownsville, approaching Liberty, Indiana, eventually going towards West College Corner. And now we have a new tornado warning. This one's radar indicated.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So the PDS tornado warn cell here still is PDS for the time being, but the new warning is going to be for radar indicated rotation going towards Brownsville, Liberty, Boston, West Florence, and West College Corner.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We also have a new one in Ohio. This is going to be for Wapakoneta, Moulton, Waynesfield as well. Is there another one?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I don't know where we're going. Wow. Seriously. We're all the way back down now into Kentucky and southern Ohio on this other new warning. This is an area of rotation near Manchester, Vanceburg, near Concord, south of West Union in southern Ohio. So that's strong rotation. You need to seek shelter if you're in that warning. So we have now 8 tornado warnings. That's one of them.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Another tornado warning. This one's for Metamora in Indiana and Blooming Grove and Brookville. Again, that's your strong rotation moving in that direction. If you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That is a strong area of rotation. That could definitely drop at any time.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Where's the new one? Are we what? In Alabama now? We have a tornado warning now in Alabama too. I'm not going to talk probably much about this, but area of rotation near Eider in the Pigsky area. I guess all the tornado warnings just got issued at once. That's another one down in Alabama. So yeah, our main focus is the Ohio Valley, but that's a new one near Pigsky. All right. Holy cow. What in the world's going on? All right, so again, just to kind of update you what's happening, because we got 10 tornado warnings all of a sudden. I mean, we just doubled the warnings. We have a strong area of rotation east of Richland, going towards Blooming Grove and Metamora. And then also we have that other tornado that was just a PDS tornado. It's no longer PDS, but it is still a storm that could produce another large tornado as that continues to move to the east. That's going towards Liberty. So that PDS tornado warning has just been canceled. So those areas we're watching. None of these are confirmed. They're all back down to radar indicated. The Greenville, Ohio storm is still rotating. It's on the north side of Greenville, or actually in downtown Greenville now. It is still relatively broad rotation, not super significant, but that is moving east-northeast. The other area that we're watching right now is going to be here near St. Mary's in New Knoxville. All right, and that one has been confirmed at one point. It's back down to radar indicated, and then the one that's still confirmed is approaching Deschler. We have a live cam right now in Deschler that might be able to show us what's happening there on Virtual Railfan. This is that live cam. I'm gonna full screen that. There's a tornado on the ground somewhere back in this storm. I'm not sure where, but we have a live cam, and so if we do see anything, we will use this. The live cam is also going to be on the right side of your screen. But again, that's on Virtual Railfan. We will have that camera for you as the storm approaches near Deschler, Ohio. So this one's still confirmed. But the one near St. Mary's looked awfully strong still. If there's a tornado, again, it would be right here south of St. Mary's near New Knoxville, moving towards Moulton, Wapakoneta, Ohio. The Botkins and Waynesfield area will be in the track of this. So again, if you're in this area, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows and lowest floor possible. That is live. I mean, the cameras down here in Southwest Ohio are it's still daytime here. This is Radar Omega Cyclone Port. Just want to point this out. We got mammotus clouds up here. Happens a lot with severe weather events like this. All right. Yeah, and still got strong rotation here in Southeast Indiana, approaching Blooming Grove. Yeah, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. My voice, I know, my voice is literally dying. It's slowly but surely going away. And back over near Liberty, we still have a couplet here. Again, this one is still not strong, but it could tighten at any time. It'll be going towards Liberty, Brownsville, West College Corner, and Boston over the next few minutes. So continue to stay in your safe place if you are in any of these two tornado warnings. And then back again in Ohio, that is where we have at least one confirmed tornado right now. That's going to be approaching Deschler. And then the other one near St. Mary's going towards Wapakoneta is still concerning. So just to kind of recap what we got right now, this is a widespread view of everything. We also got a warning back over in the Kentucky and Ohio border. It is literally insane right now. Wow. This is probably about to drop a tornado. This is north of Vanceburg, Kentucky, near Concord and Manchester. It's right along the Kentucky and Ohio border. But more than likely, again, this is probably about to drop a tornado. It's moving eastbound. Got a hook echo and everything. Yeah, this is probably going to drop something. So if you're in this tornado warning, the pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And in an interior room of your home or building. This has just been insane today. Literally insane. Yeah, if you're in Dayton, if you're in Cincinnati, be prepared. That's all I can say at this point. If you're anywhere out in front of these storms, you should be prepared. Again, it doesn't really matter where you are, because, I mean, anywhere in Ohio or Indiana or Kentucky, you have a threat for tornadoes. So, I mean, with the amount of tornado warnings that we have right now, you can just basically expect that there's going to be something in those states tonight. They might not be, you know, super... There might not be everywhere, but there's definitely going to be some. Observed tornado near Palmer. I mean, we have a few observed tornadoes already. I don't know if that's... I don't know even know where Palmer is. Yeah, if you're in Kentucky, if you're in any of those other states, you need to be prepared, even if you're in Ohio. Because, I mean, this weather is not going to be letting down anytime soon. And strong rotation near Midway, Metamora, and Blooming Grove here in southeast Indiana. The storm has already produced a tornado. It could drop another tornado at any time.
A new tornado warning has been
New tornado
issued.
warning near Findlay now, south of Bowling Green. If you're in this area, you need to seek shelter. That's the one that's going to be... That's the one near Deschler that's confirmed. We have a live cam on the right side of your screen there, too. Which we might see something there. Not seeing a tornado on this one quite yet. In Kentucky.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This has a chance to be a strong tornado. It's going to be going towards Lockington, Russia, Versailles, Bradford, Covington, Pequot, Fletcher, Gettysburg. If you're in this pink polygon, you need to seek shelter as well, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Yeah, again, potential for a strong tornado does exist with this if it does drop. There's very strong rotation moving eastbound. We're up to 10 tornado warnings right now. We have a couple confirmed. This one looks very concerning, though. This is very concerning. Yeah, that's strong rotation right now. It's going to be heading right into the area of Bradford, Covington, Pequot, Lockington, Fletcher, and Russia and Ohio. So you need to seek shelter if you're in that pink polygon. Another very dangerous storm. And then these storms again near Liberty and Laurel and Metamora. There's still rotation there. The one that's near Laurel, near Metamora probably has the best chance to produce something down the road. The one near Liberty is broadening out at this point. But this storm in particular near Metamora looks more concerning, I'd say, than the northern storm. So either warning, you need to stay in your safe place. But the Laurel one and the Metamora one probably going to have a better shot at producing a tornado. The rotation is not really strong yet, but the velocities are strong. Yeah, I mean, guys, we might have a tornado on the ground here near Greenville. There is very strong rotation. It's approaching Gettysburg and Bradford. No CC drop, but we are quite a far away from the radar site. Again, you gotta be in your safe place if you're in this warning. Away from windows. And on the lowest floor possible. That tornado, if it is on the ground, it's rain wrapped. Oh no. Trying to figure out if that's a tornado or not, or if it's just something else. I mean, that's been going for a while. I don't think this is a tornado. It doesn't match up with the signature here, but obviously, if you're in the tornado warning, you need to seek shelter. That is near Wapakoneta and the Botkins area. All right. And Metamora, we still have rotation there. It's a little bit on the stronger side of things. It's going to be moving towards Brookville over the next 2 minutes. Got the other area of rotation east of Connorsville. Those are 2 areas, again, southeast Indiana. The one in Alabama's about to drop. God, my voice. My voice is really dying right now. Yeah, the rotation right now it's just west of Eider in northeast Alabama. It is a little bit stronger, but I don't think it's going to drop quite yet. It could, though, at any time. All right, let's go back to Greenville again. Yeah, more than likely, if this drops, it's going to be a strong tornado. This is going towards Lockington, Piqua, Bradford, Covington, in Ohio. Again, this is a very concerning storm just due to how strong the velocities are here moving east. So again, if you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. This is the Deschler live camera on that storm that is tornado warned. This is on Virtual Railfan. This is the storm. This one's the one that's producing the threat for a tornado right now. Right in Deschler. Might be something over those trees, I can't tell. This is the one that was confirmed a little while ago. It might still be on the ground, too. We'll go back to that in a second. I'm going to keep it on my other monitor over here. Let me go back to Deschler real quick. This is now a confirmed tornado, by the way. That's going to be going towards Wapakoneta. So that's one's now been upgraded to confirmed. South of Lima.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So this is an observed tornado that was reported just west of New Knoxville at 8:35 p.m. So that was like 5 minutes ago. So again, on the west side of New Knoxville is where that was confirmed. Just for clarification, the CC drop that you're seeing on here is probably not a tornado. And I don't know why the radar just glitched out. Hello. But this would be the tornado. That CC drop to the north is probably not what it is. So that would be your tornado. And right now moving eastbound, going towards Lakeview, Russell's Point, just south of Wapakoneta. The tornado warning right now for Deschler is back down to radar indicated. So again, we have a live cam in Deschler. So if we see anything, I'll let you know. We do have a live cam there that's looking at it on the right side of your screen. So if anything comes out of that, we'll go to it. Let's go back to Greenville again. Or not.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning west of Louisville. It's near Leavenworth. It's a non-precip hook echo right here near Leavenworth. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. We're up to 11 tornado warnings. Unbelievable. And I think there may be a debris signature on that. Can't tell you. Looks like we might have a tornado on the storm. That's near Sulphur in southern Indiana, I believe. Yeah, southern Indiana. And again, they'll be going eventually on the track towards Louisville. I mean, there are just storms everywhere right now that are tornado warned. We have 11 warnings. This storm is broader for rotation, so we're not going to pay too much attention to that one unless something happens down the road. The one near Metamora still broadened out. The one near Liberty is much stronger and tighter. So that's Liberty, Indiana, where we have stronger rotation right now moving eastbound. So if you're in this warning, again, continue to stay in your safe place in case that does drop a tornado. Back up to the other radar side here. Yeah, this rotation is still strong on the north side of Bradford. Again, this could drop a tornado at any time. Again, you gotta be in your safe place if you're in this warning. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. That's near Bradford, Piqua, in western Ohio. So much for an easier night. Yeah, this has not been easier. Yesterday, debatably, was easier, even though we were live for 16 hours. I'd say the last 5.5 hours that we've been live for today is probably equivalent to what we were for 16.5 hours yesterday. This has been just insane. This is what it looks like right now. We got tornado warnings everywhere. We also have one in Alabama, in northeast Alabama. But we got all these tornado warnings right now. Now, granted, 3 of them, the 3 northern ones, are all in the same storm. But still, it's just insane. This is a live view on the Deschler tornado warning, by the way. You can see all the lightning. This is on a virtual railfan camera. See if we see anything. I'll go back to this in a second. Keep on my other monitor so I can see it. Okay. We've dropped warnings. We're down now to 8 tornado warnings. 3 of them expired, and there were the 3 northern ones that were on the same storm. So basically, there's been almost no change. We do have the storm again west of Louisville that is rotating. That is trying to drop a tornado near Leavenworth and west of Corydon. This is an area that we covered a little over a month ago in that Ohio tornado outbreak as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a confirmed tornado in Deschler. That is where we have that live camera right now. It's a confirmed tornado right now in Deschler.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Yeah, this is a confirmed tornado heading towards Deschler. Seek shelter away from windows in the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. This is the virtual rail fan in Deschler. We might be able to see this tornado on one of these cameras. we got the one looking at the sky on the right side of your screen. I'm gonna full cam this one real quick. See if we can see anything. This is again a tornado in progress near Deschler, Ohio. That truck is racing by. He knows there's a tornado warning. That car is too. And this is the virtual rail fan right now in Deschler. Trying to see if we can spot a tornado or any power flashes or anything. I mean, this is where a confirmed tornado is right now in progress. A lot of lightning. I'm not seeing anything yet. I mean, this tornado, I believe, is rain wrapped. Let me double check the info on this warning here. Let's check the warning. So this is currently confirmed tornado near Leipzig. So I don't know if we're gonna see this. It's gonna be close. This is again live on Virtual Railfan's camera in Deschler, where there is a tornado on the ground. And on the right side of your screen, that's the one that's looking into the sky, which I don't know if we're going to see anything from either one. That one in the sky might be a better view. This hail is not that big, by the way. Any hail that's falling right now is pretty much just pea-sized hail by the looks of it. I'm looking at it bounce off the ground. And once again, this is a tornado on the ground near Deschler. I'm trying to see if we can see anything on the Virtual Railfan camera. But this again confirmed as of moments ago. That tornado is more than likely just to the southwest of Deschler. So we actually probably will see this if it's on the ground. It's going towards Belmore. It's going to be pretty rain-wrapped, though. And again, this will be heading right into Deschler. You have seek shelter if you're in that warning. Quick update further south. We do have, again, a bunch of tornado warnings. We still have our tornado warning that's ongoing here. That is confirmed near the Wapakoneta area, so seek shelter if you're in that warning. Rotation near Piqua has broadened over the last few scans, and then further south, we still got our tornado warnings in Indiana. Let me go back to Deschler real quick. This is, again, the live view. We got a lot of hail falling. A lot of rain starting to fall. A little bit of hail bouncing off the ground. Again, it's the Virtual Railfan here in Deschler. Yeah, the things on the right side of your screen are bugs. Those are not the... No, that's not the hail. There's a few hailstones that I've seen bounce off the ground, though. A lot of this is just rain, from what we're seeing. But there's a tornado in the storm somewhere. It's getting dark, so it's going to be hard to see. We got two different live cams. I'll keep going back and forth to it over the next few minutes. And we still have two storms right now that are rotating, but they are been broadening out a little bit over the last few minutes. And then again, we still got our confirmed tornado back up near Wapakoneta. The one that's near Piqua is not nearly as strong. If there's a tornado again, it would be near Bradford. Nothing confirmed officially on that storm yet, but it would be near Bradford and Piqua. And again, the one near Deschler is the one that we're looking at, which was just confirmed a few moments ago. Right side of your screen has a camera. But again, we're trying to see if there's a tornado going to Deschler right now. Let's go back to Deschler. This one looks like live right now. Lots of lightning. Got some rain. Trees are starting to sway a little bit in the background, so there might be something here. It's the Virtual Railfan, again, camera in Deschler. Don't live in a town called Sulphur. Yeah, I mean, this is the... Another tornado warning. I think there's another tornado warning in Sulphur. I can't remember what state. I think it might have been Indiana or Ohio. This warning's been condensed and it is back. This one on the east is down to radar indicated. It has been for a while though. And this one that's near Deschler is currently confirmed in Ohio. Who's moving the cameras? It's whoever runs Virtual Railfan. I don't know. Just somebody on Virtual Railfan does it. If there's a tornado, though, I'm guessing again it's gonna be approaching the west side of Deschler. It's presumably where it would be coming from. think we have any other radar site on this. Yeah, this is the main one. So that tornado, if it's on the ground still, it'll be going probably on the west side of Deschler. Still keeping a close eye and seeing if we get a view on that storm. We'll go back down to the south real quick. Still got to confirm tornado near Wapakoneta. That has been confirmed here for a little while. As of about 15 minutes ago, it was confirmed. It may not be on the ground anymore. And again, near Piqua, we now have a confirmed tornado on this storm officially near Piqua. That rotation was strong for a while, so this is officially confirmed now.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately. A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning in western Ohio. That's west of Dayton. Strong rotation near Eaton. And if you're in this warning, you gotta seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I mean, is this back in Alabama again? Another tornado warning in Alabama. Just a quick update on this. Broad circulation near Eider. If you're in this warning, keep staying in your safe place. We're not going to watch this one much, but that one's still broad rotation. All right, let's go back up to the north. All right, let's go back to this storm again. Again, both these storms radar indicated the rotation's going to be approaching Eaton in western Ohio. As I was saying, there's a confirmed tornado near the Piqua area. That tornado may have occluded, but if it's on the ground still, it would be near Bradford and Covington, moving towards Piqua. I mean, we got multiple tornadoes on the ground. We got like 4, I think, on the ground, or 3 or 4 on the ground here in Ohio right now. This is the one in Deschler. We're going to go back to Deschler's live cam real quick. This is, again, the one that's confirmed in Deschler. We got 2 of them. One on the right side of your screen might be looking better, but we're going to go to this one for a second. We are getting a little bit more wind now, so if there's a tornado, it's probably in the vicinity here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is just unbelievable. We have another tornado warning. We're up to 12 tornado warnings now. We have another one. That one's going to be west of Hamilton, northwest of Cincinnati. That's near Oxford. If you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. That is the area of circulation right there. We have 2 radar Omega cyclone ports too that are looking pretty much into these storms right now. That's one of them, looking kind of into the storm activity here. And then we also have further down to the south near Lebanon. It's another live cam view on radar Omega looking into that storm activity. Let's go back to... Then we're going to go back to Deschler again. Give me 1 second. Let's check the velocities real quick. Now we're going to go to Deschler. Wind's picking up in Deschler, so let's see if we see anything. Wind has really begun to pick up, at least near this cyclone, or near this rail fan, virtual rail fan. The tornado, if it's on the ground, it's over here somewhere. If it is still on the ground, it would be probably to the right. Wind is picking up on this area. Let me go to the other camera. This is the other camera that's looking kind of into the clouds here. The wind is much stronger in this live cam here. On virtual railfan and Deschler. Very dark. I mean, if there's a tornado here, we're probably not going to see it. This is again confirmed on this storm as of a little while ago. It might still be on the ground. The wind picked up briefly there. Here's the other camera. It's looking into the clouds. Wind's really picking up here. The wind's picking up on this area. Again, this is live in Deschler, Oklahoma, or Deschler, Ohio. Sorry, not Oklahoma. Deschler, Ohio, where there's a tornado nearby.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I don't know if we're gonna see it. That wind's picking up though. All right, we'll go back to that. I'll go back to that if I see anything. The wind is still picking up there, so there might be something there. There's a new tornado warning now for Wapakoneta that's radar indicated, so that's not a confirmed tornado. The one is still confirmed in Deschler. Let's go back to Deschler. That's the new warning that was just issued. We'll go to this one first. Trying to see if we see anything here. This again, the tornado that would be on the ground near Deschler. On the virtual railfan cameras. Wind is still pretty strong going left to right here. So if there is a tornado, it will probably be on the right side somewhere. Deschler getting a second tornado. Yeah, this is a different part of the storm. We got two different cameras there. Just got a CG on that storm too. Let me go back to the storm real quick. Let's go to the velocities. That rotation's on the south side of Deschler. So if there's a tornado, we'll probably, again, if it's there, we'll probably see it in the next like minute. I mean, I don't think it'd be longer than that. It's so hard to see. This is the one live camera that we're looking at on virtual railfan, and it's just, again, windy. It's hard to really see anything because how much rain is falling right now in Deschler. And this is the other one. I just think it's gonna be hard to see. I'll go back to it if I see anything. Alright, we're at 12 tornado warnings right now, just for the record. No PDS warnings, but we do have 12 tornado warnings. Man, this is the one that's confirmed for 16 more minutes at least, that warning near Deschler. If it is on the ground, again, it'll probably be in the, the vicinity of Deschler, Ohio. So again, if you're in that warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, on the lowest floor possible. Strong rotation west of Oxford. This is in Indiana right now, but it'll be approaching the western half here of Ohio soon. It's on track right now to go towards Trenton, Middletown, and eventually going towards Monroe. So if you are in this area, be vigilant. That rotation will be heading your direction here soon. Still have a confirmed tornado that is going to be southwest of Cindy near Piqua, Ohio. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. If it's still on the ground, it's going to be on the west and southwest side of Piqua, moving towards Fletcher. All right, that's that tornado. We've only gone through about 4 of the 5 tornado warnings here out of like the 12. We have a tornado warning west of Louisville. That rotation looks broader, so we're watch it closely, but it's still radar indicated and it's a bit broader for the time being. And then we still have the tornado warning that's going to be west of Portsmouth. That is again broad. So again, we got multiple tornado warnings here. We had 12, now we're back down to 10. But if you're in any of these tornado warnings, you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. These are all very dangerous storms at this point. I mean, any of these could, again, produce a strong tornado at any time, if any of them do drop. So, just bananas right now. Also, we have a tornado warning in Wisconsin, which is the other one that I've left out here. This is the one that is going to be near Lake Mills. We have some little notches in the line here in Wisconsin. We got one near Jefferson. We got one near Lake Mills. We got another one kind of here. We got like 4 different areas here, but all of them relatively broad, at least from what I'm seeing on radar. But obviously, seek shelter. The main couplet is going to be the one that's here near Oakland. Moving northeast, going towards Johnson Creek and Jefferson. There is a tornado warning, I think, in 5 different states right now. Kentucky, Ohio, Indiana, Wisconsin, and Alabama. I mean, you might as well just add back in Michigan at this point. I mean, this is just insane. There's so many states. We got high winds going towards Jefferson, but there's rotation there again, just west-southwest of Jefferson. Let's go back to Ohio again. No one's still confirmed. Let's go to Oxford again. This is now a PDS tornado. We're back to another large and strong tornado here.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This is in southeast Indiana, about to go into Ohio. Again, if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible. It's another large and strong tornado that's in progress. It is an extremely dangerous situation. If you're near Mount Carmel, northeast of Brookville, going towards Oxford and Riley. This is once again a PDS tornado, southeast Indiana into western Ohio. It's going to be going towards Oxford long term. It's in track for New Miami, Hamilton, a few other spots there. So again, if you are in that warning, you need to seek shelter immediately. This is a strong and large tornado that's moving eastbound towards Oxford. That's your tornado right there, just for reference. It's going to be on the north side of Mount Carmel. The velocities here are very strong, so there's almost undoubtedly a strong tornado here. It's probably large as well. It will be heading in the direction of Oxford, Ohio, and Riley, Ohio, over the next few minutes. So you've got to run to your safe place, get away from windows, and go to the lowest floor possible if you're in this warning. But yeah, that's a strong tornado. I mean, that couplet is strong, tight, confined, everything. Just horrible. I think that's like our 6th or 7th PDS tornado today. This is going to be moving in the direction of Middletown. So this is the path, basically, of this tornado. Now, once again, it's going to be going towards Middletown, Springboro, Harveyburg, Lebanon, sorry, Hamilton. Again, you're pretty far out in front of the storm, but you are going to be in the track of this activity as it continues to the east. But even if you're in like Dayton or wherever else you might be, you still need to be vigilant. The one in Wisconsin is not super strong. Again, I'm keeping a close eye on my phone. You got your debris signature right here, by the way. It's not definitive. It's not very definitive, but that would be your debris signature on this confirmed tornado heading towards Oxford, Ohio, and Riley, Ohio. Unfortunately, this activity is heading towards very populated areas in southwest Ohio, so it's about to get, you know, a little bit dangerous here as we start to approach more areas that have a lot more people in them. So once again, if you're anywhere currently in Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky, you need to stay vigilant. We have again another large and strong tornado on the ground heading towards Oxford and Riley. Well, that is your CC drop right there. That's a debris signature just west of Oxford, south of Liberty. Again, right now the tornado currently is in southeast Indiana, but it's about to cross into Ohio. So you need to be in your safe place. Again, if you're in Riley or Oxford, this is a very dangerous storm right now. Very strong couplet that is currently producing a tornado moving eastbound. Yeah, the worst of that storm that's in Deschler is passing now. So if you're in Deschler, again, that main area of rotations to your east, but still stay in your safe place just in case. All right, here's the latest radar scan again. That rotation's not nearly as strong as before, but that would be your tornado just southwest of Oxford. That right there is your tornado. Still in progress. I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. So this is going to be approaching Oxford, Ohio, Riley. It's about to go right through Raymond, Mixersville, and Peoria, right along the Indiana and Ohio border. And eventually, it's going to go towards Oxford. It's going to go towards Dartown. And as well as Millville and Hamilton down the road. PDS tornado means particularly dangerous situation. We've had about 6 of these today, which is not common at all, just for the record. Warnings like this do not pop up very often, and when they do, they are very dangerous, and we've had a ton of them today. We've still got a debris signature on that. Seems pretty common for 2024. Yeah, 2024 has been insane. April and May literally have been crazy. Even before that, even if you go back to like a month ago, the severe weather's just been insane. All right, this is dropped right back down to radar indicated, so no longer a PDS tornado. Well, I guess that's good news for now. That rotation did include a lot there over the last few minutes. Still got a tornado on the ground east of Piqua in Ohio. We also got one that is rotating east of Wapakoneta. And the one in Deschler, that warning has been canceled. And then here's the one in Wisconsin. Let's check this real quick. There's rotation west of the Hebron area. I don't see anything confirmed on the one in Wisconsin, but there's definitely, again, still rotation here. And just stay in your safe place if you're in that warning, just in case it does anything. Alright, so we only have one confirmed tornado right now, which has not been updated in a while, but the one near Piqua could still be on the ground. And this is moving eastbound, going towards Fletcher. Going towards the Conover area. So if you're in this area, continue to stay in your safe place. That's the area of rotation, moving eastbound. Definitely a storm to be watching for. That one's still, I mean, it could still be on the ground. The other 7 warnings right now are still radar indicated, so nothing confirmed on the other ones right now, but they are still, again, capable of producing tornadoes as they continue. All right, I have to get a straw. I'll be back in like 10 seconds. Okay. Trying to drink a lot of fluids here, so my voice is dying. No problem, Eric. Appreciate the $10 super chat, and appreciate anybody, by the way, that super chatted or anything like that. I'll try to get to them at some point. All right. Here are the 2 circulations that are right now entering into Ohio. We got 2 of them. Oops, sorry. Okay.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Check out the new warning first. All right. Louisville's in the track of this. Still got rotation. We actually got some north of Louisville, but we also got another one west of Louisville, near Corydon. It's gonna be going towards Georgetown. If you're on this warning, you gotta seek shelter. All right. I'm not gonna try to repeat it too much because I don't want to lose my voice. But that's moving east towards Corydon and Georgetown. Going to be going towards New Albany, eventually towards Louisville. That right there, west of Sellersburg, is still an area of rotation that's not warned, but it's not strong enough, I don't think, for a warning. But once again, the one west of Louisville definitely starting to become a bit more of a concern since it's going towards a very populated area. So seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows, lowest floor possible. All right, let's go back to Wisconsin real quick, and we'll go back to the other ones. Wisconsin's like the most out of the way. Still got rotation near Hebron and also south of Johnson Creek. Again, still stay in your safe place. Nothing confirmed on that one yet. And this is the tornado warning right now that's going to be located near North Baltimore and Bloomdale in Ohio. Our rotation's still broad. We'll keep a close eye on it in case it does anything. And again, we still have a rotation here west and southwest of Oxford. We got another one south of Eaton. There's a live view right now on Radar Omega on that storm that's approaching. A lot of lightning on the right side of your screen here. These are going to be highly electrified storms as they approach the area here. Near Warren County, near Middletown and Springboro. We also got another one in Lebanon, which we'll have to, yeah, there's more lightning there. Should have a better view of that as that gets closer. They have canceled the northern tornado warning, by the way, so we're back down finally to 5 tornado warnings. It's not nearly as bad as before. But we still got the one that's near Oxford that'll be making its approach towards Middletown. And then we also got the one near Springboro, or that Springboro, that will be on track for as well. Lebanon, Hamilton, Fairfield, and eventually going towards Mason. And again, that would be your area of rotation right now, just southwest of Oxford. Crazy that 5 warnings is a relief. It is for me. It is for me. All right. We don't have anything confirmed on the ground right now, which is good, but we still have 5 tornado warnings. And now we have 6.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Can we stop with all these tornado warnings? This is unbelievable. These warnings literally never end. This one is also in Georgia. Georgia's in on the action today as well, I guess. This is a new tornado warning now for those in northwest Georgia. We're not going to talk about much about this, but broad area of circulation going towards Somerville and Tryon. So if you're in that warning, again, seek shelter. That storm has a ton of lightning, by the way. Unbelievable, guys. I mean, this is unbelievable. It's been a warning like every state at this point. This is the one that's west of Louisville. It's still rotating, so we're watching this one closely too. And we also got rotation developing near Wilson. I feel like that's going to get tornado warned probably. It's going towards Charlestown. So that could get tornado warned here soon as well. By the way, huge shout out to Jennifer with a $50 super chat. I really appreciate your generosity. Put some hearts in the chat for Jennifer. Really do appreciate that. Thank you, Guden, for the $19.99. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for your generosity as well, Gooden. Again, I appreciate you guys a lot. Again, I'm losing my voice here. I'm trying my best to power through it, but it's not easy. And we're gonna be live again tomorrow. We're gonna be live again tomorrow, and we're gonna be live again on Thursday. My voice is gonna be gone by the end of the week. All right, let's go back up to the north, Wisconsin, real quick. We're back down to 4 tornado warnings, which is a bit better. We're back up to 5.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I jinxed myself again. Is that the storm that I was just talking about, or is it a different one? Yep, it's the one we were just talking about. So that one just got tornado warned. And another one. Jesus.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Real quickly, this one's for Charlestown, north of Sellersburg. That's a strengthening area of rotation. We've been talking about that for a few minutes. And then we have one now in Wisconsin, west of Milwaukee. That's the area of rotation. That's going to be moving towards Summit, Dewsman, Wales, North Prairie, Eagle. All in this warning. Yeah, if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. I'm honestly horrendous with jinxing. I mean, I've done it a ton in this stream. It's unbelievable. Yeah, this storm here near Slabtown definitely could produce a tornado. That's going to be going towards the Waukesha area as well. I'm going to see what this next radar scan shows. It's coming in right now. The tornado watch did just extend east, yes. It was until 4 a.m. I'd be live until 4 a.m. if my voice wasn't like this. It's dying. And that rotation right now is on the south side of Rome. It'll be approaching Duzman, and eventually going to be going in the direction of Wales in Wisconsin. So again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building and away from windows. And again, this storm right now is producing a potential for a tornado moving eastbound. All right, let's go back to the south again. Get my voice to be AI generated. That'd be nice. This storm is probably about to drop a tornado near Wilson, by the way.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This storm probably about to drop a tornado near Wilson. So get into your safe place if you are in Charlestown or any of those areas here in south parts of Indiana. We have a new tornado warning in Ohio. This is the one that is going to be moving in the direction of Hamilton. It's a large, broad area of circulation that's moving in that direction. So if you're in Hamilton, New Miami, Millville, Trenton, Jacksonburg, Somerville, and seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Really, Max? Really? I'm being serious. This is ridiculous. We're at right now 7 tornado warnings. 7-11 right now for the warnings. It's a large, broad area of circulation. We'll watch it closely. I do want to go back to Indiana real quick. That storm that is north of Louisville looks like it's about to drop. If not, it has dropped. This is like a very weak, like it's a very small storm, but like there's I believe a debris signature here near Wilson. This might be on the ground going towards Charlestown. Max needs a lounge, not a lounge. That's a good one, Chili. I need a lounge to go take a break. I think this is on the ground. If not, it's like right about to be on the ground. I mean, this is again near Charlestown, north of Louisville in Indiana. That looks like a tornado to me. Looks like we got fireflies or something on the right side of your screen too. Yes, there's a new warning in Wisconsin. I'm watching it on my phone. I bet the farm that's on the ground. This is such a small storm for having a tornado on the ground, if it is. I'm trying to wait for the velocities update here. This is probably on the ground in southern Indiana.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, wait. I mean, that to me looks like a tornado near Perry Crossing. I'll get to your safe place if you're in Charlestown. That's probably a tornado. Let me go back to the new warning real quick, wherever that is. Got another tornado warning in Wisconsin. This is near Delavan again. They were under a tornado warning this morning when we went live initially. There's another tornado warning now for Delavan, Elkhorn, Troy, Lake Geneva. They were literally under a warning this morning. I mean, or not this morning, but like earlier this afternoon. It's unbelievable. This is the second round of storms, and you're under another tornado warning. Unbelievable. And then the other rotations over the radar sites going towards the Dozman area near North Prairie. So we got another tornado warning there. And I mean, the one in Indiana looked like it was on the ground to me, but this is unbelievable. He has good memory. It's not hard. Actually, well, it's not hard to remember tornado warnings on one given day. All right, let me go back down to Indiana again. We'll go back to that, or actually, we'll go to Ohio Well, nope, never mind.
A new tornado warning has
It's about to
been
go to
issued.
Ohio. We're gonna go to, or wait, no, Southeast Indiana. All right, so we're going to Indiana first. Strong rotation here. We got two areas. This one might get warned too near Batesville. We got another one south of Greensburg. So another pocket of rotation there just south of Greensburg. That could be on the ground. Seek shelter if you're in that warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. I ordered Culver's and I got it delivered about an hour ago. It is officially cold. Like, I swear, every time I order food and it comes here, we always get tornado warnings. I mean, like, literally, that's what happened. It's unbelievable. It's a curse at this point. I deliver food here, and all of a sudden, everything gets warned. This is still radar indicated, by the way, so not officially confirmed here on this storm near Memphis and Charlestown. Yeah, this is moving east-northeast, going towards Newmarket. It's the Culver's curse. It's literally the Culver's curse, guys. It's horrible. Oh man. All right, once again, we have 9 tornado warnings right now that are in effect across the United States. The majority of them are either in Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky, or Wisconsin, or even back in Georgia. I think we have 5 states under the warnings right now. We're gonna stay here for this radar scan because it just came in, and then we'll go back to the north to Wisconsin and check in on those again. Then we'll go back to Ohio and Indiana. Should have an update here in a second. By the way, thank you, Nathaniel, for the $20 super chat, and thank you, Lisa, for the $10 super chat. Latest radar scan showing broader circulation now on the west side of Charlestown. And this is just such a small little storm. It's hard for that thing to produce a tornado. But again, if that's on the ground, it'll be going towards Charlestown. All right, actually, we're going to go to Ohio first. I was going to check on that first. That area of circulation still broad. It's very rain-wrapped. Very large but broad area of circulation moving towards Trenton and Middletown. Do have a live radar Omega cyclone port here in Middletown. This is live on that storm. And there's a lot of lightning. And it's raining. So we have confirmed rain right now in Middletown. We also have another live cam here. Let me check this one real quick. This is the other one southeast of that one. This one's just north of Cincinnati. Not really much happening there. Okay, let's go back to Wisconsin real quick. We have a trio of warnings in Wisconsin. God.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have stronger rotation near Delavan, Wisconsin, moving towards Elkhorn. That's going to be moving towards Spring Prairie and Lyons, and eventually going towards Troy. We have yet again another tornado warning, and I don't even know where that one is. That's going to be also in Indiana. And that's the other storm that I just mentioned a minute ago that was probably going to get warned. This one's on a trajectory towards Cincinnati. Again, new tornado warning. Just south of Batesville. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter. Away from windows and lowest floor possible. That is going to be on track for Cincinnati. Down the road. All right, let's go back to Wisconsin real quick. Again, we're hopping all over the place right now. Can I just do this real quick? Start this back up and then just do this. All right, we'll do that. All right, these are the tornado warnings once again near Delavan. And we have an area of circulation near Delavan right now that could drop a tornado at any time. That's strong rotation in southern Wisconsin. We have more rotation right now near Eagle, Duzman, and going to be going towards Summit in Wisconsin. We'll go back to this. Actually, we'll stay here for a second if it updates. If not, I'm going to go back to Ohio, I think, again. Thank you, Matt, by the way, for the $10 Venmo. I appreciate it. This is a tornado outbreak. If this isn't a tornado outbreak, I don't know what is. I mean, we had all those large tornadoes earlier in Michigan, and we have non-stop tornado warnings right now. All right, we got a new radar scan. I'm going to stay here for a second. I want to see the velocities here in Wisconsin. Then we'll go back south. All right. Rotation up here further north. We got a circulation area near the Exonia area. going towards Mapleton and Lac La Belle. That is in Wisconsin. Another circulation just west of Summit. We got a stronger couplet that is developed back down here near Elkhorn, Wisconsin. So that's a little bit stronger. So if you're in any of these areas, again, you got to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Okay. Back to the other madness. We have 2 tornado warnings here. They're still broad at this point. The one near Greenberg and Batesville in southeast Indiana. They are still on the broader side of things, but still stay in your safe place. They could drop tornadoes at any time. The one that is now near Oxford is intensifying. It is a completely rain-wrapped area of rotation that looks like this could drop a tornado at any time. That is moving towards Trenton, New Miami, and the north side of Hamilton. So once again, this could drop a tornado at any time as it moves eastbound. Going towards Middletown, Trenton, and Jacksonburg. Eventually going to be going towards Monroe. So continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're in that warning. All right, and if we go back to the south, we're probably going to focus on that warning a little bit more here in a minute, but the one near Georgetown, west of Louisville, is weakening. These 2 storms that are down here in southern Indiana are struggling. Oh, wait, we have a confirmed tornado now on this one. All right, this has actually been confirmed by emergency management, so this is a confirmed tornado near Charlestown.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately. A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning. This one is going to be in central western Ohio, west of Columbus. It's near Millerstown. So if you're in this area, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And this is currently moving east, going to be going towards North Lewisburg. So again, that's another tornado warning in Ohio. All right. The one that's west of Middletown, that's strong rotation. That could go on the ground at any time. We're going to go back to that in a second. Back to the one that is officially confirmed. This is confirmed by emergency management near Charlestown. This is as of about literally a minute or 2 ago, so this is confirmed by emergency management. This might be the smallest storm I've seen on reflectivity producing a tornado. I just want to throw that out there. There's nothing here. The DBZ values are so low. This is such a low precip producing tornado storm, but that tornado will be on the ground over just northeast of Perry Crossing, approaching Charlestown in southern Indiana. So if you're in this warning, again, seek shelter. There's a tornado in progress going towards Charlestown. Good news. We've dropped down to 9 tornado warnings. Put some confetti in the chat. We're back down to 9 tornado warnings. We've dropped down 1. And I think that's just the warning that was supposed to expire there in Wisconsin. We do have, again, rotation here in Wisconsin. This is the latest radar scan. So near Elkhorn, once again, just south of Elkhorn, we have rotation here. So Elkhorn and Lyons need to be in your safe place near Lake Geneva. Stronger rotation near the Exonia area. That could be on the ground. Be in your safe place if you are in Exonia or near the Oklahoma area of Wisconsin. Close enough. Going towards Heartland. And let's go back down to Ohio again. We don't have a CC drop, but that rotation still is there. It's not super strong. It's just kind of weak rotation. I feel like the storm is kind of becoming more of a wind threat right now here in Ohio. I don't think the tornado threat is as high with this storm, but it is moving eastbound towards Middletown. This is a live look at that storm, by the way. It's in southwest Ohio. There's a lot of lightning with this storm right now. You helped me identify a hook for the first time. I'm glad I could help. All right, let's go back to southeast Indiana. And these circulations right now are still on the broader side of things. Not super concerned right now, but the main area again will be near Sunman. That's going to be on track for Cincinnati. So if you're in Cincinnati, stay vigilant. This particular storm will be on track for you. It is going more east southeast. It's not on the ground, but that circulation would be the next area to watch for going in your direction. So that's on track to go towards Cincinnati. And then near Louisville, again, we have that confirmed tornado near Charlestown. Probably the weakest supercell I've ever seen on radar, with producing a tornado in Indiana. That would be near Charlestown. And that thing is just shrinking in size. I mean, this looks just like it looks like a shower now that's producing a tornado. There's like nothing here. If it is still on the ground, though, it'll be, again, on the west side of Charlestown, north of Sellersburg, going through Springville. That is our only confirmed tornado, I believe, right now. Yeah, it's our only confirmed tornado. So, otherwise, all the other storms right now are, for the most part, just producing radar indicated rotation. Nothing confirmed on the other ones. All right, let's go back to Wisconsin. We have another radar scan here. Rotation south of Elkhorn still going. I'll have velocities update in a second, so we'll wait for that. Thank you, by the way, Heather, for becoming, or for the $100 super chat. You are really generous. I appreciate that a lot. Kansas and Missouri. I don't think there's gonna be much in Kansas over the next few days. Missouri could see some severe weather tomorrow. I'll try to talk about that at some point, either tonight or in my video tomorrow. Put some hearts in the chat, though, for I can't remember the name anymore. Heather. Put hearts in the chat for Heather. Really do appreciate your generosity. All right, latest radar scan. Still some broad circulations here near Wales and Axonia and Wisconsin. Nothing strong right now, but there is, again, still some rotation here going to be going towards Milwaukee down the road. Broad circulation north of Hamilton. And is that storm still confirmed? Yeah, that's still a confirmed tornado. So, yeah, that's what we got going right now. All right, I really gotta go pee. I'll be back in 60 seconds. Stay tuned. This is a live cam on Radar Omega out of Ohio. We'll be back in 60 seconds. Okay. All right, we're back down to 7 tornado warnings. So that's good news. Let's kind of recap what we got right now. So we got our tornado warning that is going to be south of Bellefonte near Urbana. That is still rotating. It's, again, broader circulation right now, moving eastbound. Going to be going towards North Lewisburg over the next several minutes. So, again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. Back over near Hamilton, we still have rotation there. It's moving towards Middletown. Again, that was the live cam I was just showing you in that area. Just saw CG right there, but this is another live cam right here on Radar Omega in Southwest Ohio on this tornado warned cell, or near the tornado warned cell. Wow. Okay, that's a lot of lightning, and there's also a lot of lightning with those storms, as you could see there. We got lightning everywhere, so a lot of lightning with those storms. Broad rotation still. They might issue a new tornado warning. I don't know. It doesn't look like enough for me, but we'll see. Still some circulation west of Harrison. That's your circulation just southeast of Batesville. That'll be moving eventually towards Cincinnati. So if you're in Cincinnati, stay vigilant. That rotation is on track for you. The 2 tornado warnings in southern parts of Indiana have been now canceled. So we no longer have that confirmed tornado. And then everything else right now pretty much is in Wisconsin, which we have those 2 tornado warnings here in Wisconsin. Mostly broad circulation right now, but if you're in either of these 2 tornado warnings, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. We still got a tornado warning all the way down in here too, in Georgia, which that one will probably be canceled because the rotation's not even there anymore. So we should be down to 6 tornado warnings here pretty soon, at least. That's the hope. Knock on wood, and no jinxing here. Let's hope that, we don't jinx ourselves again. Yeah, this is the main action right now that we're looking at here in Southwest Ohio, Southeast Indiana, and I'm still watching Wisconsin, so don't worry if you're from Wisconsin. We'll keep you posted if anything happens there. Okay. By the way, thank you, Sandy, for the $19.99. Thank you, Wazzy's Wazzy's Garage for the $20 super chat. I appreciate that. And also thank you, Melissa, for the $50 Venmo. You are so generous. I appreciate your generosity. Put some hearts in the chat for Melissa. You guys are too kind. I do appreciate your generosity. Just trying to keep my voice alive. Just trying to keep it alive. It's dying. All right. Here's the circulation north of Hamilton. It's going to be approaching Middletown, Ohio. It is, again, just relatively broad circulation right now, moving in that direction. And yeah, I mean, right now we got tornado warnings again in Ohio, Indiana, Georgia, Wisconsin. We'll go back to Wisconsin in a minute in case it does become concerning again. You might not have a voice tomorrow. I might not. We'll see. All right, new title of the stream. Tornado warnings literally everywhere. All right, I think the tornado warning has been canceled in Georgia. I believe that's what that was. All right, so tornado warning's officially canceled in Georgia. Thank you, Blackstone, for the $10 super chat. What about Bardstown, Kentucky? I think the main concern tonight, again, is just damaging winds. There might still be a tornado threat, but the storm so far has struggled down here. That threat should increase over the next few hours. We got discrete cells firing off, so we'll definitely probably get some more of these discrete cells going here in Kentucky here pretty soon, with more of a tornado risk down the road. Circulation near Middletown is still there. This is again near Trenton, Ohio. Well, we might get a new tornado warning on this if that rotation stays that strong. That'll be going towards Middletown, Franklin, and we got a live cam on Radar Omega right in the middle of all of this, just to the east of the warning. We might see something here down the road. Again, this will be moving east towards Monroe and Interstate 75. Thank you, by the way, Channing, for becoming a Velocity member. Why are storms popping up in southeast Wisconsin tonight? Honestly, I could probably give you an explanation if I actually looked at the, like, dynamics of the environment. I really honestly cannot tell you right now. I think it might be from a low pressure system. I just don't know. I haven't looked up in that area. I mean, that was supposed to be a threat tonight. Let me check for you. I'll look. I mean, there's obviously a reason. I just can't think of it off the top of my head. I haven't really paid attention to that area today. I didn't think we were going to really get anything there today, honestly. Like, I didn't think we were going to get a tornado threat really going up there. That's near the low pressure system, so it's probably just from the it's probably just from the low. And the other thing is, it's not far from the warm front. That's like that's kind of like the triple point up there, actually. Because you have the cold front and the warm front all kind of mixing together there. So that's actually what that is. I could actually probably put surface analysis on here on Radar Omega. Where is surface analysis? Surface fronts, there it is. Yeah, this is like the triple point, basically. You got the warm front, you got the cold front. It's probably why that's happening. I mean, it's near the low pressure system, so that's why those storms are happening. All right, let me get rid of this. These tornado warnings, by the way, in Wisconsin go for 3 more minutes. If they end up not continuing these, we'll be down to 3 warnings. Let's hope. I need a team. You know, about 3 weeks ago, we had, like, most of the time, like, 2,000 viewers on these streams, and now almost every one of them is over 10,000. I don't know what's happened, but they've just kind of blown up, and I was definitely not prepared for that sort of increase. Which is why we're doing big upgrades to the studio, by the way, next week. Or, like, the end of the week. This rotation right now that is going to be approaching Cincinnati soon, that one's still strong. So if you're in Cincinnati, stay vigilant. This area of rotation is on track to go towards you here relatively soon. So Cincinnati, you need to be on alert. Middletown, you also need to be on alert. The Middletown warning expires in 3 minutes. We have about 3 warnings that expire in 3 minutes, I think. Yeah, 3 warnings expire in 2 minutes now. So we'll see if they issue any new warnings. But this is going basically in the direction of Cincinnati. Moving to the southeast. An early night. Yeah, the more I talk, my voice is actually starting to sound better. Or it feels better. Slightly, not much. Just a little bit. Yeah, we got tornado watches that go as long as 4 a.m. I think tonight now. I mean, the tornado watches are just, they're never ending. But we're gonna have long tornado watches tonight. Obviously, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We'll keep you posted with the latest on all the severe weather coverage. And also, you can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, all those links in the description below. Again, we'll be posting updates. We've already posted a ton of updates on those platforms from tornadoes earlier today. And if we get more information, we'll obviously post that as well. The tornado warning that's ongoing near Middletown will probably end. They've issued a new severe thunderstorm warning back up there near Middletown in Springboro and Lebanon. So that warning, at least for now, is not going to continue as a tornado warning. That's a live view on Radar Omega on that storm. So, once again, that is producing a lot of lightning. All right.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we got a new warning. This one's going to be the one that's northwest of Columbus. That rotation's actually pretty strong right now. Strong rotation near Urbana, Mechanicsburg. This is going to be on track to go towards the Columbus area here soon. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows, on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. This is once again going to be heading towards Milford Center, Mechanicsburg, Urbana. All those areas included in this new tornado warning. It's a pretty strong couplet right now moving eastbound. Now, with all that said, we are back down to 3 tornado warnings. Let's put some confetti in the chat because we only have 3 tornado warnings. That is the least a number that we've had this entire time. One of them's on the same storm, so we actually only have 2 right now. This is a massive improvement from what we had before. With that said, the one near Trenton could still get tornado warned. That rotation really isn't done yet. There's still rotation, so that one might get warned again. The one that's on track for Cincinnati could also get warned. It's kind of going towards Cincinnati, at least the north side of Cincinnati. But yeah. We can officially say that we're down to 3 tornado warnings, at least at this exact time, and let's hope it stays that way. I'm not trying to jinx it here. But that's what we're looking at right now. Okay. Thank you, Paula, by the way, for the $10 donation. Thank you to Mike for the $99.99 super chat. You're just literally insane. I appreciate your generosity. Put some hearts in the chat for Mike, the very generous $100 super chat. All right. And that's your area of rotation near Urbana going towards Mechanicsburg. It is a strong pocket of rotation that is going to be going towards Milford Center and Woodstock. We could get a tornado with this at any time, so keep a close eye on it as it continues to move eastbound. We're still watching the one that's northwest of Cincinnati too, but it's still a little, not a little ways, but like, you know, good 15 minutes even from being close to Cincinnati. Warren, Ohio. Warren is probably just gonna be wind tonight. I don't expect much of any severe weather threat there, Anthony. I think that part of Ohio will be all right. I would honestly say, like, if you're anywhere in the tornado watches right now, you're not really clear. I would say though, more than anything, Northwest Ohio, you're probably done. I would hope you're done because of everything we just saw. But I think you're done. I think Michigan's pretty much done as well. I mean, Wisconsin's not done. You're still looking at damaging winds and maybe an isolated tornado. So that's still going for you. And hail as well, being possible. But yeah, the majority of the storms right now further down to the south, I think that overall the majority of the severe weather from here is Indiana, Ohio, and as well as back over into Kentucky. So that's what I'm thinking right now. All right, here's a closer up radar site of this rotation that's northwest of Cincinnati. So that's your area of circulation. The storm's basically on track to go towards Cincinnati. So if you're in Cincinnati, be vigilant. I mean, this is basically tracking towards you. If not, it's going to go like that. So this particular tornado warning cell is going to be going right towards Cincinnati over the next few minutes. It'll probably be in Cincinnati in the next like 15 minutes or so. So there's no debris signature, no confirmed tornado, but this will be going towards the Cincinnati area. Rotation isn't super strong on this, but I mean, it's, you know, it looks obviously like that means a hook echo on radar. If we get enough shear with that, it definitely could produce a tornado. Here's the one near Urbana. I'm not seeing much on the Urbana one from the close-up radar site, but if we go to the other radar site, yeah, I don't see anything on that one either. The one that's further away shows a bit more rotation on this. It's a large, broad area, but there's definitely a little bit more rotation on that from that radar site there. It's all rain wrapped too. If there's a tornado, this is going to be completely rain wrapped. Like, you're not going to see it. It's going to be going towards Mechanicsburg, though, in Ohio. So, yeah, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Thank you, by the way, Mezzos, for becoming a maximum velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. All right, let's go back down to the Cincinnati one again. Actually, we're gonna go to, let's go to the Lebanon real quick. This is the live camera in Lebanon. Again, just north of Cincinnati. And this is a storm that still has some broad rotation. You can see all the lightning right now. This is a highly electrified storm here. It's actually quite incredible how much lightning there is. That's in Warren County once again, but we still got some broad circulation there near Middletown. I mean, this is still rotating. It's a broad area, but still got some circulation right now moving to the east, going towards Dodds and eventually going towards Harveysburg and again, Lebanon area. Now, we also have the rotation that's back over here near Harrison on this hook echo that's going to be going towards Cincinnati. We have to be watching the storm closely. If there's a new warning, it'll probably be in the next like 6 or 7 minutes. So we'll see if they issue a tornado warning for Cincinnati, or if they just go with a tornado possible label. on a severe thunderstorm warning, but either way, that storm definitely is still concerning if you're in Cincinnati. It's kind of going right in your direction right now. Oh, there you go. That's your answer.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It's not going to include Cincinnati, but it's on the north side of Cincinnati. So if you are in this new pink polygon, the new tornado warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in an interior room of your home or building. That right there is going to be where we're watching for the potential for a tornado. Again, Cincinnati not included, but if you're on the northern side of the town, you are included in this tornado warning. Thank you, Russell. Appreciate it. Thank you for your 1999. I'll figure it out. Hopefully my voice is a lie by tomorrow. Isha, the link's in the description. It's also the join button. That rotation is just not letting up. Just southwest of Harrison. That rotation's been strong for quite some time. The close-up radar sight shows that rotation just not as strong. But I mean, this still has a hook echo and everything. It's definitely still there. You know, if you're on the north side of Cincinnati, I'd stay vigilant because this storm's kind of going your direction. It's going towards Cleves. It's going towards Cheviot or Chevrolet. Looks like Chevrolet. New Haven, Springdale. All those areas again included in the track of this particular tornado warned cell. That is again just to the north right now of Cincinnati. How does Toledo, Ohio look? I think Toledo's done. Once the watch is officially canceled, you're done. But I think you're about done. I won't be too concerned. Still got broad circulation going towards Mechanicsburg as well. And going to be just to the southwest of Woodstock and going towards Milford Center. And that's on track to go towards Columbus. So if you're in Columbus, stay vigilant. This activity is basically going in your direction. And track this out with the Radar Omega tracking tool. Once I get a speed of the storm, let me do that real quick. This is moving east at about 40 miles per hour. So Columbus, Ohio, you are currently going to be on the track of this storm in approximately, there's a lot of places in Columbus, about an hour. So if you're in Columbus and this storm is still producing a tornado, it'll be there within about an hour or so. I'm trying to get the exact time. About 53 minutes. So you're about 55 minutes away from this storm if you're in Columbus. Again, this tornado warning cell is basically going in your direction. It could produce a tornado by then. It might just be damaging winds. It might not be anything. You just never know. I mean, this environment, this storm definitely has a chance to produce something. But Columbus is in about 50 minutes from now, which right now it is about 10 o'clock. So you're going to be hit by that around 10:50 or so. That'd be the ETA. Give or take a little bit of time. Sometimes storms do slow down or speed up. This is the live cam on Radar Omega out of Middletown. There is, again, broad circulation just to the south of this camera, so I'm not sure if we're going to see anything. Looks like mostly rain and lightning here right now. The north side of Cincinnati is on track for that one tornado warning cell. So yeah, you're still on track for that right now. Here's the one in Lebanon. Okay. The lightning is so bright on this. I don't know why. Lightning's always very bright. Still got a broad area of circulation, though. It's not far from that little that live cam there. Let me go back to this. Yeah, there's still some rotation near Middletown, and then again, the main area that we're watching right now is north of Cincinnati. This is going to be on track for the northern side of Cincinnati. So if you're in Cincinnati, stay alert. The storm should just stay to your north, but it's not far from you. And if it does produce a tornado, it would, again, not be far from you. So just definitely want to be staying vigilant if you are in this area. Not far from your time to see these storms. And it's about 10 o'clock right now, Eastern time. Thank you, Dr. J, for becoming a Velocity member.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. New tornado warning. This one's going to be south of Portsmouth. That is strong rotation, but we are also very far away from every radar site known to man. All right, so that's strong rotation right now near Greenup. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And in an interior room of your home or building. That's going to be going towards Haverhill and Greenup here in northeast Kentucky. That is a strong area of rotation right now. That's going to be going towards Lloyd, Greenup, and Haverhill. Near the Truett and Lynn areas north of Lode. And this is a brand new tornado warning in northeast Kentucky, south of Portsmouth for reference. But this could definitely drop a tornado at any time. That's a very strong area of rotation. That would be your rotation. It's near the Latitia area as well. Moving eastbound. It actually might even go a bit more closer to Edgington. I mean, if you're in Edgington or the Latitia area, make sure that you are, continuing to stay vigilant. The storm's like right next to you, that pocket of rotation. It could go up that direction. So just stay alert if you're up in that area. Because that rotation's kind of going a bit more to the northeast. Or not northeast, but like east-northeast almost. It's kind of riding and hugging that top line of the pink polygon. Letitia? Okay. It's Letitia, my bad. Alright, let's go back to Cincinnati again. After I said it the first time, I was kind of like, I don't think that's right, but, I'm just going to go with it. And then I realized, yeah, okay. All right, we're good. All right, we got a rotation area again near Interstate 75. That's not warned, but it looks like it's occluding, so that's not really a concern anymore. Mostly just wind and lightning right now here in southwestern Ohio. The only storm that still has some concern is the one that's northwest of Cincinnati. That's discrete. Again, this is right now moving to the east-southeast, going to be going towards the north side of Cincinnati. So if you are currently in this tornado warning, again, you make sure that you're seeking shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Again, that's going to be moving east-southeast near Harrison and going to be just to the west and southwest of Springdale. All right, let's go back to the tornado warning back over in... we'll go to the tornado warning in central Ohio real quick. All right, so that's the area of rotation that's near Mechanicsville. Again, this one's been relatively broad here for a little while now. Again, it could still drop something, though, so continue to stay in your safe place, just in case it tries to drop something. But that's right now near Mechanicsburg. Going to be eventually going towards Dublin and the west and northwest side of Columbus. So that'll be the next area in the track of that particular storm. And we are back down to 3 tornado warnings once again. So it's just this one that's back over west of Columbus, the one northwest of Cincinnati, and also the one south of Portsmouth. Let me go back to this one first. Now, rotation right now is going to be located right to the west of Route 23 near Highway 10 in Kentucky, south of Portsmouth. Going to be going towards Greenup over the next several minutes. Just south of Portsmouth. Again, that rotation's been broadening out, though. It's not super strong. I would still stay in your safe place, though, just in case. And then the tornado warned cell that's northwest of Cincinnati, that one actually might just get canceled. I mean, that rotation has broadened out substantially over the last few minutes, but we'll keep a close eye on it in case it does try to re-intensify. And then the one near Bonn has been kind of broad too. So that's what we got going right now for the areas of rotation, but we'll keep a close eye on it in case it does do anything tricky here over the next hour or so as these storms continue to march across Ohio, Kentucky, and as well as back over in 2 parts of Indiana. All right. Things are actually potentially calming down. I don't know. I don't think they're calming down. I just think right now where we're at is that most of these storms again are, you know, they're still producing significant severe weather, damaging winds, hail, a few tornadoes. But I think the next thing that we need to watch for are going to be the storms that are developing right now across parts of southern Indiana and Illinois. I mean, these storms are really the next concern down the road. Anything that's developing in here is really going to be our next concern. Anything that's discrete could end up moving into areas that have already been hit by storms and could end up producing a threat for severe weather down the road. So really, that's going to be the next concern. Now, granted, you know, the threat of severe weather might be at least a little bit lower than what we've seen so far, but this is basically where we're watching for the next development for damaging winds, large hail, and perhaps even a few more tornadoes out of this activity. So that's what I'm thinking, at least right now, in terms of the threat. All right, back to Cincinnati here for the moment. What are my thoughts on Lexington, Kentucky later tonight? Let's do the future radar real quick. Let's check out and see what the HRRR thinks. I'll base my opinion off of the HRRR today. All right, so this is overnight tonight. Notice again, we have that storm development happening in southern Indiana, Illinois, and Kentucky. Most of those storms, again, mostly going to be hail and wind producers. By around midnight tonight, those storms continue to move eastbound, going towards Louisville. I think mostly wind for that area. We could get, again, a few tornadoes, but that threat should stay low. And then by the time we go into tomorrow morning, things kind of quiet down, and then we'll be right back into the swing of things with probably a severe weather or tornado outbreak tomorrow across a large chunk of the Midwest, and as well as back into areas like the Dixie Alley. Not really Dixie Alley, but like, oh, sorry, not Dixie Alley, Ohio Valley, and as well as the Midwest for tomorrow. More likely than not, we're gonna have another severe weather outbreak. Looks like more of a wind threat for tomorrow, but we could get some strong tornadoes, so tomorrow will be interesting. And we'll be live again tomorrow. We'll be live against Thursday, so if you're not already, make sure to subscribe down below. Louisville? Is it not Louisville? I think it's Louisville. All right, we have a new pocket rotation developing right near Lebanon in Ohio. This might get tornado warned. Looks like we got a QLCS situation developing here, right here near Lebanon. We have a live camera right on this. Let's see if we can see if there's a tornado here or anything, or any sort of lowering. Oh, look at that. I think there's a lowering here. Looks like a lowering right here. I can't tell. Lightning has to flash. This is a storm that has a couplet on radar. Come on, lightning. Flash. That black circle right there, there actually might be a lowering right here. Stop briefly. There might be a tornado right there. Lightning needs to flash further back. Go on, lightning. Just flash one more time. This is the radar mega cyclone port here. If somebody saw it, screenshot it and send it to me, please. And thank you. Like, send it to me, like, on Twitter or something, just at me. We have a small CC drop on that storm, it looks like, near Lebanon. I think there was a tornado back there. It's probably further to the left now. If you guys did see it and you can screenshot it and send it to me, please send it to me. I'm going to see if I actually saw that. That was a possible tornado here. I mean, we got very strong rotation. A small little CC signature sort of right there. It's not really much, but it's something. That could be a tornado. That's right there. I mean, that's strong enough to be, it's not really a strong tornado, but it's enough to be a tornado. Let me go to this live cam again. If there's a tornado, it would be on the left side of your screen in here, which again, we just saw lowering. I'm gonna try to go back in my stream and look. I think I just saw it again on that flash. Maybe not. All right, let me go back a little bit in my stream. All right, I'm gonna try to pull this up so you guys can see it if I did actually see a lowering. I mean, again, this would be the storm that's gonna be approaching Lebanon. This is what it looks like on my stream from a minute ago. Right there looks like something there. Maybe some sort of lowering. I didn't look, it looked like a tornado initially, but there's something there. Just so hard to tell at nighttime. Regardless, I mean, we may have just had a brief tornado there on the backside of this activity, but we got multiple little areas developing here, and you can see like there's a small little CC drop there too. I'm not sure what that is. This is a live view right now of what that looks like on the storm near Lebanon, Ohio. Well, it's definitely a lowering of some sort. I'm surprised this isn't warned, actually, for a tornado. We got multiple different little couplets on this one here in Ohio. I mean, once again, we got... Yeah, we got two areas here that are rotating. The one northwest of Cincinnati, that warning expires in 6 minutes. But really, again, this has become a little bit more of a concern. We got... Right over Lebanon, we got one pocket of rotation here. We got another one here. That CC signature kind of went away on the latest velocity, or the latest CC scan. I have a radar update on a second, and on the velocities. Let me go back to the live cam again. This is right over where there's a couplet, or at least some sort of rotation here, in Lebanon, Ohio. That is live on this. Velocity's just updated. Yeah, we're gonna get a tornado warning. We're probably gonna get a tornado warning on that. The area of rotation near Lebanon weakened, but the one south of Lebanon is stronger. So that's probably about to get tornado warned. And that will be going towards Clarksville, Morrow, and Wilmington, Ohio. So you need to be in your safe place if you're in those locations. Butlerville, Blanchester, Midland, I'd be, staying weather aware. There is a tornado or anything like that, it would probably be on the left side of your screen, though. Left side of your screen on this storm. Just a lot of rain right now. Just a lot of rain falling right here, right now. Oh, there's the clouds. That's the cloud base right there. If you just saw that, that's the cloud base right about here. So that area of rotation moving in that was, initially stronger, it's now broadened, but you can see that cloud base right there above, right here. It's like, it's moving in quick. Right where that black line is. If there are lightning flashes again, you'll see it. It's right there. Now this in particular is not really a lowering, it's just the cloud base. Maybe a wall cloud, it's just hard to tell. It's so hard to tell with lightning. That looks like a tornado. We might have a tornado on the ground right now in South Lebanon that's not warned. That right there, near Interstate 71. This could be a tornado on the ground that's not warned near South Lebanon. It's near Interstate 71 going towards Martha's Mills and Senior and Morrow here in Ohio, in Southwest Ohio. I mean, that looks like a tornado to me. The first one kind of looked like something brief as well. I'll be seeking shelter if you're in you know, Martha's Mills or Morrow, any of those areas. You should be seeking shelter. There's more than likely a tornado that's in progress right now on the south side. Yeah, that right there. This isn't. We got a new tornado warning, not even for this storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning northwest of Columbus. So that one's going to be going towards Dublin and Columbus. We'll go to that in a second. I believe we have a tornado, though, that is going to be on the ground near Interstate 71 that is unwarned. Yeah, I mean, that looks like a tornado to me. I don't know why it's not warned. The first one looked strong, too. And we also got another one near Lebanon. And the one near Morrow, that one looks mostly like wind. There you go. All right, so we have a tornado warning now on this storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so tornado warning again in Ohio. This is at least strong rotation, but there may be also a tornado on the ground. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible. This is a QLCS, so a lot of these tornadoes should be brief and weak, but nonetheless, a tornado is a tornado. So this storm again moving east-northeast going towards Senior in Clarksville. So if you're in this area, seek shelter, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. We've been talking about this for several minutes now, probably about 8 or 9 minutes. Yeah, that's a tornado. That is a deep CC drop. Northeast side of Lebanon. Presumably that's a CC drop. I'm trying to see what the velocities show here. But if that tornado's on the ground, it's right along Interstate 71 heading towards Martha's Mills in Southwest Ohio. And you've got to seek shelter if you're in this warning. High likelihood that we have a tornado on the ground here. Yeah, right there. See what the storm relative velocity show too. That's presumably a tornado that would be in progress on the southeast side of Lebanon. And here's a live view right in Lebanon with the wind going right against the camera. The wind has changed directions here. But once again, we do have a little CC drop there. That means that there's more than likely a tornado on the ground. That'll be moving towards Martha's Mills and just west of Clarksville. So seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're in this warning, and away from windows. This is definitely a dangerous storm. The one also over in Lebanon, that is a tight area of rotation. That's not warned either, but this is the live view. Can't really see much. The wind looked a little bit stronger before. But right on the east side of Lebanon, Ohio, that is also strong. That could drop a tornado as well. That's on the east side of Lebanon going towards Martha's Mills and Oregonia. We'll go with that name. So, yeah, I mean, that appears as if I mean, this looks like a tornado to me on just south of Interstate 71. And then the one that's near Lebanon is also pretty strong and tight. And then this one's also ongoing. So we got 3 areas of circulation right now in Southwest Ohio. We should have another radar scan here in a second. Yeah, 2 tornadoes on the ground. We got 2 on the ground now, so this is 2 of them.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, 2 tornadoes on the ground. That's 2 CC drops. Again, this is going to be one that's going to be... There you go. New tornado warning on this now, which is also radar indicated.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So again, 2 tornadoes now on the ground. We got one near Martha's Mills, and we got also another one that is just east of Lebanon. So if you're in either of these areas, you need to seek shelter, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is twin tornadoes, pretty much, in Ohio. We got 2 different tornadoes that are in progress, moving east-northeast. This is a dangerous storm. Obviously, we've been tracking this for several minutes now. But we have 2 different tornadoes that are in progress. You gotta seek shelter if you're in either of these areas. So once again, we got a tornado on the ground that's gonna be... Go to the CC, please. Alright, here's the first tornado that's been on the ground for probably about 5 minutes now. The other tornado is just east of Lebanon. We have a third tornado dropping now near Morrow. So there's 3 tornadoes now on the ground. The first one up here to the north may have lifted, but this one's still in progress. We got another tornado presumably near Morrow that's on the ground now. Trying to confirm that by radar here. Yeah, we got another tornado on the ground near Morrow. So 3 tornadoes now on the ground here that are in southwest Ohio near Lebanon. So again, there's another tornado now on the ground near Morrow.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This is now a triplet of tornadoes. I don't know why it's just said that term. This is now 3 tornadoes that are on the ground. There's one east of Lebanon going towards the Oregonia area, going towards Wellman and Harveysburg. We have another tornado that's going towards Martha Mills. And the other one near Morrow is going to be going towards Clarksville, Ohio. So you need to seek shelter immediately if you're in any of this pink polygoned area. We have 3 different tornadoes that have been confirmed by radar here that are moving eastbound. Yeah, that one near Morrow is definitely on the ground. That's a tightening. The one east of Lebanon may have lifted. I mean, look at these CC drops. That one east of Lebanon was much stronger a second ago. We got 3 tornadoes basically on the ground right now in southwest Ohio. Probably 2, but we might have 3. Lebanon one may have lifted. But the one near Morrow and the one right along Interstate 71 near Martha's Mills is definitely still there. Alright, the one near Lebanon is lifted. We have the tornado still on the ground here near Senior. And we still have some fallout debris probably near Martha's Mills. See what the velocities show? Because there's like 2 different CC drops on this area. So I'm not sure if we have actual twins right here. I'll have to look at the velocities and see if they update or not. But there might be 2 different tornadoes right in this spot here. Alright, this is now officially a confirmed tornado, which we already knew, but...
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
There might be 2 tornadoes here. It's just hard to tell because the velocities did not update here at the same exact time. But we may have a small tornado perhaps right here just south of Senior, and then another one south of Senior. So we might have 2 next to each other. This is all debris fallout, and then this area kind of weakened. That's going to be going again towards Clarksville, Ohio over the next several minutes. But once again, we've had 3 different confirmed tornadoes at this point, possibly 4 down here. It's just, again, it's not, I don't know if we're going to be able to know about this. It's kind of hard to tell. Might be a storm survey until we actually know if those were twins or not. But regardless of that, I mean, we still have a tornado going towards Senior, Ohio, approaching Clarksville. And we also got one near Martha's Mills. So if you're in this area, again, make sure that you're seeking shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is all coming from the same storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Quickly gonna go to the new tornado warning. I don't even know where it is. We still got one west of Columbus. We got one now in eastern and southeastern Illinois. It's near Lawrenceville. It's a broad area of circulation, but go to your safe place if you're in that warning near Lawrenceville or Bridgeport. All right, let's go back to the one in Ohio again. Oh yeah, that's a tornado right there. We got possibly 2 tornadoes on the ground. This one's a larger one now near Senior. You got to seek shelter if you're in this warning. We got possibly a stronger tornado going right over Senior, Ohio. It'll be approaching Clarksville over the next few minutes. The one that's near right on Interstate 71, we got 2 different tornadoes that are right now on the ground heading eastbound, going to be going towards Clarksville, and eventually down the road Wilmington, Ohio, Oakland, and Kingman will be in the track of this. But yeah, we got 2 tornadoes right now on the ground still. The radar site's also on the path of this, which is not good. But yeah, we got 2 tornadoes. The debris signature over Senior is much larger. Now, granted, again, this is a QLCS. A PDS, I don't know if will happen. I mean, we'd have to see something for several minutes. These tornadoes so far have occluded, you know, very quickly. So I don't know if we'll have a PDS on this, but, you know, regardless, it is a tornado. So, yeah, if you're anywhere in this pink polygon, you need to seek shelter. Again, we got 2 different tornadoes in progress right now. That's the debris signature near Senior. And then the other one's right along Interstate 71. This is very interesting. Wow. The northern one just occluded. This debris signature has gotten larger near Senior, just west of Clarksville. See what the velocity show. That's a large debris field there near Senior. It's a lot of debris being lifted up into the atmosphere for this area. See what the velocity show here. I mean, the rotation here is just not looking super impressive. We got a couplet here. We got a couplet also here now. We got a couplet everywhere on the storm. But that CC is, I mean, a large debris field. We got a lot of fallout, at least, on this storm right now, moving east-northeast. That's going towards Clarksville. Large debris signature there. And it might be a lot of fallout. It's kind of hard to tell. I mean, the rotation on radar isn't super crazy, but that'll be moving towards Clarksville, Ogden, and eventually going towards Wilmington in Southwest Ohio. So if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. That is a large debris field. That's a lot of probably trees or possibly even a few homes that are being lifted up on that storm. New confirmed tornado warning on this.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Once again, tornado is on the ground in Ohio. That is now going to be moving towards Wilmington. And this will be eventually going right along in just south of Interstate 71. Going towards Clarksville. You need to seek shelter if you're in the new pink polygon. This is a brand new observed tornado warning here from the National Weather Service of Wilmington. That is a large debris field. But again, I think a lot of this right now is probably debris fallout. And not necessarily an actual, like, large tornado here. So once again, if you're in this tornado warning, you got to seek shelter. This is still a relatively dangerous storm. It is a rain wrap tornado, by the way, and it's also right now 10:30 p.m. almost, meaning that, you know, a lot of people are sleeping. So if you know anybody in this tornado warning near Wilmington or Clarksville, make sure they're awake, because this will be going right towards Clarksville and Wilmington over the next several minutes. Lots of folks in Columbus. I know. We'll go to Columbus once we can. I don't think the Columbus one's as concerning. I'll quickly go to that one. So we have a second. Yeah, we got strong rotation south of Plain City. That radar site doesn't show anything. Rotation's strong. I don't have a CC drop. That's going to be going towards Dublin, Hilliard, Upper Arlington, and Columbus. We'll go back to that in a moment. Wow. I don't know if we have another tornado on the ground now with this or something, but there's just debris all over the place with this storm right now. It's like it's an elongated line of debris here that stretches for 3.5 miles, which again, I'm guessing it's just a lot of debris fallout here. But like the tornado, if it's on the ground, we have maybe one here and one here. Those are the only 2 areas where there would be a tornado on this storm. So just east of Senior, west of Clarksville, and just south of Interstate 71. Going towards Wilmington. That is definitely still a confirmed tornado. It looks like a lot more of just debris fallout here. All right, I'll have another radar scan in a second. I think we still have twin tornadoes, though. That right there and that one right there would probably be our tornadoes. So we probably still have 2 tornadoes on the ground with this. The CC is behind by a minute, so we don't have an update on that. But it looks like twin tornadoes near Clarksville. We've had twin tornadoes a couple of times with this. 3 miles wide for a debris field does not mean we have a 3-mile wide tornado. It's just debris. It's probably just a fallout. I mean, again, these tornadoes have been very small, which is the reason why they've not been PDS or anything like that, and they've also occluded very fast. So I think more than anything, it's just, again, a lot of these small tornadoes. I mean, look at this again. We still got a tornado on the ground west of Clarksville. I mean, it's still going. Still got a large debris signature here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We may have another tornado on the ground near Highway 133 south of Pansy. Gonna be going towards Cuba. That could be on the ground too. That is another strong couplet right now. Going towards Pansy, Morrisville, Martinsville, and Midland. This tornado is still going. I mean, we might have 3 different tornadoes on the ground right now. Again, we might have one here near Pansy. We have another one here just west of Clarksville. That one looks stronger right now. So that one near Clarksville, a bit on the stronger side of things with all that debris. We may also have one on the back side of that storm. It's hard to tell, but there might also be one there that are all going eastbound right now. So if you're anywhere in this any of these pink polygons, you need to seek shelter. These are dangerous storms right now that are moving east with multiple tornadoes that are been ongoing for several minutes now. But the one that's just west of Clarksville, there might be 2 in a row right there. I know it's weird, but it's kind of what's going on here. It is a weird event. The one near Pansy, though, that one looks to be, again, a bit more on the stronger side of things. See what the next debris signature shows, but that one might be more on the ground than, the ones up to the north. Said it was gonna be a calm day. I never said today would be calm. I never said that. Never said the word calm. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Let's go to velocities. I believe that's a tornado on the ground near Pansy now. So that's going to be going probably in the direction of the Bartonville area. Yeah, it's going northeast towards Cuba. And that may be a debris signature. I think that is. I think that is a tornado. The velocities aren't as strong now, but that would probably be a tornado there near Pansy. And then the other one near Clarksville has occluded for the time being. But we still have a debris signature near Clarksville that probably is still the debris fallout from the previous tornado. Let's go quickly back up to Columbus. We do have some stronger rotation once again near Dublin. That's going to be moving into the west and southwest side of Dublin, going towards western and northwestern Columbus. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter. That is also a strong area of rotation. This one is not confirmed for the record, but it is going to be going into Dublin and Columbus. So that rotation is currently 14 miles northwest of Columbus, and from downtown Dublin, it's about 5 miles west. Granted, you should be in your safe place well ahead of time. If you're in Columbus, you don't have to be in your safe place yet, but you should be staying vigilant unless you are on the western half of that pink polygon. We'll go back to that storm after the next radar scan. We will be periodic. We're going to check in on the storm more often now, since it's getting closer to those areas. So we'll check in every single radar scan with this storm as well. We have half the number of severe thunderstorm warnings compared to tornado warnings. That is crazy. Do got to say that. Cincinnati's probably just wind. Yeah, that tornado warning cell that was going on there, it's just kind of died out. All right, debris signature is gone on the southern storm, and then the Clarksville storm still has a debris area. It's probably again just fallout from the previous tornadoes, but we'll see what the velocities show, and we'll also go back to Columbus in a second. Bolivar, Missouri. Bolivar. Come on, velocities update. Let's go to Columbus real quick. No CC on that storm. Oh, there you go. So, oh, never mind. Pansy has now a debris signature. Okay, so there's a debris signature here. Got one up in here. Near Clarksville. So there's probably just some sort of debris fallout there near Pansy. We'll see what the velocities show, though. I'm checking on Illinois as well on my phone. We do have an Illinois tornado warning, but that one's still moderately strong near Russellville. All right, rotation looks like it's kind of weakened at this point. All three of these areas of rotation. Obviously, still stay in your safe place. A lot of debris fallout right now is what I'm seeing, but we could still have a couple of tornadoes drop as it moves east. Let's go back to Dublin and Columbus again. That rotation still remains, at least in elevated terms, like higher up in the atmosphere. It still looks very strong. So again, this could still drop at any time. Again, this could also be on the ground at any time. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in Dublin or Hilliard, but definitely probably at least a wall cloud with that storm. That's what I'm thinking. At least a wall cloud. Do we have a tornado? Probably not, but I do think we at least have a wall cloud, which is rotating, and that could probably produce a tornado if it ends up, intensifying near the surface. All right, we're gonna stay zoomed out here for just a second. All right, catch a breather here for a quick second while radar updates. Thank you, Gail, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Taylor, also for the $10 super chat. I don't know what the reference was to that, but I do appreciate it. Okay, I think I got all the super chats and stuff at this point. Cool. All right, let's go back to the radar. I think it just updated. All right, so rotational the velocities will update, or they'll update in a minute here or sooner. All right. Area of rotation here, here, and maybe there. Let's check in on all those. Okay, no CC drop on any of these right now, but again, these could still drop at any time as they continue to move east and east-northeast, going towards Wilmington, eventually going towards Morrisville, Martinsville, Cuba, a bunch of other areas in the vicinity. And the tornado warning still does continue on the northwest side of Columbus near Dublin. It has been condensed, but this is the area that we still have a tornado warning for. And continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. This storm is definitely capable of producing a tornado, so stay in your safe place if you're in the northwest side of Columbus near Dublin or Hilliard, any of those areas. You look exhausted. We're live for 7.5 hours today. Yesterday we were live for like 6,000 years. It's been good times. Working 24/7 pretty much over the last couple days. All right. Quickly gonna go back to Illinois, then we'll go back to Ohio here in a second. West of Bruceville, we still got, again, some rotation there. It's a pretty weak supercell, but has a chance for a tornado. Western Kentucky is still pretty quiet. The storms that are south of Dayton, again, still have some rotation, but overall it's a bit weaker at this point. South and west of Willington. Again, we still have some rotation. A new radar scan in just a second. There you go. 2 tornado warnings were just canceled behind this, by the way. So we are back down to 4 tornado warnings. We do have a pocket of rotation again east of Midland, and then also another one west of Wilmington. This one still could be on the ground. That one right there near Ogden could still be on the ground here. So if you're in this tornado warning, again, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. It is definitely still rotating enough to the point where there could be a tornado as it moves eastbound. And then the one near Columbus, latest scan shows it a bit broader, so we'll see if they issue a new warning on this. It expires in 8 minutes. It is going to be approaching the Columbus area, so we obviously have to watch this very closely as it moves towards Columbus, just in case it does try to do anything. You know, could still produce something as it moves in that direction. Evansville should be mostly wind, but again, isolated tornado threat still exists. The Storm Prediction Center came out with an update. I don't know if they changed anything there. Alright, so here's the tornado risk for the rest of tonight, by the way. This also includes like an hour ago, just for the record. So the 10% hatch tornado risk. Let me just go to... We'll just do this on Radar Omega. Makes it easier. This is the 10%. This is the tornado risk for the rest of tonight, which, again, a lot of these areas have already seen storms. But from here, the area that we need to watch for is basically going to be in here for that 10% hatched tornado risk. So it still goes for probably at least another, I don't know, probably 4 or 5 hours, more than likely. These areas, though, will be done sooner rather than later. If you're back over in this area... you're still going to probably have that risk for another few hours. Don't get too caught up in the hatched risk, though, because I do want to remind you, we had 3 or 4 strong and large tornadoes in Michigan, and they were not even ever in a 10% hatched risk. So we could still see strong tornadoes, even if you're like near Evansville or, you know, Hopkinsville or Cape Girardeau, wherever you might be. And any of those areas could still see a potentially isolated strong tornado. So don't rule that out. But what I am saying is that that is the main time frame right now. We got many areas in here that have, again, storms ongoing, but the majority of the storms that we have right now in here are going to be winding down like the next hour or so. So,
a new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning now on the north side of Columbus. There's your area of rotation. It's on the north side of Columbus. It's going to be moving right into the north side of Columbus over the next few minutes. And if you are in this area, you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. And this storm right now has been trying to produce for a while. I believe it has in the past, and it could again. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. In an interior room of your home or building. It's on the north side of Columbus. This is not a confirmed tornado. The only confirmed tornado is down to our south, but this one could produce a tornado at any time. All right, let's go back down to the radar site just real quick. Let's see. All right, rotation is broadened out on most of this activity near the radar site. We'll continue to watch it closely in case it does anything. Looks like everything has become outflow driven near Cincinnati, so that tornado threat should be going down on this activity here near Cincinnati. Still stay vigilant because the damaging wind threat is definitely elevated and the hail threat, but it does look a little bit lower at this time. Really, the biggest concern right now are the storms that are going into Columbus. Which, interestingly enough, we actually have really 2 pockets of rotation here. Let me zoom out a little bit. Got 2 different areas. One near Dublin and one just west of Westerville. So, a couple pockets there. This radar update's much faster, so we'll stay on this one. SBC already updated. Their next update is like late tonight. Not for today though. That'd be for tomorrow. That'd be at 2 a.m. How many tornadoes on the ground today? A lot. There's been a lot. I don't know. I don't know the exact number. I mean, probably at least a dozen is my guess. At least been a dozen today. The SPC reports right now are at, let's see. Right now we're at 12 exactly for reports, but some of those were the same tornado. Now with that said, we've had more than 12 tornadoes, I think, even then. So we've probably had about 12 tornadoes so far, at least, probably more than that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning in southwest Indiana. This is near Bruceville, the Bicknell area, going towards Wagner Station and Edwardsport, or Edwardsport, sorry. If you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. That'll be going towards Plainville as well, and eventually going towards Elnora. Even if it doesn't have a tornado, it is producing damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. All right. That rotation is still very strong on the north side of Columbus. I really wish we had a better radar site here. It'd probably be very useful. I mean, we have strong rotation near Dublin. We probably at least have a wall cloud or something. I mean, it's hard to tell if we have anything near the ground. It's just a very strong area of velocities. So if we have a tornado, which again, this radar site will not do it justice probably, but if we have a tornado, it would be right here near Dublin, going towards Worthington, eventually going towards Gahanna, just north of Columbus. Ernie, the link to download this is at the top of the description. It's on iOS and Android. It's Radar Omega, what we're using right now. Let me see if we have any other reports here on Twitter. Here's the latest scan again. If we have a tornado, it would be near Worthington right now. It's going towards Gahanna, and as well as the New Albany area. Near Westerville. Somebody just called today a terrible Tuesday. Today is actually tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday. So, it's not terrible Tuesday, even though it has been actually pretty terrible. Okay, not seeing any new reports as of right now on these storms. If you guys do see any reports, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX, and I'll try to relay information. And if we have a tornado, it would be near Worthington right now. Alright, so we're back down to 4 tornado warnings. So, good news there, at least for now. The tornado that's near Worthington is still observed, but I don't think it's on the ground anymore. So we're going to go ahead and take off the observed tag on here. Just so there's no confusion there. But again, this activity still does have at least some chance of producing something down the road. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in those areas. Let's go to the one that's up here north of Vincennes, which that one looks pretty weak as of right now. Still stay in your safe place if you're in that warning. Again, not seeing much on radar. Really, the biggest concern right now is the one near Columbus, which we're going to stay on for now. Which will go to the other radar site for the time being. Yeah, that's your rotation right there. So, again, it doesn't look super strong, but it's going to be on the southwest side of Westerville, going towards Gahanna, New Albany. This should just stay north of the Columbus downtown metro, just for reference. This is pretty much a tornado outbreak. Yeah, I mean, this has definitely been a tornado outbreak today. Thank you, fan, for the 1 gifted membership. Yeah, this right now in central Ohio near Columbus. Broad area of circulation. It's going to be approaching New Albany and Gahanna over the next few minutes. Eventually going towards Jersey, Johnstown. So if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Thank you, Tamiko, for becoming a Velocity member as well. Appreciate it. Apparently there's a tornado on the ground near Westerville. Is there like a report from that or something? I honestly wouldn't be shocked. It's just, again, we don't have much of a view of that on radar. Power out in Wilmington, Ohio. Power is definitely going to go out with how many, storms we have out there today. I don't think I don't know. It's hard to tell. We may have a tornado here. We might not. It's so hard to tell from this far away. I'm leaning towards we don't right now, but the rotation is definitely there. We could get a tornado at any time as that moves eastbound. I'm trying to see if we have any other updates here, though. Yeah, I mean, I don't see any updates as of right now on that. By the way, for those that are wondering about tomorrow, we're probably gonna have a line of intense storms tomorrow with up to baseball-sized hail, significant straight line damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour or higher, and several tornadoes from the late afternoon into the evening. A few EF2 plus tornadoes will also be possible, so that's for tomorrow. And we'll be live again tomorrow. We'll have a video probably in the morning, so just stay tuned for that. Subscribe to the channel. Just an update for those that are wondering about tomorrow. I know a lot of people are wondering. Still got an area of circulation. It's going to be near Worthington. It's going to be moving towards Westerville. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Alright. Thank you, Charlie, for the $10 super chat. Sirens just now in Moorville. Or Mooresville. I don't even know where Mooresville is. I'm not going to lie with. I don't know where that is. Where's tomorrow? I can quickly zoom out because that's going to take a minute to update. Here's the risk outline for tomorrow. We will probably, I'm thinking we're going to get a moderate risk probably somewhere up in here for wind, maybe the tornado threat. So we might get a moderate risk somewhere up there. But right now, it's a large enhanced risk across a huge chunk of the Ohio Valley and back into the Mississippi Valley. Marginal threat goes from the Midwest back into Texas and even onto the East Coast. Even New England is in a marginal threat for severe weather, which is a low risk, but it exists. But what we're looking at for tomorrow is mostly going to be a very significant damaging wind event. We're probably going to get a significant squall line or line of storms. I'm planning on having a video out probably around 7 a.m. tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. And make sure you subscribe to the channel. And then also, we'll have a live stream tomorrow afternoon at some point. So, yeah. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel, and we'll keep you posted with the latest. So that seems as if it's going to be a very significant day. A lot of people are asking me, do you think it's going to be worse than today? I can't really compare the two events because they're completely different. Today was discrete stuff. Tomorrow is mostly linear, with some discrete. But mostly linear storms, which means again, a line of storms. Which will be mostly damaging winds with some tornadoes. Moorville, south of Columbus. I don't know how far south of Columbus you're even talking, but I mean, if it's anywhere just south of Columbus, you're not even in the warning. You have a new flash flood warning back down here to the south. Rotations died out on all these storms. They've all become outflow driven at this point. The only concern right now really is the storm near Columbus, which certainly has rotation still, but just not tight and confined yet. Thank you, Kim, for the 1999. Appreciate that. Just woke up to a tornado warning in Ohio. I live south of Columbus. Yeah, I mean, if you're south of Columbus, you're not even in the warning. I know some people are talking about south of Columbus and also even downtown Columbus, but you're not in the warning. And even then, I mean, the rotation that we're looking at right now is still pretty far up to your north. So I wouldn't be too concerned about it. I think this tornado warning is a little bit large right now. It'll probably get condensed. Again, but stay in your safe place if you're anywhere in the warning. More than likely, this would be the area to watch for at this point. Back up near New Albany, Johnstown, Westerville. Basically all those areas. Do I ever sleep? I had 8 hours of sleep last night, believe it or not. Went to bed at 5 after our 16-hour live coverage, and then I got up at 1 p.m. It's good times. It's just how it goes. This has been by far the craziest weather coverage we've had in quite a while. Here's a quick update on the tornado warning in Indiana. This is near Bicknell and Bruceville. That rotation is kind of dead at this point, so I'd still stay in your safe place just in case, but that rotation is much broader at this point. It's moving eastbound. Let's go back to Columbus once again. And there's your strong rotation. It's beginning to tighten now. Looks like we may get a tornado here near Westerville going towards New Albany. So if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. This has begun to intensify just a little bit near Westerville. Okay. I'm in my safe place in Westerville, Ohio. That is good. Yeah, I mean, there might be a tornado here, so definitely seek shelter. That rotation's pretty strong. Tomorrow's going to be a mess. It will be a mess tomorrow. Unfortunately, it is going to be a mess. Tomorrow will probably be worse than today just in terms of the scale of the severe weather. I mean, we're talking about a much more widespread threat for damaging winds. So, I do think tomorrow will probably be worse. The rotation was basically on top of me. No problem. Glad I can help. Appreciate the $5 super chat. Not seeing anything on the ground. Yeah, I mean, the rotation's not tight. It's strengthened a little bit, but again, it's just not tight. Welch, the link's at the top of the description. It's Radar Omega. Top of the description. Video tagged. I don't see any confirmation anywhere. There may be a tornado on the ground with this. Again, if it is on the ground, it's near Westerville. That is, again, going to be near New Albany and Johnstown. Going towards Jersey. If you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. I'm done with Ohio. I'm moving. You're moving. Am I still live? You still live? What about tomorrow? I'm gonna be live tomorrow again. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Click the bell icon down below. You'll be notified when we do go live. any CC drop. We're not going to get any visual on CC. It's so far away from the radar sites. This radar site that we're looking at is just a local airport one, and these, I mean, these help, but we don't have CC radar on this stuff. It's just velocities and reflectivity. What's the risk area for tomorrow? Go back a few minutes. I just did a little breakdown on that. Go back like 6 or 7 minutes. And I think I did it about 6 or 7 minutes ago for a detailed breakdown on what to expect. Again, this is in Central Ohio if you're just tuning in. This is going to be north of Columbus, going towards Johnstown right now. Still circulation here. It's not super strong, but it's not weak either. Strong enough to produce a tornado as that continues to move eastbound. What do you do when you're not broadcasting for 18 hours straight on YouTube? I actually don't know. I haven't really had much opportunity to think about that recently because I've been live so much. I mean, I like golfing. It's one of the biggest things, but I haven't really been able to get around to that recently. I mean, I played Beat Saber recently too. Keeps me exercising. It's really about it. It's not much. try to do some stuff other than that, but I mean, there's not much. Yeah, tomorrow's Wacky Weather Wednesday. Tomorrow's gonna be a big day. Unfortunately. It's like another significant severe weather day for tomorrow. Alright, let's quickly zoom out real quick. Just gonna look at other stuff while that continues to slowly move. Once again, we do have tornado watches in effect all the way until upwards of 4 a.m. Again, we got some storms firing up in southern Illinois trying to get going. That could be a tornado risk down the road. We got some storms right now in southern Indiana that are still going, mostly wind, hail. These storms are both producing golf ball sized hail or 70-mile-per-hour winds. The storms in southwest Ohio not looking too shabby. It's mostly just outflow driven stuff, maybe an isolated tornado down the road. And then the one near Columbus, once again, is really the most concerning one that we have right now, which still has, again, some strong circulation near Westerville. And I'll be approaching New Albany, Johnstown, north of Columbus. Again, if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place. It's a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Can you pan out the map? That's what it looks like panned out. Got a hurricane spiral right there, north of Columbus. That's where the tornado warning is. This is just a widespread view. So again, no warnings in Michigan or, you know, most of Illinois, Wisconsin, Iowa. Mostly just strong storms up that direction anyway. And the main concern right now is really just going to be southern Indiana, Kentucky, southern Illinois, very small sliver of Missouri for the next 4 hours, and then also back over in much of Ohio, where we still have this one discrete cell that's being stubborn, that wants to try to produce a tornado. I mean, this thing's been trying to produce for a while. It's just over Westerville right now, moving eastbound. Did you update Radar Omega today with the radar sweep? I don't know what that is. Somebody messaged me about that. I don't know what that's about. What is the radar sweep? Was that another update today? Where'd you go to find that? How do you stay up for 18 hours? I was up for about 19 hours yesterday, and 16 of them were alive for, so. It's under radar settings. Radar sweep. Oh. I have to purchase the add-on. Oh my god. Let me contact my insider. Okay, I'm not sure if I'm gonna get it tonight, but we should have it by tomorrow if I don't have it tonight. Radar Omega sponsors me. We're partnered, so I don't have to pay for it. But I should have it hopefully by tomorrow. What app do I use? I use Radar Omega. The link to download is at the top in the description below. It's also pinned in the chat. Or it should be pinned in the chat. I don't know if it's still pinned there. 19 hours I drive a semi-truck? Hey, I appreciate the truck drivers. I mean, that's a hard job. Thank you, Haig, for the $9.99. It's live updates instead of waiting on the radar to scan. Ooh, that is exciting. That is exciting. I don't even know what my email is to this account, to be honest. I can't remember. I think I got the right one, but I don't know. Do you have any recommended guides on using Radar Omega? I think they have YouTube videos on YouTube. They can just look up. What's the best video editor? I use Movie Maker. I use Windows Movie Maker. That's the 2014 version. I'm not even kidding. It's literally like 10 years old, and I love using it. So I still use that one for editing my videos. Crazy stuff, I know. 10 years old, we're using technology that's super old. Latest velocity scan north of Columbus. Again, still relatively broad rotation, but again, we could still get a tornado at any time. It's moving towards Johnstown, New Albany, just north of New Jersey. Or sorry, not New Jersey. North of Jersey. I'm thinking about New Jersey. North of Jersey. Columbus, by the way, you're not included in the warning at all anymore, but it does include Gahanna, Westerville, Johnstown, New Albany, and Jersey. Thank you, Sam, for becoming a moderate velocity member. And welcome to the velocities. Can Lebanon, Ohio go to bed? You can go to bed anywhere. Just make sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts and have a tornado action plan in place. Gahanna sounds really fancy once again, so we're going to go with Gahanna. Gahanna sounds so boring. Does Radar Omega do forecasts or only radar? They have computer models. They have everything. The computer models you have to get a subscription for, but they do have, you know, computer models, satellite data. They have a bunch of stuff. And that's the top link in the description below. Gahanna? Oh, it's Gahanna. Oh, Gahanna. Sounds cool. Gahanna, apparently. Can Tucker go to bed? Yeah, you can go to bed. Dolphin, it varies. If you just go to their website, you can see all the different subscription tiers. But the base app is $8.99. Thank you, Dragon, for becoming a Velocity member. And also thank you, Jessica, for becoming a moderate Velocity member. Latest scan showing a broader area of circulation at this point. This is the slowest moving storm ever. But that is a broadening area of circulation on the latest scan. If you guys do have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. Again, just kind of answering questions at this point. Also, thank you, Storm Zippy, for becoming a minimum velocity member. We've been live again for 8 hours today. We've been live out of the last, wow, this is weird to think. Out of the last 32 hours, we've been live for 24 of them. Oh my goodness. The last, or maybe 30, the last like 34 hours we've been live in 24 of them. That is unbelievable. Holy cow. Out of those 10 hours, 8 of them were sleep and 2 of them were prepping for today's stream. That's insane. And we're gonna be live again tomorrow. Good times. It's just crazy. Absolute madness. How fast is this going? It's not going fast enough. 35 miles per hour. It doesn't even feel that fast. It feels pretty slow. Thank you, Zen, for becoming a maximum velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the velocities. How likely is tomorrow going to be a high risk? Or sorry, moderate risk, not high risk. Moderate risk. Probably, I would give it, I don't know. I mean, doesn't really matter, but I'd probably say like a 70% chance is my guess. Thank you, Stacy, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. I do appreciate that. Welcome to the Velocities. Put some hearts in the chat for Stacy. That's our highest tier membership on the channel. Do appreciate your generosity. What shake did I get from Culver's? It was Oreo and caramel. I'm still not seeing much on the storm. It's still broad circulation. The tornado warning in Indiana has now officially ended. So we're just down to this warning. Oh, I do appreciate everybody following us on Twitter too and all that. Also, preliminary report on the Barnsdall tornado from last night in Oklahoma. The National Weather Service found several homes in a well-built metal-framed building with wind speeds sustained around 150 to 165 miles per hour. One house had a range of 165 to 175, which is EF4 damage for the record. This mic stand is like tilting right now. It's kind of crazy.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, they issued a new warning on that storm that is still trying to produce something. That's near Guthrie and Bedford. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. And that circulation right now is near Guthrie, just northwest of Bedford, moving eastbound. So again, that's a brand new tornado warning here in the state of Indiana. That's going to be going towards the Guthrie area. Not super strong, but it's definitely strong enough to produce something down the road as it moves eastbound. And that's the one that's northeast of Columbus, Ohio. We're going to stay on this one for a moment. We'll go back to the other one in a minute if it intensifies. By the way, thank you, Alicia, for the $50 Venmo. I don't know if you're still here, but I do appreciate your generosity. I just saw that. Thank you for your very generous $50 Venmo. Put some hearts in the chat also for Alicia. Really do appreciate that. Thank you for your support. And this is that's that rotation north of New Albany, northeast of Columbus. I have another radar scan probably in a second. But that rotation again has been relatively broad. We might have a small tightening there north of New Albany, but it's hard to tell. Either way, it's not super strong right now moving east. There's the latest radar scan. Yeah, I mean, this storm near Columbus has been just kind of struggling. It's not doing much. The one south of Indianapolis, that one looks a bit stronger. So this one's definitely becoming a bit stronger right now, going towards Guthrie and Bedford. So if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and an interior room of your home or building. That's going to be, again, going towards Guthrie. It's a bit of a stronger area of rotation right now, moving that direction. I'm in Columbus, Indiana, just east and northeast of the tornado warning in Indiana. Should I be ready to seek shelter, or will I be good? We're kind of on the track for this. I would be ready. I mean, it's not directly going towards you, but it's in that general direction. So Sven, it's just the join button, or it's the link in the description. Yeah, you're in the general direction if you're in Columbus. And that's that circulation near Owensburg. Gonna be going towards Guthrie. And as well as the Uthletic area and Bartlesville and Chapel Hill and Harrodsburg and Heltonville, all here in southern Indiana. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Douglas, are you talking about Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania? I think it'll just be mostly wind if you get anything. So have multiple ways to receive alerts if you're there. Here's the latest radar scan near Owensburg. And that's moving east towards Guthrie. Not confirmed as of right now, but it could drop at any time as that moves eastbound, so we'll keep a close eye on it. I'm gonna real quickly pee. I'll be back in like 60 seconds. All right. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is the rotation near Owensburg in Indiana, moving east-northeast. Not super strong right now, but still strong enough where we could get maybe an isolated tornado. Now I'll be moving towards Guthrie over the next few minutes. And eventually going to be going towards Bartlettsville, the Uthletic area. Anyway, we saw that tornado warning northeast of Columbus. We'll go back to that in a second. Let's actually go back to that storm real quick. Yeah, broad area of circulation here. Not super strong. Just a broad area of circulation. North of Jersey, near Johnstown, and northeast of New Albany. I get Culver's. I have an entire bag of Culver's with cheese curds. And guess what? We're gonna have to air fry it after this because I have not touched it. I've had it for about 3 hours now. When I ordered cheese curds and when it got delivered, literally that's when all the trial warnings began to ramp up. It was legitimately unbelievable. And, you know, now we just haven't ate it. Now I've been fine. I had the Culver shake, so that was helpful enough. But yeah, it's a struggle out here. When you get all these tornado warnings like this, it's always a struggle. Luckily, I feel like everything's kind of winding down a bit, even though that threat will continue overnight.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning. They've gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning near the Johnstown area. And it's probably for this little strong couplet that kind of developed here. Again, that's going to be moving towards, let me zoom out a little bit here. This will be moving eventually down the road towards Utica, Newark, Hanover, Granville, and Alexandria. Just to the northeast of Columbus, they just issued a new warning for this. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That is in Hanover, Newark, Granville, Alexandria, Jersey, Johnstown, and Utica here in central Ohio. I'm tired. All right. Thank you, Jason, or sorry, Grayson, for the $35 super chat. I appreciate your generosity. Amazing work. Thanks for providing me great info on the streams in Mason, Ohio. We're about 10 minutes ahead of the local weather channels. Awesome work, and I hope you got that Diet Coke with that Culver's. I did. I already drank the Diet Coke. That's the only thing I drank was the Diet Coke and the shake. I do appreciate your generosity, and thank you for your $35 super chat. Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be another busy day, and so we'll obviously have to get ready for that at some point here soon. Thank you, Ohio, for the $10 super chat from Oxford, Ohio. No problem. I know today's been a big day, obviously bigger than I expected. I mean, I didn't expect today to be like low by any means, but you know, today has been a big day. So unfortunately, we've had a lot more tornadoes than expected. I would say at least a little bit more tornadoes than expected, especially in Michigan. And so, yeah, unfortunately, it's just been that kind of day. Which happens. I mean, yesterday was underperformed, but it obviously was not. It was not a horrible forecast because we still had stuff happen. But you know, we didn't have as many strong and large tornadoes as expected. Which, you know, granted, again, we had a couple, so it wasn't a couple. It wasn't a complete bust, but even then, I mean, forecasts aren't always right. Today probably overperformed a little bit, especially in Michigan. I think across Ohio, Indiana, and Kentucky, I think it's performed pretty evenly so far. I don't think we've had any under or overperforming areas. But I once again, I do think Michigan definitely overperformed today. Right near that warm frontal boundary. Is Piketon, Ohio going to be in the clear? Gracie, if you've already been hit by storms, you're clear. If not, you're not clear. If you're in the tornado watch, basically, you're not in the clear. You still have storm potential. Dayton area, Springfield, you're probably done, though. I'd basically say if you're anywhere north and west of that line, you're done. But otherwise, if you're out in front of that, you're not. Thank you, Cuddle, for $4.99. Hey, no problem. Glad I could help. Battle Creek, Michigan. They were under 2 tornado warnings today. Thank you, JD, for the 21 months. That is pretty wild. We got some rotation near Johnstown. It's not much, but still some rotation there. Good to go to sleep in Columbus? I would say so. Yeah, just have ways to receive alerts just in case, but yeah, you're probably done. NATO Cast just came out with a new outlook for tomorrow, I think. Let me double check. It's getting lost in my feed. My Twitter feed is just full of everything. Yeah, new NATO Cast outlook for tomorrow. Which again, don't put a whole lot of stock into this, but it gives you an idea of what the tornado risk might be for tomorrow. Man, once again, the highest risk right now that they're putting out is right here across Arkansas, Tennessee, Georgia, Alabama, very small sliver of that, back into Illinois, Missouri. That right there is, you know, where they're predicting the highest risk, which again, that would probably be where the discrete cells fire off. So we're gonna have a line of storms and then possibly a few discrete cells push off, you know, in this area. So that could be why. So yeah, tomorrow looks like another big day. I don't think we'll get like a high risk for tornadoes like this is suggesting. I just don't think that's possible with tomorrow's environment. But I do think at least a moderate risk to some extent, either for tornadoes or wind, will probably be issued tomorrow. So that's what I'm thinking. But yeah, don't put a whole lot of stock into it. Just kind of look at the colors. Mount Auburn, Indiana. I don't know where that is, but if it's in like southern Indiana, you know, we're still looking at severe weather. Look at a tornado warning, but I still think the threat continues if you're south of Indianapolis. Main concern still damaging winds, but we could still get an isolated, you know, tornado. This rotation right now that's southwest of Guthrie is actually intensified here. So we got a little bit of stronger rotation now near Barlettsville, near the Heltonville area, and going toward Ulitic. Let's check out the CC. And no debris signature, but that rotation's a bit stronger here on the latest scan. Still radar indicated. Thank you, Seamus, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. From Ryan and Dustin. Thank you, Mabel, for becoming a Velocity member. I mean, this is kind of how it works at this point, unless I drew the line and you kind of were, you know, above that area. But basically, here's the deal at this point. If you are not in a tornado watch, right now, I mean, you're pretty much done. That's as long as you're, you've already been hit by storms or storms already passed by you. You're not in a tornado watch. You should be done. You should still have multiple ways to receive alerts though overnight. That means a tornado action plan in place, have a weather radio with you, all that sort of stuff. You should have with you. Just in case there's some sort of, again, warning or something like that. And the low likelihood that that happens. How's Cincinnati? I think it's mostly wind at this point. I'm not expecting much more there. Mostly a wind concern. After that, actually, let me just check real quick. Cincinnati, yeah, you're looking at wind. Just gusty winds, ordinary gusty winds. Think of it as like a summer day where you have your drink outside and, just winds are gusting. Trees are blowing. It's probably what's happening there. That would be about it, though. Otherwise, I think we're pretty much done there. We may have a tornado near Johnstown. I don't think this is going to be possible to confirm, but that could be a tornado on the ground southeast of Johnstown going towards Utica, eventually towards Hanover, Newark, Granville, just north of Alexandria, and just to the northeast of Jersey. So some stronger rotation on this storm right now moving eastbound. I think it's going to be very difficult to actually confirm this by radar, but that would be the area that we still have rotation. You know what's funny is that, the last, we had our longest live stream ever on this channel about 3 weeks ago. We've topped that 6 times since that happened, we've been doing live streams for 2 years. Our longest live stream ever was 8 hours and 10 minutes. Then that was back 2 years ago. And then we topped that about 3 weeks ago. And we did it again and again and again. We've done it now 4 or 5 times in the last 3 weeks where we've had a stream longer than that longest stream of all time. It's kind of weird. 8 hours? Yeah, we're at 8 hours and 20 minutes. It's again another long live stream. And tomorrow could be the same way, because tomorrow's another big day. Thursday hopefully will not be a big day, and hopefully we do not have to be live literally all day. And this rotation's east of Johnstown, still could produce a tornado at any time. This is right now moving eastbound. Going to be going towards Utica, just north of Alexandria, north of Granville. Just very hard to see this on a radar site since we're just so far away. But that would be the area rotation. It could be on the ground, it might not be. It's just, yeah, it's hard to tell from this perspective. But if there is one, it's east of Johnstown, Ohio. I have school tomorrow. It's crazy. Need a clone Max. That'd be nice. Would be nice. Wow. We're up to 217,000 subscribers. You guys are crazy. We were literally at 200,000 like 48 hours ago. We've gained almost 18,000 in the last 2 days. By the end of tomorrow, we might be near 225. That's crazy. Once we hit 250, we'll be releasing a limited edition 250 hat. Johnstown CC may be dropping. I don't know. We can't really confirm this. It's just so far away from the radar site. It's so hard to tell. It's a massive area of rotation. I mean, look at that thing. It's a huge area. I mean, this is all looking up 10,000 plus feet into the atmosphere. It's just, we can't really confirm this by radar. It's very hard to tell. We had an issue with this when we had a tornado event here a few weeks back. Just very hard to tell. Thank you, Ellie, for becoming a moderate velocity member. I don't think Pennsylvania will have any tornadoes. I think the threat there is pretty low. Think anything's gonna happen in Newark? Again, you're in the tornado warning, so stay in your safe place. The rotation could change directions. It's not like a weak area of rotation. It's actually quite strong aloft. You could definitely get a tornado here as this moves east. Looks like a police officer at the bottom right of your screen in Elkhart. A little U-turn. There's the latest radar scan. So again, that's gonna be approaching Utica, north side of Newark, near Hanover and Granville. It'd be so nice if we had a radar site here in the middle of this state too. I think we need like 6 or 7 radar sites more for there to be like no radar holes in most of like the United States. There's a lot of radar holes, but hopefully we can fill those. This is kind of one of them. I mean, we have a couple of local radar sites, but we have so many tornado warnings in this area. Welcome back, Potato. Why doesn't Columbus have a radar? I'm not sure. We got a couple of like localized radar sites, the yellow circles on here on Radar Omega. And we have the one up here near Cleveland that I'm using right now, and we got the other one southeast of that. The one near Cleveland I don't even think is even closer. It's actually this one, but they have the same purpose. The one actually near Cleveland looked better on the storm. That at least showed something. This is the close-up radar site, which shows again that circulation just east of Johnstown, approaching Utica and Newark, but it's not anything too significant. What radar app do I use? I use Radar Omega. You can download it with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. I highly recommend it. If you need a weather app ahead of the storms, Radar Omega is the way to go. They just did a big update today. I mean, they've been doing a lot of big updates recently. They added the high-res storm reflectivity radar, which is super useful. The warnings now have a different outline, so this now looks different. It looks way better. I mean, they continue to take feedback and make the app better. It's fantastic right now. It's a fantastic state where it is. Thank you, Gabriel, for the $5 super chat. Have a good night. Appreciate you tuning in. I gotta say though, I mean, obviously not weather related, but I'm really excited to have this new weather studio up by Friday or Saturday. Again, if you're a member, you can watch our computer building stream. We're actually going to do more than computer building on that stream. We're going to be opening and unboxing packages that a lot of you guys have sent us. And also, we're going to be setting up the monitors to the new weather studio and a bunch of other stuff. It's probably going to be like a 2 to 3 hour live stream on Friday. So if you're a member, tune in. It's a members only stream. We'll do a lot of stuff on Friday. And yeah, I just want to throw that out there for those that are members. Again, it's a members only stream. I would not make it a paywall if it wasn't for, I don't want to make a stream public that's not weather related, so it'll just be members only. But yeah, we'll have that on Friday. It's gonna be I'm really excited for it. I mean, again, we're gonna do a lot of stuff to the weather studio, so really exciting. There's over 900 members now, so probably gonna have around at least a few hundred viewers. And by the way, memberships on this channel start from like $3, so if you just want to watch for just that, I mean, it's only $3. But man, you don't have to become a member if you don't want. But it's gonna be a really, really exciting time. I mean, there's a lot of big upgrades. We already set up the desk, so that's ready to go. It's just a matter of putting all the monitors on here and all that stuff ready to go. Yeah. Also, if you guys did want to send me anything for that members only stream, the link to our mailing address is in the description. Just an FYI, that's the Linktree link. Down below. And that's the area of rotation right now, east of Johnstown, southwest of Utica. Still broad right now. This again, northeast of Columbus, Ohio. Is becoming a member how you get answers to your questions? No, it's just, I mean, having 6,800 of you guys and only one of me, it is impossible to answer every question. So, I mean, no. I could charge money to watch me build a PC. That's not what this is about. No, I mean, again, I'm not trying to make it a paywall. It's just, you know, I'm not trying to make a stream public on this channel that's, you know, not weather related. Just wouldn't make sense. But like the big thing is really, I mean, it's really the reason why we're doing this big upgrade is because of our members. You know, this wouldn't be possible without you guys. Like the money that's going into this is directly coming from that. So, I mean, honestly, I'm hoping to have more than 6 Monders. We are going to have 6 here, but I'm hoping we have like 12 at some point here soon. Like, you know, I'm not... We just got the big shipment of the new 3 Monders, and I'm hoping to get more than that. And that'll help a lot. I mean, we're talking major upgrades. Like, it's not just going to be those Monders, but I think we'll have a big upgrade here down the road with all the Monders, and then potentially add more down the road and in the future. Get the 4080 graphics card. I got the 4070 graphics card and it still hasn't even been shipped. Like, I don't know what's going on there. Amazon has not shipped it out. I bought it like last week. Because we're building the computer. We're not like, you know, this isn't like a pre-built computer. Yeah, it still hasn't been shipped. That's gonna be a really big pain if it's not set up, but if we don't have that by Friday, we'll still have the stream, just an FYI. We can still do the building, it just would be without the graphics card. We just basically can't hook in all the monitors to the computer until that's done, so we'll still have the stream no matter what on Friday. I have every part other than that, so we will be live on Friday with the members only stream, and then again we're gonna be live tomorrow and Thursday with severe weather coverage. If you're new to the channel, again, subscribe, and we'll be live for both of those days. 2 big days ahead. I don't think Thursday will be too bad, but I definitely know that you know, I definitely know that tomorrow will be a big day for sure. Wednesday will be a big day. Okay. By the way, thank you to the rotation, by the way, in the storm's broadening, so still stay in your safe place. It's just the rotation's not really strong right now. Thank you, Philip, Mockingjay, Brent, and Michael for all becoming Velocity members. I do appreciate it. Welcome to the Velocities. Will my PC run all 6 monitors? No. 4 of them will be run on one computer, and then the laptop will run at least 2, if not 3. So we're probably gonna have 4 for the computer, and then 3 is my guess for the laptop. So we'll have 2 different, basically, computers. But down the road, I'm hoping it fits 6. We'll have to figure that out. Michigan is done for tonight. That is correct. Michigan is done. Thank you, CJ, also CJ, sorry, for becoming also a Velocity member. Okay, I think we have radar sweep now. Let's check it out. Oh, wait, let me restart. We might have radar sweep now. Let me check. We got radar sweep. This is the new Radar Omega feature. I want to see how it looks. I don't know exactly what this does. About to find out. Just got this feature. No problem, Bailey. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you, JD, for the $25 super chat. I appreciate that. Yeah, you're good. Don't worry about it, man. I appreciate your generosity. Goes a long way. Unfortunately, you can't. It's just, you know, it's the only way you can do it is becoming a member through the app. There you go. Look at that thing. That is updating the radar in real time on Radar Omega. That's actually sick. Look at that thing go. It is flying. Let's zoom in on this. It's coming. In real-time radar update. Now that is cool. They just did this update today. Let me turn off the range rings. Wow. It shows you the exact time now too, about bottom of the screen. It shows the exact time now of the radar scan update, which is also pretty interesting. There's a new feature on Radar Omega. That is pretty sick. Yeah, if you want to download Radar Omega, it is the link at the top of the description. That is a really cool feature. Now right there is, again, your broad area of rotation north of Newark in Ohio. That's a pretty sick feature. It's actually apparently 30 seconds to 2 minutes faster than without radar or rapid sweep. That's actually interesting. And this feature that I just showed you is an add-on compared to like the alpha, beta, and gamma subscriptions, just an FYI. So it doesn't come with any subscriptions, but it's just a complete add-on. But that's, I mean, you know, that's pretty sick. This will help us get out basically radar data quicker than before, which definitely will help whenever we have tornado warnings and all that, like this one. That is pretty sick. I think the add-on is $8 a month. I could be wrong. I thought somebody said $8 a month. I didn't even know. I didn't know it was an add-on until now. I think it's $8 a month. Could be wrong. It is. Okay. So yeah, it's $8 a month. It's really cool though. Really, really cool. The tornado warning has officially ended in Indiana, by the way, so the only one left right now is the one in Ohio. Do I do hurricanes? I sure do. We do hurricane updates. We do hurricane coverages. We do all sorts of stuff with hurricanes. No problem, Bruce. Hurricane season's always busy. Max go to bed before midnight? No. Definitely not. Do I ever chase? I've chased hurricanes before. I've never chased tornadoes, but I want to at some point in the future. I'm glad you got up, Saunders. Thank you for your $5 super chat. I'm glad I can help there in Michigan. Michigan was a busy area earlier today. Thank you, Alyssa, for becoming a minimum velocity member as well. Do appreciate it. Welcome to the velocities. There's that radar sweep. Let's take off the range again. It's pretty sick. The great limo chase is coming. Gotta get a Cybertruck. Gotta go storm chasing in a Cybertruck. That's the way to go. Preview to Knoxville, Tennessee tomorrow. Yeah, let's do a little future radar for tomorrow. And I'll kind of show you what to expect. So this is the future radar for tonight, which we'll kind of skip by. Again, most of these storms are damaging winds, isolated tornado threat. By tomorrow morning, plenty of storms out there across Tennessee and Kentucky. We'll probably go live around like 4 or something. I don't know when we're going live tomorrow, but probably somewhere around 4. Some storms will be ongoing in front of this area. Anything discrete will have a bit more of an elevated threat for severe weather. And here's that severe weather outlook for tomorrow, which once again is a pretty large area. By 5-6 o'clock, that line develops. Damaging winds, large hail, tornadoes being possible with that line. By 7 to 8, that moves to the south and east across parts of southern Illinois, southeast Missouri, and also back through Arkansas, and as well as Texas. And again, this is 8 o'clock Central Time, not Eastern Time. By 9 to 10, those storms continue to rumble across Kentucky. Weaken a bit more down here on the southern side, but they are still very intense throughout Kentucky. And eventually by Tennessee, we'll be watching for storms overnight into Thursday morning. And then by the time we go into Thursday, we'll be watching for more storms to fire up in North Texas, possibly some giant hailstorms, around 5 to 6 o'clock, with tornadoes being possible. I'm planning on being live again on Thursday, so we'll be live Wednesday, Thursday for severe weather coverage. And then Friday will be our members-only computer building stream, monitor setup stream, and all that. So if you're a member of the channel, you can watch that on Friday, but we'll be live with severe weather coverage on Wednesday and Thursday. This looks significant enough to the point where I will be live on Thursday. And that'll again be for Texas, severe storms, and then perhaps even the southeast, but that might be just mostly damaging winds. So overall, if it's just wind, I won't go live for that. Thursday's risk right now is this. So, and again, I'll have a video out this. I will have a video for this tomorrow morning, just an FYI. I'll have a video up around 7 or so. So yeah, that's the plan right now for tomorrow. And then Thursday. But I do think that slight risk will probably grow into Dallas-Fort Worth. What time Friday? I don't know when the members only stream will be on Friday. It'll probably be I mean, my guess is if we, I don't know, I'm trying to think. It'll probably be somewhere around, if we have a long stream on Thursday night or something like that and it goes past midnight, it probably won't be until like 3 or something. My guess is somewhere between 2 and 4 for a start time, though. Maybe a bit earlier. We'll see. I mean, I'm leaving Saturday to go on a golfing trip for probably about 5 to 7 days. So we will be, I'll still have videos, but let's see. Yeah, so that's the plan right now. It'll probably be around then. Yay, no tornado warnings. First time in hours that we've had no tornado warnings. And we only have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings left. Hallelujah. Things are quieting down. Golfing for 5 to 7 days. Yeah, I'm gonna probably go. Yeah, I'm going to South Carolina from Saturday probably until like Friday or so of next week. So yeah, the Drunk NATO t-shirt's awesome. I know. Yeah, if you guys want to pick up a Drunk NATO t-shirt, again, it's on shopmaxvelocity.net. This is the t-shirt design for reference. We also have a mug, by the way, now for this. We have a mug and a sticker, so those are the cheaper options if you don't want to buy a shirt. That's the Drunk NATO t-shirts. A lot of you guys have purchased that t-shirt, which is, you know, it's the most purchased t-shirt we've ever had, and it was in like a 10-hour period when it basically sold a ton of. But again, the link is in the chat, and it's also in the description below if you want to pick one up. I believe it is international shipping, so if you're international, I believe you can get it. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's international. By the way, this new Radar Omega sweeping thing, there's actually a lot of different things. It also shows you the degree, and it also shows you the time, the exact time. It's actually really cool. It does everything. The sweep's going around right now. It's actually a really cool feature. The more I look at it, it's actually really cool. Need the submarine sound? It has the submarine sound. I hear the submarine sound. You guys can't hear it. I hear it. Southern Illinois, probably mostly just hail, wind, maybe a brief tornado. We have a little bit of rotation there on that southern storm. Tesla cars suck. That's not very nice. You hear it, but it's quiet. Oh, you can actually hear it. Oh, it's probably when I talk you hear it, because there's no audio coming through. I can tell you that. There's definitely no audio coming through the. I don't have a speaker sound in OBS. Down to just 2 warnings. We sure are. There's actually even no tornado possible labels. We're just down to normal severe thunderstorm warnings. I have a Tesla. It's awesome. Teslas are a very fun car. Can we do a t-shirt on the flying trampolines risk scale? We might. We'll see. We will see. Is Canton, Ohio safe? Canton's going to be on the track of some of the storms here, but they're mostly just strong. I'm not really concerned about it. Yeah, I think the overall risk of severe weather is kind of dwindling here. My friend has a Tesla. I have a golf cart. Want one of the old Tesla Roadsters? They look really cool, the new ones. They do have a tornado possible label now in the storm in Ohio. That's going to be east of Columbus. That's the storm that was initially tornado warned, but it's been back down to a normal... that's not even where the storm is, but that's the storm that was initially tornado warned. How do you get the pink? You're talking about the pink, like, tornado watch? You can just customize it on Radar Omega. You just customize it under the weather alerts tab. Now you have a flash flood warning for Columbus, or just north of Columbus, near Westerville, Gahanna, and as well as Newark. What's the flying trampoline risk for tomorrow? Actually, good thing you mentioned that. Tomorrow could be a higher risk than usual. So, right now, with what we know, it is an extreme risk for flying trampolines tomorrow. But it could be higher than that. So we could potentially have our sixth time in history that we could go for a gone forever risk tomorrow for flying trampolines. So the flying trampoline meter right now, it's likely going to be at least extreme. If not, it could be a gone forever risk. And once again, if you haven't already heard, tomorrow's risk is going to be a pretty big day. A moderate risk for severe weather is pretty likely. I think we'll have a moderate risk tomorrow somewhere. I don't know where, but we'll probably have a moderate risk somewhere tomorrow. Lori, it's an add-on, the radar sweep. That part is an add-on, which I think is like $8 a month. Maybe, by the way, Broken as well as Tariff becoming Velocity members. What type of alert is that by Philly? It's just a special weather statement. If you're talking about the gray box. I make them gray so they're not very noticeable. It's intentional. Make sure you don't notice it. It's just strong storms. They're nothing severe. Are we gonna turn off the sounds? Guess not. That's tomorrow's risk. Good to go sleep in East Cincinnati. You are, Justin. You're good to go. Thank you for your $5 super chat. Yeah, again, if you're anywhere, I mean, you can go to bed anywhere at this point. There's no reason to really be up at this point. Again, the majority of these storms right now are just wind producers and maybe a little bit of hail. But the tornado risk at this point, it should be kind of dying down. It's not really that significant at this point. It should be kind of dying down here. It'll continue through about 4 a.m. tonight. It's just, again, it's going to be a low risk. Hey, by the way, Chris for gifting 5 members to the channel. If you got a gift of membership, make sure to thank Chris. Again, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We'll be, again, live for the severe weather coverage tomorrow. And we'll also be live Thursday. 2 big days ahead. Wednesday looks big. Thursday looks a little big. Probably not. Probably. I don't think Thursday will be anywhere near Tuesday or Wednesday like today and tomorrow, but we'll see. Got another severe thunderstorm warning now. That's near Bedford and Norman. Mostly just wind and hail. Not seeing any rotation there either. Does alert level 3 mean? I don't even know what that means. I don't know what you're talking about. Prediction for Tennessee tomorrow. Probably gonna have a line of storms late tomorrow night with some isolated discrete cells out in front of that. The primary concern will be wind, but the tornado threat will also be elevated. And again, I'll have a video tomorrow morning. I'll have a video out for what to expect tomorrow morning. That will be from, I'll probably have it at 7 a.m. tomorrow or so. So we'll have a video out tomorrow morning on everything that you need to know about tomorrow. It'll have the timing. It'll have the threat level, all that stuff for tomorrow. And I'll also have an update for Thursday. So we'll have we'll basically have a video for both events. So if you're new to the channel, again, make sure to subscribe and click the bell icon so you're notified when we do go live. I'll have a full update video out for that tomorrow. So that way I can answer hopefully all of your questions before having to go live tomorrow. Oh, do I sleep? I do sleep, believe it or not. We do sleep. I had 8 hours of sleep last night. So I mentioned this earlier, but we've been live 25 of the last 35 hours that I've been, around here. 25 of the last 35 hours have been spent being live. So, yeah. Crazy. Now, with that said, 8 of the hours were sleeping, and then 2 of those hours were just prepping for this live stream today. So, yeah, pretty crazy. Thursday will probably go live in the evening. It doesn't look like an afternoon threat other than just wind in the southeast. The Southern Plains is what I'm eyeing for to go live for on Thursday. And then Friday would be our members only computer building stream and all that other jazz. Thank you to whoever just bought a Drunk NATO mug, by the way. I don't know who bought it, but appreciate it. We've sold a lot of those shirts and mugs. It's kind of crazy. What else is expected tonight? Mostly just isolated wind and hail, maybe a couple more tornadoes. We're not going to be live all the way until 4 like last night, but there might be a couple more tornadoes in Kentucky. My voice actually has not been as bad as it was like 4 hours ago, I gotta say. The more I talk, the better my voice has actually been. So, I don't know what's going on there, but my voice is actually not doing too shabby right now. Tucker, I don't know what that even means, but you can go to bed. Everybody tell Tucker to go to bed, please. Tucker needs to go to bed. Tucker's been on with us literally the entire coverage from yesterday. We were live for 16 hours yesterday straight, and then today we've been live for 9 hours straight, and Tucker's been here the entire time. Gotta go to bed. No problem, Micah. By the way, if you guys have questions, let me know in the chat. I'm just kind of here at this point for a little bit longer. If you have questions, feel free to let me know. Comments, concerns, complaints, let me know in the chat. If you have complaints. Gotta laugh a little after all this weather. I mean, it obviously sucks, but this is the peak of the severe weather season that we're in right now. And hopefully it kind of dies down here soon, but unfortunately it looks like another big outbreak tomorrow, and then Thursday looks like a bit more of a mediocre day, but definitely still some severe weather. We have some rotation, by the way. It's just broad, going towards Warsaw, Ohio. Anything firing in Illinois? Mostly on the southern side of the state. Couple storms there. An isolated wind, hail. Maybe a brief tornado. Okay, we just got like 90 questions in 1 second. Let's chill. I cannot answer all these questions. Cincinnati look? I think Cincinnati is winding down. I don't think it's that bad. I think really the main concern from here is Ohio, Kentucky, southern Indiana, southern Illinois. This is the area that I think is really at risk at this point. Be really just in here. basically anywhere in the tornado watch. Basically, I just circled the entire tornado watch, but I think it's anywhere in the tornado watch basically where we have a chance for, you know, some significant storms still. Cincinnati's still in it, but you're kind of just looking at wind right now and possibly some flooding rains. It's all outflow driven here, so I'm not expecting really anything significant there. Should just be rain and wind and lightning. That'd be my expectation up that direction. Am I gonna be live tomorrow? I will be live tomorrow. If I have my voice tomorrow, we'll be live. If I don't have my voice for some reason, we won't be live. But it's not feeling bad right now, so I think we should be fine. My voice tired from last night. I was live 16 hours straight. So, I mean, yeah. Is Dominator 3 gonna chase in Missouri? I don't work with Reed Timmer, so I don't know. I'm guessing he's gonna be live tomorrow. He's not far from where it is anyways. There were barely any chasers live today that are usually live on YouTube because majority of them, you know, just couldn't make the trip from Oklahoma to here. It's a long all-nighter trip. How many shakes do I drink a day? Usually none. I've been drinking these Culver shakes a little bit more here and there because they're just easier to consume when I'm live. It's hard to consume food. I mean, I still have this entire bag of Culvers, which is literally cheese curds. We got fries. We got a burger. It's all gonna have to be reheated. There's those cheese curds. Cheese curd size sale. Still pretty good, even though we're cold. Where was the tornado emergency earlier today? It was right about, it was about here. If my memory's correct, that was about that was right about where the tornado emergency was today. But I can double check here real quick. I can just go back in the stream and look too. You can also go back in the stream and look. Here it is. Garrard was the main area. This tornado emergency, I feel like, probably could have been issued a bit before that happened, but regardless, I mean, again, just blurting out stuff. I mean, even the one that was happened in Portage, I thought, you know, that could have been a TE or TOR-E, but never happened. Regardless, I mean, tornado warning is a tornado warning. You know, it doesn't matter what kind of tornado warning you're in, you should still be in your safe place. It doesn't matter if it's a tornado emergency. It doesn't matter if you're in a, you know, a normal tornado warning. It really does not matter. I don't know why there wasn't a tornado emergency in Portage. It really doesn't matter, though. You should be in your safe place no matter what it is. On a day like today where we could have strong tornadoes, you should be in your storm shelter, closet, bathroom, or basement, whatever it is, if you're under a warning. Average amount of sleep you need? I usually do 8 hours. Some of the days, though, recently, we've done 7 or 6. Just kind of varies. Michigan was not in the hatch risk, which is why I always tell you, too, you know, if you're in a risk of severe weather, it does not matter what color you're in. You should still be weather aware and ready for those alerts that are even outside of your area. It doesn't matter what risk you're in. My link tree doesn't work. It should work. It's being DoorDash tomorrow. I have no clue. It might be Culver's again. Please warm your food. You don't want to get sick. I'll be fine. It's cheese curds. We need a Culver sponsorship? I know, we do. We really do. Temperature danger zone. I don't think cheese curds are in that mix. If cheese curds are fried, I'm dying faster than queso pulls the earth. What? Oh my goodness. I mean, they are fried. That's what a cheese curd is. These are the cheese curds. Cheese curd sized ale. I never actually heard of cheese curds until I followed Max. I didn't know of them until I went to a Culver's, so that's how that went. You know, I got Culver's, and this is, for those that are just tuning in, maybe weren't here earlier. We were at 1 or 2 tornado warnings, and I ordered Culver's. Alright, this has happened so many times recently. I've ordered food when we're at like a couple tornado warnings and whatnot. All of a sudden, we're up to 10 tornado warnings once I get my Culver's. Literally. It's unbelievable. We have a little bit of rotation, by the way. Rotation on your Canton. It's not really that much, but there's a little bit of something there. It's pretty weak. Could produce a brief tornado, though. Stop ordering food. How old was I when I got interested in weather? Probably about 3, maybe 4 years old. 4 was the latest. Probably about 3, though. What are your thoughts on structural integrity of apartments in severe weather? I mean, it depends. If you have a bathroom, you should be fine, but, you know, you should always try to go to the first floor if you're under a tornado warning. For sure. If you can. If you have somebody, like a friend, or if there's, like, a bathroom or whatever on the first floor, that's the preferable place to go. Cheese curd size hail needs to be on your hail index. I agree. Thank you, Vex, for the $8 super chat. I actually agree with that. We should make a cheese curd sized hail, like, index or something. You guys want that? That would actually be amazing. I should do that. I need to put that on my list of ideas. I don't have a pen. I do have a phone. Let me type that. Cheese curd sized hail index. All right. We're making that index, or that meter. Definitely doing that. By the way, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We are currently closing in on 300 subscribers from 218,000. Also, join our Discord server. The link's down below. And also follow us on Twitter and Facebook. Those are at Max Velocity WX. On both of those platforms, and the link's down below. And yeah, the severe weather risk tonight is kind of winding down. Again, maybe some isolated hail, wind, maybe a couple tornadoes. But again, we're going to be live again tomorrow. So make sure you subscribe to the channel. Click the bell icon down below so you're notified when we do go live. We'll be live on Thursday as well. We'll be live on Friday for members only. We'll be live on Friday. I only had 205,000 yesterday. We only had 200,000 subscribers, literally. Sunday night, I think it was. Yeah, Sunday night, we hit 200,000 subscribers, and we're up to 218,000 now. I don't know how that's even happening, but it's pretty crazy. Either way, obviously, make sure you subscribe to the channel. We'll be live again tomorrow. We'll be live again Thursday. And I was going to say something else. Can't remember. Just hit my bag of food. I do remind you again, we do have our Drunk NATO merchandise on shopmaxvelocity.net. You can check it out. Link's going to be in the chat, and it's also going to be in the description below. That is your Drunk NATO t-shirt. You can pick it up if you want. There's also a mug. There is a hat. Or not, there's not a hat, sorry. There's definitely not a hat. There is a mug for that. There's also 2 versions of that shirt, and it's also, there's a sticker down below. The link's in the chat if you want to check that out. Thank you, Dustin, for the $4.99. Storms in Cincy week so far. Flooding is possible, is definitely possible, but other than that, I don't expect much in Cincinnati. Maybe a little bit of gusty winds. You want a hat? I'm not doing a hat for the Drunk NATO. The problem is that they're embroidered, and you can only do like 4 or 5 colors, so it would just not be good. I will look into it, but if it probably wouldn't be possible. Also, today's live stream has been brought to you by Radar Omega. If you need a weather app, you can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. It comes with a bunch of features like the live radar feed. It also has live cameras like these Cyclone ports all across the country that you can get with the base app. It's only $8.99. In addition to that, They also have, again, a bunch of live radar feed, tons of customizability. Computer models, satellite imagery are also with their subscriptions that you can get on their app. They also have this new radar sweep that you can actually see going across the screen, or you just saw that was going across the screen. Updates the radar even quicker than normal radar in real time. It's another add-on on their app, so you can check it out. Top link in the description below on iOS and Android if you want to check out the Radar Omega app. It's a fantastic app. Can't recommend it enough. And I do appreciate Radar Omega for sponsoring today's live stream. Oh, I think about chasing in Central or Eastern North Carolina Thursday. I think it's mostly just going to be wind, so I don't think there'll be much. Maybe an isolated tornado. But that's about it for Thursday. But we'll be live on Thursday. I'm going to have a video tomorrow morning, so make sure you're subscribed to the channel. And we'll have a full update for you on tomorrow. Also, if you are a member, you will have a members-only stream on Friday. 95% sure it'll be Friday. Hopefully it's Friday. I'll be sad if it's not. We'll be live on Friday for a computer building stream for members only and monitor setup. Again, we're doing a full upgrade to our weather studio. We're gonna have 6 different monitors. We're gonna have a big computer build that we're doing. So I do appreciate everybody supporting the channel. If you're a member, I really do appreciate it. If you want to watch it, you can become a member. The link's down below. It's also the join button. You don't have to. But if you want to watch that stream, it'll probably be like 2 to 3 hours long. And if you're a member and you don't get to watch the stream, you can go back and watch it. It'll be archived. But again, being a member on the channel starts from $3. It's really cheap. It's not much. But if you want to watch that stream just for that, it's only $3 basically. But I wouldn't make it members only. But the problem is, again, it's not weather related. So I'm not going to put it out there just public. So that's it for today's live stream. Hope everybody enjoyed today's live stream. Hope everybody found it informative. Once again, subscribe to the channel if you're new here. We'll be live again tomorrow. And that's it. I appreciate everybody tuning in. If you did something like liking or subscribing to the channel, I do appreciate you a lot. If you did something like donating or became a member, I do appreciate you guys a lot as well. We had 45 new members today, so I do appreciate everybody becoming a member if you did. We'll see you again Wednesday and Thursday for severe weather coverage, which is tomorrow and Thursday. Wacky Weather Wednesday looks busy, and then Thursday also looks busy. I'll have a full update video in the morning for those that need some sort of update on timing and all the threats, so subscribe down below if you've not already, and click the bell icon so you're notified when we do have that video out for you. That'll be out around 7 a.m. Central or so, approximately, give or take, so that should be out then. And that is it. Also, thank you, Anthony, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Appreciate it. All right. We'll see you guys all again soon. Appreciate you tuning in to the last 25 hours of severe weather coverage in the last, 35 hours. It's been pretty crazy. But I do appreciate you guys tuning in. We'll see you guys all again in the next one. Have a good rest of your night. Stay safe. Have multiple ways to receive alerts. And have a tornado action plan in place just in case any storms do happen. All right. Peace out. See you guys all again tomorrow. And we'll also see you on Thursday. And if you're a member, we'll see you also on Friday.